Hello and welcome to round 4 Saturday of the Oceanic Pro League. We're in the midst of a heat wave here in Sydney, Australia, so the Riot Studios provide some temperate respite from the desolate, arid wasteland outside, and we are glad you can join us. My name is Michael Hingersing, and like an ex-Mafia hitman in concrete shoes, today, XL5 are desperate to get off the bottom. After that, Direwolves and Legacy face off in our match of the week, a clash of the Titans in a season where both teams have struggled to close out games they have otherwise dominated. So settle in because that one could well be a longer series. Hashtag I'm OPL if you want to follow along on Twitter. We're keen to get your thoughts because here to break down these games as they happen, I am joined by our in-house OPL analyst Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and also Esports journalist for Fairfax Media, Alex Manazier. So thank you so much for joining us. And Alex, I want to start by just telling you that I've really been enjoying your write-ups lately. In particular, they don't choke on the details. These have been very, in-depth write-ups for the Herald.
Yeah, my mum's actually been reading them because, my son's got an article in the Herald, amazing. And she told me she didn't understand a single word. I'm not sure how much of that is because she doesn't really get English, but I reckon the more it bamboozles the average reader, the better it is for the actual league fans.
Your mother's actually a Diamond 2 player. It's just she just doesn't
plays
understand.
A mean misfortune.
Yeah, it's just difficult with the English. Mendrix, looking very good today. This I will say this new wardrobe's kicking goals left, right, and centre. So thank you very much for being here as well. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great at the moment, and I'm thank you very much. I am rocking a new Fox Silver lapel pins, which I'm quite happy with at the moment. And damn, the heat at the moment, like you said before, is just absolutely ridiculous. I hope all of you at home are having a great time and in some air conditioning to watch these games.
All right, well, let us get to the standings and take a look at them as we gear up for today's games. We see Chiefs out in front on 8 points after a pretty easy win over XL5 last week. Direwolves in equal second place with Legacy on 7 points. Avant Garde in blistering form, finding themselves in 4th place, and Sin rounding out the playoffs positions before we see Tainted Minds, Abyss and XL5 occupying the drop zone as the season begins to take shape. Now, Alex, because you're the guest here, I want to ask you, as you look at that ladder, do you see any teams that are out of place in particular for you?
I think mostly everything's been falling about as how we would expect. The one thing that sticks out to me is the fact that Legacy have actually dropped a match so far. And that confuses me because they're meant to be the team that never loses until they play Chiefs in the finals. So, how do you explain that?
Yeah, it's a new season. Mendrix, do you agree with that? Is that kind of the assessment of the season so far?
Yeah, everything's looking appropriate at the moment considering what we were speculating. And as you mentioned, Chiefs, they're in a bit of a rebuild period in terms of they do have new players. They are sort of just working out the kinks. So I feel that one loss is actually acceptable considering the situation, how they do a different... Legacy has a little bit of a working out kinks to do, seeing as they're rebuilding their roster.
All right, well, let us show you your weekend's viewing as we bring up the schedule. We kick things off today with Avant Garde versus XL5. AV very keen to continue their winning form, and XL5 would love to pick up their first win of the split. Then it's our match of the week. A real 6-pointer, as this match could well decide how the top of the table looks at the end of the split. Direwolves take on Legacy, and we're all keen to see if Schoenflyer will be starting for Direwolves today. We believe he is. Then, tomorrow, a confident-looking Sin take on a Tainted Mind side looking to rebuild after their loss last week. And then Abyss Esports will have their work cut out for them, trying to take down last year's champions and current top-of-the-table Chiefs. Whew, it's an exciting weekend. So let's take a look at this first game, shall we? Avant Garde versus XL5 as we bring it up. Mendrix, AV are in top form off the back of 2 strong wins in recent weeks. How are you feeling about them this week?
They are looking the real deal at the moment. These guys are just sort of blazing in terms of their performances and what they have been able to do. And it seems to be one of those cases we speculated originally that they were a 5th or 6th place team. Now, after these performances, 4th place is no stretch of the imagination, and they're there right now. Or actually, top 4 is no stretch of the imagination, and they're sitting in the 4th place at the moment.
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but I think they might think they should be higher than 4th by come the end of the split. Alex, for people who are new to the OPL X5 newly promoted side, they're still kind of finding their feet, and they're still without their mid-laner Suman. Last week, you would have seen his sub Gloopy. How did you think he performed last week?
Gloop did about as well as you could expect given the circumstances. This team is built to prop up Suman and let him do his own thing. So without him, that kind of all falls apart. And that's the point where you have to rely on your instincts and your base skill as a player to get it done. And I think Guts really showed up in that instance.
Yeah, I think the counterpoint to that is that potentially Human was taking a lot of resources as well, and they still weren't finding wins. So potentially this could be an opportunity for them, Mendrix, to really reset and find a new play style.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And one of the big things I want to note is that now that they've got those extra resources to spread around the map, that means they don't need to worry about sort of focusing their band so that Suman can get that RE specifically, or they might be able to say, you know what, Glup is playing very well, but maybe he's more of a support rather than an assassin, or more of a control mage that we want to take into account. So we can let him just sit on his own and put more focus towards maybe the top or the bottom side.
All right, well, let's get straight to it, because earlier today I spoke to team captain of AV, Jake, and I started by asking him if there was a secret to their recent form.
No, I don't think there's a real secret. I think we're just versing weaker teams on the table at the moment, and we're just focused on beating the top 4 teams at the moment.
Well, you're currently sitting 4th in the table, so is that where you think you'll be at the end of the split?
Hopefully not. We want to step it up from last year's placing, so we want to definitely push towards the top 2.
And also your top laner series continuing his great form recently. Do you feel like he brings a lot off field to the team?
Yeah, Evan's definitely a really cool guy off the field. Nice, easy to talk to, good in comms, everything you'd want from a player.
Excellent. So you're feeling confident for today then?
Yep, as always.
Excellent. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and good luck
Cheers.
today.
Well, let's take a look at Avant Garde, shall we? Jake seeming very confident there, but as they get ready today in our studio, guys having a bit of a chuckle there, Blinky there, looking very happy. All right, let's go through their lineup, shall we? Series in the top lane. Their jungler will be Chelby today. Their mid laner, Triple. Their AD carry, Blinky. And their support player and captain, Jake. And as we bring these team up, Blinky's coming up against his old team X5, but obviously a very different X5 to when he played Mendrix. This AV side, they're looking to series to carry the game, do you think, today?
I want to say looking to series. AV's been a very strong unit as a whole team, and what I really want to take into account on what they're really providing with Ceres is that he originally was not like just coming out of nowhere. He's like a drop bear. Out of the blue, in that top lane, he's just able to make plays happen. He's solo killed some of the best top laners the OCE has to offer. So this guy is in amazing form at the moment, and he was originally considered to be a weak spot. Now we see him as a strength.
Yeah, and I'm just a bit disappointed that he hasn't pulled out the top lane Pantheon just yet, because that's literally a drop bear, right? He comes in from the sky.
They need a skin of that.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
would be so good.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
But the thing is about Avant is that they've always had a penchant for pulling out these amazing top laners out of nowhere, right? First it was Paradise, who no one knew who he was. He came in, he started stomping, and now it's Sirius. So I think this is less dumb luck. I think they actually have a real talent for scouting these guys out.
Yeah, maybe they've got a dedicated scouting team that just looks at that top lane and nowhere else. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I think if you go on OPGG and you search by players that play Fiora and Irelia, you tend to find the good players. So, you know.
Well, across the rift, their opponents will be Exile 5, and earlier today I spoke to their captain T-Gun, and I started by asking him to assess Gloopy's performance last week as a sub.
He did quite well. He very clearly wasn't the reason we lost, so there's nothing really bad to say about him. I wish we had more practice with him this week, because he's got a very, very busy schedule, so it's hard to work around him, but still pretty happy with how he plays.
All right, well, coming up this week, you're against Avant Garde, and they're off the back of 2 straight wins. Where do you see their strengths on the map?
Ceres is performing really well. I think he's performing better than anyone really expected. And from there, Shelby seems to get a lot of advantages and help snowball his lanes. So those are the 2 most powerful lanes in my opinion. Even though a lot of people talk about triple strength, I think that's maybe a key that they use is throw triple in the wind and try and get advantages elsewhere while he holds his own.
Yeah, it's all mind games. It's
Yeah.
all mind games. Well, I feel like every week when we talk about X5 learning. So what do you feel like has been your biggest improvements as a team this split?
Persevering through some really horrible situations that I'm not going to go into.
Sure.
Obviously, we've had some problems with our mid laner being quite sick, and that's still happening, so that sucks, but we're getting through it.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck today, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
T-Gun there confirming that Human will not be starting today, and we do hope he makes a speedy recovery. But let's take a look at the guys now in our studio as they are getting ready. Looking very focused, having a bit of a giggle as well. And as we go down their lineup, it's going to be 5-8 in the top lane. Guts with their jungler today. Gloopy stepping into Human in mid. Crazy, their AD carry. And T-Gun, who we just spoke to, their captain, playing support. And Alex, this is a side, they're not looking too great, but as T-Gun has said in the past, they're just trying to maintain positivity.
And that's really the key when you're thrown into a difficult situation like this. It's to go into every game knowing what you're trying to achieve, having that goal, and win or lose, if you played the game right, if you did what you wanted to do, you can walk away happy.
And what I also want to take off that as well is these guys in comms, while they've been playing these games, these difficult games that they've been going through, they've actually been very cheerful the entire time. So it's really good to actually have that sort of mentality while in-game and out of game. So looking for these guys to show some promise as time goes on.
Absolutely, and both of these sides are anchored by their captains who are playing the support role. And as we bring up this graphic and compare them side by side, Alex, what is the what is the thing that particularly stands out to you?
The major thing was definitely the damage dealt. You can see T-Gun's damage dealt is quite low. This is probably because he tends to lean towards the supports that deal less damage, but you know, he's never been an amazing mechanical player, so that could be part of it as well.
Yeah, it feels like T-Gun is on this team as a journeyman to kind of bring some sort of, I guess, wisdom, experience to this. But Mendrix, when you look at these stats, and there's particularly 2 damage dealt for champions, T-Gun being low in the damage dealt, is that reflective of poor playing in the meta? Because it seems like support is a damage-dealing role nowadays.
That's correct, but as Alex mentioned, it is something to do with the fact that the champions he's been playing haven't been dealing too much damage, and that is something that might play a role in team fights as it goes on. If you don't have that extra damage, which the supports in the current meta have been doing so much of, that means you might lose out on a champion early, target priorities change, and it really does change the face of a team fight in those situations. Now, one of the things I also want to touch on is that was particularly from only the last series that was being played. So in the last series, that means that Jake ended up doing nearly 100% extra damage on top of it, which is a massive deal to really take into account. So T-Gun really does need to pick that up, perhaps if he does go for those more damage supports, so that way he's able to provide more utility for the whole team.
I think AV are probably heavy favourites going into this game. Before we get to predictions, Alex, let me ask you, if X5 are going to take a game, where are they going to take a game today?
I think the key will be Guts. If he can pop off, if he gets a few kills going early like he did on Hecarim, I think it was like 4 kills in like 8 minutes or something, he can probably snowball, but I know Avant aren't stupid. They're definitely looking to keep him off the snowball he picks.
Absolutely. Mendrix?
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. And also the fact that Suman is not there is something that they really need to sort of have Guts step up. He needs to jump into those carry roles as he's so good at. Perhaps, you know, if he can get his hands on the Rengar, if possible, maybe even continue with the Hecarim, which is his signature player, especially in solo queue. So they really are looking towards Guts to step up, and if he doesn't, they might be having a bit of a rough time as the game goes on.
All right, well, let's get your predictions, shall we, gentlemen? Mendrix, let me start with you. Who is going to win this, and by what margin?
I'm feeling it's going to be a 2-0 to Avant Garde. At the moment, based off their performance, I'm expecting them, or I expect no less from them currently.
Alex, do you agree?
Yeah, I think for Avant, anything less than a 2-0 is a disappointment.
Oh, disappointment. To you personally, or to them as a team?
I believe in it. Look, I love Avant. I love Maxibon. You know, these are all great things.
How much are they paying you? Declare your conflicts. All right. Well, hashtag I'm OPL. Let us know your thoughts and also get involved with the tipping competition which we are currently running. You can head to opltips.com.au and join a league with your mates and see who is the best at predicting what has been, frankly, an up and down season for a lot of teams, a lot of so far some upsets, and are we going to see another one today? Well, it is time for us to see if AV are going to 2-0 this, or if X5 can maybe take a single game from them, or maybe even win. It's time to throw it to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tabiri, and you're absolutely right. Get on to opltips.com.au because you can tip with your mates, and currently Hingers is leading that one, doing really good.
Is he still leading? I thought we would have caught up a little bit last
Nope.
week. All right, cool. Well, that's interesting. The one thing I will point out is that we do the podcast before he has to submit his tips, and I know that he is prone to changing it after the podcast. So, you know, he talks a big game on the podcast and he might just scout out the field with what we're going with and keep tipping them. So I think we need to do a better job of throwing some spanners in the work and really keeping this guy on his toes.
Yeah, I think we need to stop telling him what our tips are before he actually puts his tips in. That could help us out a little bit in trying to catch up with our beloved host of the OPL, who clearly does not like his maxi bonds, unlike Alex on the desk here today. But we are back into Champion Select for the first match of this week. It's going to be Avant Garde taking on Exile 5. Rengar has actually been banned out on the blue side of Summoner's Rift here with Malzahar. Jace, the first ban coming out from X5.
Yeah, and we've seen Shelby actually play a little bit more control recently. I mean, a lot of Ivan coming out for the Avant Garde jungler. So it'll be interesting to see whether that is what he wants to go towards and try and dictate the pace that Guts can get around Summoner's Rift. So Guts does seem to be like the barometer or the heat check for X5, at least in team fights. They're really not doing all that much in regards to, actually taking down structures. So he's a player to, I guess, control, and it seems an easy way to be able to, I guess, tame that beast.
And, Jace is one of those champions that popped up a lot last week in the OPL. We saw a lot of dominant games with him. Varus, an adaptation of bans on the blue side of the Rift here. We saw him banned out on the LPL last night on the blue side too. And Camille will hit the bench as always, being a very strong champion at the moment.
And this is weird. I mean, they could have banned away the Jhin and picked Varus first for themselves if they wanted to guarantee themselves, one of those lethality users as an AD carry. However, Blinky going away from his most played champion, showing that he does have some diversity in that champion pool.
I'm really excited to see what X5 are going to be able to pick up as their AD carry, because last week I believe we just saw Varus Jhin, back and forth picks. Most likely the first team picking up the Varus first, so now excited to see what they're going to throw into this.
Misfortune.
Yeah, we did see
so
Miss
there
Fortune
was
Legacy.
some pickups in there. I think it was Direwolves, wasn't it? Maybe?
Yep, yes, it was Star Wars.
Don't want to throw you under the bus there, Fish, but it was definitely Direwolves because I interviewed the guy about it afterwards. But at the same time, will be fun to see if we go back to an attack speed AD carry, or whether even something like an Ezreal comes out. With so much high damage threats at the moment, Ezreal ramps later than them, but his consistent damage is incredibly good when he gets into these skirmishes, and still think he has a place in the meta.
Meanwhile, XL5 being able to pick up Kha'Zix heading into the jungle, and they've got Zyra being picked up here for Tegan. So we saw his damage stats earlier. Not too impressive, now has a more damage-oriented support. Have to see if he can pick up that statistic. Avant Garde do have a chance to pick up Misfortune in this pick rotation though, if they want to try and counter that out. And instead they've locked in Olaf heading into the jungle for Shelby.
And I will say what it looks like right now is actually AV. Well, the Ziggs is a little bit different, but if they go with the Karma, it looks like they're picking purely for comp and not what they're against, because historically, Zyra shoved Karma out of lane quite heavily. I mean, Kha'Zix at the start of the game, if he ever catches Olaf, does a lot of damage and is able to generally get through him there. So it looks like, this is a speed-up comp with some good long-range initiation. You're going to be coming out of Blinky, but doesn't look really like they're picking for what is being brought to the table from X5.
It could still be a little bit of a flex pick here for Avant Garde. We have seen Karma played in the mid lane as well as support.
Yeah, and it's always one of those things where I'm not in love with it, but always does its role in the composition. I mean, sets up in poke very well and then lends itself to team fight, and as long as you get a lot of damage out of the support position, something like a Misfortune, it does actually still have a place in the current meta. As I said, it's not really something that you rave about, it just is kind of it's a weak control mage, if you will. But is able to lend something to it.
Well, I have to see if Avant do end up flexing that Karma, but for now we should assume that that should be the support in the bottom lane with the Jhin. Meanwhile, XL5, they've locked in Ashe as their AD carry of choice. Their first ban is going to be towards Series, taking away Fiora.
Yeah, I expect the second ban to be up there as well, because you don't want to give the man Aurelia after what we saw last week. Especially, if they want to pick the tank first for 5-8. So if they want to guarantee, Gloop has the counter pick as the last pick, then would be something you would expect to come out.
So we have Kled being banned out here by Avant Garde. You see a lot of laughs coming out from Blinky for that one. Seems like they don't want 5-8 to get his hands on that champion.
Yeah, and maybe they know something we don't. I haven't really seen all of that much 5-8 Kled. However, at the same time, strong initiation, really good bully laning phase, is very hard to blow up because of the interaction with Skarl as he hops on and off the mount. And top lane seems to be a big focus for both organizations in this second round of pick ban.
It certainly is. I mean, Series being able to take down every single top lane he's grown up against so far. 5-8 is definitely going to be his next target. Still waiting to see what the next bans are going to be. Seems like XL5 decided not to go with a final ban here. So Avant Garde also letting the clock kind of tick out.
And generally you would say, maybe this is a mistake or something along those lines, but T-Gun's a captain and he's the person locking in that ban, so you would expect him to be able to get it right. So definitely just a waived ban there, not really wanting to make the pool any more shallow than it is.
The final ban coming out from Avant Garde is the Cannon. So 5-8 will not be able to pick up that champion heading into the top lane. Now XR5 do get first and last pick here in the second pick rotation. They will have to pick something. You can't just not pick. And they go for Shen in the top lane for 5-8, leaving Gloop's champion to last here.
Makes sense. I mean, when we were talking about it, the only real aggressive top laners left are all auto attack based top laners, unless you want to go something like a Rumble. And Shen is able to counter those with his W, as well as the ability to actually get a Tiamat in recent LCK and be able to shove out the lane quite early. So I like that adaptation that we're seeing coming through internationally. And of course, leaving Gloop to counterpick versus Triple is a pretty sound strategy, I think, for the young man. Got to give him as much help as possible.
They're gonna give series Maokai heading to the top lane, and it will be a Karma support because we have Syndra locked in here for Triple in the mid lane. Gloop, like you mentioned, will have his counter pick of choice heading into this match for XR5, the substitute mid laner for the team. Didn't have an all that bad performance last week, so excited to see how this previously support main is going to do against Triple in the mid lane today.
Yeah, I mean, he looked absolutely fine. If he plays Ari again, it's just absolutely no difference to how they play with Suman. So there it is. But, you know, it makes sense. They've got a lot of pick. They've got the Zyra, they've got the Ashe, they've got the Ari, as well as the Kha'Zix, and then Shen can jump in if the pick ever turns into a team fight and protect that first person in. So I like it. At the same time, for AV, they really need flanks. Otherwise, all they can really do is open up with the Jhin and run at people. If they aren't able to lock that one down, all that's pretty linear. He just runs straight at you. So going to be interested to see whether they can actually get series with those deep wards and behind the enemy team to be able to start up the team fight.
And we've seen him play a lot of carry games series. We've seen his Fiora, we've seen his Irelia. I'm really excited to see how he's going to do on a very, you know, bread and butter tank up in the top lane of Maokai.
Especially against Shen, who we're seeing actually deal with tanks and carries quite well alike. So I like Shen into Jhin always, just because if you block 2 of the shots in the 4-shot revolver, you generally have a pretty good time with the rest of the team fight. So this is going to be an interesting game because you feel like X5 have put together a good draft again. I mean, that definitely hasn't been their weakness, and AV seem to have got what they wanted.
It definitely looks like that. I mean, XR5 still sitting on the bottom of the table, yet to pick up a single map victory. They do have a substitute mid laner coming into this match again, but they will definitely looking to try and go all out against Avant Garde today.
Yeah, and I mean, these are the kinds of maps that even if you have a sub and you are X5, you need to make a splash at least.
Yep.
I mean, they need to be able to get in there, mix it up early. They looked good on a fighting level versus the Chiefs, but then the Chiefs just had them controlled in objectives and they weren't really translating any of that into a gold value. So they need less of those games, less of the flashy, we can fight you, we can kill you, and more structured, this is how we approach the map, this is how we're going to pick up leads against, you know, the likes of the Abysses at the moment, and we'll see whether they're able to actually capitalize on that.
I mean, if it's any game to pick up a map, it could be this one. I mean, they've got Kha'Zix for Guts, 5-8s on the Shen, Gloop picking up the Ari as well, even Tegan picking up a more damaging support. Look, the other side, Series is not on a carry. Triple's picking up the Syndra here with Cleanse even.
Yeah, and lots of people have called Olaf like a tier C or like a tier 2, as we're actually going to have a big invade coming in here, 5-8.
They're going to face check into this one. Jake gets a massive karma Q going off. 5-8's going all the way in. And it's Avant Garde that are trying to back off. Shen has tanked up so much damage heading into this one. But now both teams looking like they want to retreat. Gloop splashed away. So is crazy. They're just trying to get the heck out of there. Jake and Triple have gone forward. Gloop trying to get the speed up. Not going to get that last auto attack to get taken down. Meanwhile, 5-8's got Shelby underneath the turret. The turret for the win. As it's going to be the Captain T-Gun picking up first blood.
That was actually all 5-8 with the turnaround taunt, able to pick that one up, and because Shelby has Ghost and not Flash, he was not able to do anything. A big level 1 coming out there, and X5 finally get that advantage that they need in the early game.
We have so many flashes being burnt on the Rift as well. XR5 only have T-Guns left up. Blinky and Series are the only 2 with their summoner spells as well. That was a massive 5-on-5 engagement.
And I mean, really, you're having a look at the summoner spells left available and you're like, why, boys? Gloop still has an exhaust. That would have been really helpful as 2 members nearly fell on XR5 side. Blinky maybe being able to pick up a kill if he had to burn his a little bit earlier as well. So when you fight like that, Fish, just fight.
And there was so much confidence as well from 5-8 especially. Ran straight into the brush, took a full empowered Karma Q at level 1. In fact, the entire team did. still decided to taunt into the backlines, had little health remaining, and still kept going back and forth to keep tanking for his team. XL5 face checked into that one and still looked like they played it a lot better.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, the taunt was just really well capitalized on. It's got a big cooldown. It's 18 seconds. I'm just checking it right now. But, you know, the ability to get 70 damage across everyone and tank up all that damage is certainly how they won that level 1.
Does mean that 528 is going to go into lane without his Q or his W at level 1, but has hit level 2 fairly easily against Series here. No massive purchases off of the back of that level 1 fight. We do have Tegan picking up boots as well as control ward nice and early, heading into that bottom lane.
And I like that pickup, as now we've got a really nice engage from Series and Shelby here.
Oh no, Guts fails the leap over the wall. Series is going to try and chase him down, does not have the route available.
They're
Shelby,
collapsing, however. Everyone's on their way.
here comes Gloop, gets the charm down on towards Series. He's forced to back away. Shen was looking to collapse as well. They do stop the invade coming out from Avant Garde, but Guts missing that leap might have cost him a little bit of clear time.
Yeah, it certainly did. There's more action.
Ooh, Crazy just gets popped there. Blinky and Jake just get the 1-2 combo and able to take him down.
The bottom lane of AV have just been so impressive, Fish. I mean, we talk about the rest of the map, I feel like, to no ends, and then somehow Blinky and Jake just go back to work every single week. You see that they're able to get the snare, nice empowered Q, crit shot coming out with a nice auto attack from Jake, and that's the 1-2 good night right there. It's just, yeah, as I said, they're up double CS already. They're crushing the lane. They're going to go back, pick up a Dirk. That's only going to make it even better, and they're just really solid and impressive, AV's bottom lane.
They're a heavy lifting bottom lane, Jake. I mean, both literally and metaphorically they are.
Yeah, the Bash Bros. I mean, they were sharing some of their gym numbers before. They're scary.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of Blinky being able to squat double of what I can.
Well, they're all much taller than us. I want to point that out. I mean, we're not all that tall, Fish. Is that Krug? He's just gone on a walkabout.
He doesn't want to fight Guts. He's a little bit of a scary bug.
He just reset into the brush though, Fish. I mean, that's not even his home.
He's got a new home. You know, he's taken this one. He thinks that Ivan's on the map.
We've already dispelled this, man. Ivan kills jungle camps.
Does not. He sets them free.
Into the afterlife, maybe. Sicko.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gloop as well as Triple just farming it up. Nothing too much happening here.
Love how you say that after the start that we've had to the game. 5v5 team fight. Flashes are just coming back available. I mean, in the bottom lane, you have a 15 CS lead already over to Blinky and Jake. And you're like, yeah, just nothing happening at the moment.
I mean, it's not a bad thing. Gloop is holding his own as a substitute in the mid lane. As Crazy again getting chunked down to half health. Level 3. This bottom lane from XL5 against the level 4 bottom lane of Blinky and Jake.
What a great combo, however. You saw that, able to get the empowered Q into the captive audience, and it makes sure that the second round of the Q from Karma actually goes off. So extreme amounts of damage coming out of a more supportive jungle. Support. As we see the junglers actually clash. That's a little bit too far, Shelby. You're not going to be able to fight him anymore.
Good call from Guts. Managed to get Gloop to come towards the river first. All those axes missing means that Shelby can't follow up against the Kazik. Studs take down the Scuttle Crab for himself.
I mean, and just talking about Gloop, that's the second time that he's collapsed much before Triple. I mean, on the red buff fight, he was able to get there. Of course, he had the shorter track. Really nice stun. He's dead.
They're going to take a lot of damage there. Puts the exhaust, but a good cleanse coming out from Triple there allows him to pick up a nice and easy solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly was. Misses a cannon afterwards, however, so I don't know if that counts, Fish.
Atlas would not be happy.
Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, really nice pickup from Triple there. Just as I'm trying to sing the praises of Gloop in that mid lane, he unfortunately does fall down. However, that's what they need. They need him to be responsive, be able to collapse quickly. Because as a support player, going up against someone like Triple that's been around for a while, it's going to be a difficult time to be able to win the 1v1 fight.
As we saw just then, he was able to time that quite nicely as Jake takes quite a bit of poke. Tegan catches him off guard with all his plants inside of that bush.
That was weird. The plants actually just popped the Ginny as well. So Blinky not able to trap the front of that brush. As far as Jins go, Blinky takes his E really early into the game. I mean, generally you don't see it till level like 7 or 9, somewhere around there.
Opted to pick up a trap nice and early instead of getting the 2 points in his W.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason is that Jhin traps are very, very hard to set up in the laning phase. People generally don't take damage from them just as slow, whereas the captive audience as well as a bouncing grenade really help with your wave clear as well as the harass that you're going to put down in lane with Deathfire Touch. So it's just a little bit different, but certainly has been a fairly good Jhin so far, so more of a difference in style than an outright negative, I would have to say.
Ooh, Jake's already popped the mantra there, so we'll be looking to try and engage on towards Crazy Tegan. We'll be able to get it. Does not get the captive audience on top of that. This just takes a little bit of damage. Good bounce coming out. Jake was even looking to continue his engagement, but again, very dominant from Blinky and Jake. The serrated dirt picked up nice and early for Jhin is helping him out significantly. They just can't quite just find an avenue to attack here against Avant Garde for XL5. Haven't seen too much of the junglers either. Both Chelby and Guts have been happily farming away inside of their respective sides of the jungle.
Yeah, definitely, and Guts needs to get active because he's actually level 6 in fairly good time, as is Chelby. But his lanes are the one being punished. I mean, as you can see, in the top lanes here, he's continually pushing in. As we actually see the Tiamat pick up for 528, so told you so, Fish. As well as mid lane, you know, that's down 16 CS. Bottom lane, down 16 CS. Like, at a certain stage as a jungler, you just can't let all of your lanes lose over and over again.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming up from Crazy that
Good
does
flash.
not connect. Gus looking for the engage, jumps in. He's actually leveled up his ultimate first here on Kazi. It's going to be able to go invisible so much. Now, teleport into the bottom lane. Coming up from both top laners. Crazy forced to flash away. Guts almost gets sniped off, but they dodge all the bullets and share the damage together. XL5 get out alive.
Yeah, really nice communication actually there, XL5 Crazy as well as Guts. As you said, being able to share out that damage and not fall down. However, it looks like maybe the turret will be the response. T-Gun as well as 528 are going to stick around just a little bit to try and defend that one. As now Chelby looking in the mid lane.
Gloob has to try and back away here, get some good damage on towards Chelby, but gets slowed up, forced to pop the ultimate, and Triple will be able to get some chip damage on towards this turret.
I mean, also just deny all the CS. You can have a look that's pretty much 1.5 creep waves that are going to be run into the turret. Also got the ultimate out of Gloop for absolutely nothing. Yeah, Rusty actually tweeted the other day, sell me on why you would ever evolve ultimate on Kha'Zix, let alone burst. I guess we saw the reason there. He was able to jump into the brush, blast cone into the brush, get the stealth, and it actually encouraged Blinky to stick around for a little bit longer than he otherwise would have normally expected, and was a good adaptation in the gank part. However, that means he's going to miss out on either like the huge slow that comes out of his W, I mean the awesome damage out of the Q on the neutrals as well as, you know, in these lanes, or the big jump out of the E with the reset. So I wonder which one he goes towards next. I feel like it has to be the Q damage, otherwise he's just not going to be able to do enough. But that leaves you without W for the entirety of the game.
It could potentially combo out well with the Shen ultimate, but that got cancelled somewhere along the line by 528. He was forced to teleport down into the bottom lane too. On top of that, Crazy missing the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Means that the engage from XL5 was botched quite heavily. But still, they're only about 1,500 gold behind Avant Garde here. Triple's going to be able to pick up his blue buff, donated away by Chelby. He's going to head back to base and pick up a shop. The Syndra is just going to get so dominant in this mid lane. Level 9 to level 7 at the moment.
I mean, it's just one of those games for Gloop that you really feel bad for the guy because unfortunately, Triple's on an incredibly comfortable champion. They have all the priority in the lane, and Olaf has given it a couple of visits already, so it's just very hard to put yourself in a winning position.
You know, see Guts trying to do a little bit of counter jungling there. Good sidestep from Gloop. One of those stuns could mean death for the Zari, especially with the cleanse that was picked up by Triple. Smartly used against the exhaust earlier.
Yeah, it certainly was. That's a couple of times we've seen that. There's now actually Guts has been spotted out, and there's multiple members collapsing on him.
He's going to get jumped straight on by Triple. Arrow comes out as well, but they just collapse onto the sneaky jungler who didn't know he was on top of a ward.
Yeah, exactly right. He was trying to get very cute with the ultimate there. However, if they've warded their own jungle in that fashion, definitely is not going to be a successful gank. And one more time, we're looking at a turret dive here. Ball comes out, stun hits.
Good stun coming out from Triple. Doesn't get any follow-up damage.
Actually, weirdly enough, the Olaf who's gone boots and armor at this stage of the game, only looking for counter jungling, so not really looking for that dive that I was speaking about. Thought that that one was pretty free.
Nice use of the Yoma's Ghost Blade there from Blinky. Get that bit of extra movement speed to get the final shot off towards Crazy. But they do have a dive coming into this bottom lane against XL5. Big bounce coming out from the Dancing Grenade. Guts now going to get locked down again. He just respawned, guys. He has a family. Don't do this to him. He's going to try and run away. Gets to stand united. Does get back to safety. But now the bottom lane from XL5 might be in trouble. Triple is going to get jumped on by Glue. Shelby's here as well. Good flash over the wall. Gets him back to safety. But the Olaf's now the one that's in trouble. They're trying to avenge Guts for his first death. One auto attack's all it's going to take. Guts wants it for himself. He's not going to get it. But XL5 turned that one around.
And one more time, XL5 are actually collapsing nicely. And this is what we talk about. We want to see what type of team they're going to be. Right now, communication looks like it is definitely up to scratch. And that kill was purely because they got 4 members there while there was only 2 coming out of AV. They even had a Shen ultimate at the same time. I mean, that was one more time cancelled by series between the turrets. But this is actually looking much more promising. They're down 2,000 gold. Their lanes still aren't holding up all that well, but everything else looks pretty good.
You have to think, if XL5 can muster together a good mid game, or even a good late game here, that 2,000 gold is not going to matter too much to them. And they have been struggling a little bit in the laning phase, especially in the mid and bottom lane. Crazy, just taking so much damage. Thankfully, no curtain call available.
Yeah. If there was a Jhin ulti coming out there, that's probably a dead Ashe, unfortunately. But at the same time, will give them access to the first turret gold that they would definitely want at this stage of the game. Or they could just take a free recall.
That seems like what they're going to do to start things off. Clute in this mid lane still playing very defensive. Triple was able to clear out these waves so well with his Morellonomicon, and the Sorcerer's Brutes picked up nice and early. That turret is already very low. Clute trying to be as evasive as possible. Good charm going to come out there, but he's got to be very careful because there's a jungler coming right behind him. Series is waiting for the flash as well. Shelby just Captain Jacks the arrow, but now Triple's being jumped on 5-8. Good taunt flash coming out from the Shen. Tiga's trying to get in amongst it as well. Shen is just smacking him with his batons, trying to do everything he can to protect his support. Tiga's just getting smacked by the big old tree, gets the big double kill. Jake's flash forward, 5-8's going to go down. Naruto videos is not good enough for his Shen, and Avant Garde take 4 kills in the mid lane.
And unfortunately, this is what a gold advantage looks like, because even though X5 collapse well, AV just have way too many items. They're going to be able to pick up the first turret advantage, and Crazy, like a fish in the barrel, is just being sniped at. Potentially going to get dove as well. That'll be a second turret at a minimum for Avant Garde, and their macro play has just come online and stepped up in a big way, Fish.
It certainly has. Avant Garde are going to be able to move towards the bottom lane, or are they? 5-8 does not want this turret to go down. He's teleporting down here as Shen, looking to hold up this wave, just stop the bleeding that Avant Garde have been applying so far. Guts, blast cones over the wall, gets the invisibility from the brush, looking for Blinky. Can only find the vision control ward, tries to stop him from recalling.
Yeah, it does get the recall stop. They save the turret. I mean, all of a sudden 5-8 has to be very concerned about his. The reason you can do that with teleport as Shen, even though it looks like a big investment, is due to the fact that Maokai, if he teleports first, isn't going to be able to answer the stand united. So 5-8 still has a way to get into that bottom lane. Arrow comes out.
They want to fight this one, but Blinky was waiting in the brush. Here comes the stand united. Will it complete? Crazy gets exhausted. 5-8 is down here again. We'll be able to pick up the kill for XL5.
Yeah, and that was the trap set up by Avant. They thought that it was just going to be a straight 2v2 teleport. Doesn't come out of series, however, and it will pick up another kill. 7-4, they're down.
Crazy!
8-4. He died. Didn't heal, Fish. Don't know why.
And Guts is dead.
Triple's dead. Killed Guts, yep. All right, let's just take stock of what has happened.
It's 9-4 now, just to let you know.
Thanks, mate. And really, the whole map has collapsed. Now Chalby's just ghosting in.
Seems like it's going to be a 10-4 here. T-Gun tries to flash away, but here comes the Olaf. You're not going to stop that one. You might be the captain, but these axes are for you, buddy.
Top lane turret also pretty low, so unfortunately at this stage of the game, this is what happened at the Wolf Camp. Yep, that's pretty stock standard. That's what happens when you have good deep vision.
Yeah, just taking stock of things right now. 10-4, 2 turrets in advantage for Avant Garde. They're looking for a Mountain Dragon as well on top of that, and about 7,000 gold in the lead as well.
Yeah, and you know, trying to track patterns in X5 game, they definitely do have a big struggle period between about the 15 to the 25-minute mark, where even though their kills look relatively even, although this game, that's not even the case, they start losing structures, and all 3 turrets have just been set up to topple over at this stage of the game. So you can understand the frustration and how this is working out for them. Another long-range Ash arrow is not going to hit. And this is the area that if you're the coach, you know, you're the analyst, you have to be really sitting down and figuring out how they stop the bleeding. They've been shoved in all 3 lanes. They've lost the turrets. Their jungler is 0-3-1 and really been a pretty big non-factor at this stage, Guts. So, you know, it's not all on him. The lanes need to be able to push out. He needs to be able to get access to the jungle. But just something in that mid game is missing right now for XL5.
Yeah, we saw Crazy and Tegan not having a good time in the bottom lane. Gloop not having a great time against Triple either after that level 6 fight, as Tegan is just going to get taken down here. Tries to dodge the curtain calls. They want to give that one over towards Blinky, but he can't hit a single shot here. So Shelby will be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, zoning curtain call for sure coming out. Meanwhile, I mean, Triple had turned around and just deleted Guts again, who is still going towards what looks like a Youmuu's Ghostblade. Would have probably suggested an Edge of Night, or even, you know, something like a Hex Drinker. Just keep yourself a little bit healthier in that jungle, young man. But, you know, you can't really blame him. At this stage, the game has definitely devolved.
Avant Garde already looking to try and push down a inner turret up in the top lane. 5-2 taking a lot of damage. He's actually someone on XL5 that has done well this game. Still down an incredible amount in CS.
They went for the actual... Oh, no, they didn't. They just forward and ulted in. Okay. I thought we tried to get rid of that.
Guts is going for a fight though. XL5 want this one. 5-8 gets into backlines, but only gets a taunt onto Jake. Guts will be the first to fall. They trade the support. Series already in the backline. So much damage onto Tegan. Slaps into death. Shelby's now charging in amongst her. Crazy forced to flash out. Too low. The big old flash forward for Series picks up that kill. Gloops the next to fall. And 5-8 watches helplessly as the rest of his team gets demolished one by one.
And Triple is an absolute monster at this stage of the game. 6-1-5. He's farming at 10 CS a minute as well. He's pretty much just unstoppable. And you saw what happened. He arrived at the team fight, and everyone else had to leave. That's going to give them access to the base at only 19 minutes in. And Jake definitely was looking for a statement game for Avant Garde. I think he's got it.
He certainly looks like they've got it so far in game 1. 11,000 gold up. As he mentioned, they've broken the base already. Kobe would be very happy with his performance today.
Of course, that's all that matters if you're able to please Kobe.
Yep. Shelby knocks Guts away. This is frustrating to watch. This Kha'Zix constantly going invisible.
Let's take another look at the team fight. So Triple's at the turret, and it's actually Guts that flies in, tries to tie up Blinky, and flashes in a weird direction. He's trying to get a better taunt angle for 5-8, I think, but really wasn't all that needed. They also missed the taunt onto Blinky, and because no one's been able to hit Triple, he's just sitting at the back and doing a lot of damage. I mean, that's a Q onto Crazy. That's not fair. Gloop, of course, falls down as well, and they just stick with the fight. They balance turret aggro very nicely. It's now Shelby maybe in trouble, or maybe not.
Pops the Ragnarok to try and get back to safety. Another arrow whiffing from Crazy.
Yeah, maybe left a little bit to be desired for the arrows in this game. I mean, lots of cross-map ones. Even that one, if it hit, I don't know really what the point of it was. Because on the opposite side of the wall was Jake. And AV are doing the smart thing here. They're actually just keeping the game to the lanes. They're not going near neutral objectives. They don't want anything to do with Baron this early in the game. They just want to keep accumulating that gold advantage, which is up to 12,000 already, Fish. And close this one out by the textbook. Another
inner turret falls in the mid lane for Avant Garde as they look to push for the second inhibitor turret of this match. Double stun coming out from Sinjo. Gloop gonna take a lot of damage. Series slams the ground to pick up the kill. Kernakor gets opened up. Crazy trying to sidestep them, but one shot's already connected. The crit shot's gonna come out, snipes him from downtown. Blinky hits 2 of them.
Blinky misses the first one, which is generally the second easiest to hit. And then even with the slow, missed the third one and hits the 2 hard shots, Fish. I really don't understand the young man from New Zealand, but at the end of the day, he's 3-0-6 and having a pretty good game on the gin.
Sinking all his threes, but missing all the layups here. Blinky still doing a good job in this match. Now XL5 have to try and defend their base. Another inhibitor turret's going to fall. The inhibitor is going to get taken out shortly after, and Avant Garde are steamrolling through XL5's base.
They're not done. I mean, they want to be able to clean up the top lane, and if T-Gun sticks around, he's in trouble.
Here goes the Olaf charging in. Tiga's going to be the first to fall. Guts is trying to escape here. The saplings will continue to slow him, and they're hunting him down. Shelby wants this good old bug, but 5-8 will take one for the team as he falls second, followed by Guts. That's 3 members gone. Make it 4 as Crazy gets taken out a triple as well. And that's going to be game 1 at just 22 minutes for Avant Garde.
Probably the most dominant game we have seen of the OPL split in 2017. That was incredibly well played. 19-second death time is his all, but I think that's going to be enough, Fish.
Avant Garde will take down the second Nexus turret. The Nexus is bare here, and they're just barreling towards it. Gloop gets exhausted nice and early by Jay. They don't care too much about the kills. Series got his eyes on the prize here. They're getting hyped up because they just took game 1 in a decisive fashion.
And pretty nonchalant on your cameras right now. That's what they were expecting, but it still feels good. This is a team that in week 1, we were like, you know, disappointing performance against Legacy. How are they really going to come back into this? Like, all of a sudden, Abyss looks like it's going to be a tough game. They roll through that one. Sin, they roll through that. I mean, they're just starting to get better and better. And I mean, if you're an Avant Garde fan right now, and they have sweet jerseys and Maxibon, so I wouldn't see why you're not, they're looking pretty damn hot.
They certainly are. I mean, they went from nicknamed as Abyss Light now to probably top 4 in
No
the
one
OPL.
nicknamed them Abyss Light. I hate to break it to you. That was that's a Juves right there. I'm not claiming any nicknames.
Well, that's someone who's nicknamed them Abyss Light. That's that bit him back quite hard in their match against Sin, and Avant Garde looking to continue their dominance in the OPL.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, when you have a look at it, this team used to be a top-side heavy-focused team. But since they brought on Blinky, I mean, Jake just looks right at home. They've been able to pick up solo 2v2 kills, accumulating big CS leads. So I just think that it allows triple, it allows series, it allows Chelby to play with such freedom around the rest of the map. You got to start focusing on the bottom lane of AV, because in a 2v2, they just look so good.
It's certainly, I mean, they get a very early kill against Crazy in their bottom lane, maintain dominance. They'll up, as you mentioned, nice and early, double CS there. So it's a very strong point of the map for Avant Garde. For now, to break that game, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, joining me here at the analyst desk, Alex, and also Mendrix. And I want to start by asking you guys about how X5 played, because they lost and we're expecting them to lose, but did they show signs of life, Alex?
Yeah, you could see straight from the start, that first team fight, they got a kill. They started the game 1-0, you know? You're set up for success right there.
Mendrix, were you impressed with their play at all?
I really did like that initial team fight in terms of what they actually managed to bring was, okay, we got really good positioning, really good Shen taunts especially. That's how they managed to pick up the kill on Shelby as well. And when they actually beginning their retreat, because it felt like they were going to lose that engage, there was a really nice clutch heal by Crazy as well, just to keep everyone rolling. And what was really amazing about that? 11 summoners were burnt in that team fight.
Well, let's take a look at the team comps as we bring them up on your screen. And you can see the draft phase as we bring it up. And in particular, I want to talk about this Kled ban. Did you guys know this was a pocket pick for 5-8?
I don't think anyone knows what 5-8's picks are, really. He's the mystery man of the OPL, isn't he?
Yeah.
No one really knows too much about him. But Kled, great dive champion, and look, they picked a dive comp, so maybe they knew something.
Absolutely. Mendrix, what are your thoughts when you look at this when you look at this draft?
What I really like about this draft specifically is looking at it is the Shen and Kha'Zix combination. So XL5 had the right idea with a full-on dive composition, because when you do have the invisibility coming through, that's another reason why you can actually take the ultimate invisibility first, so your Void Assault first, is so that way you can benefit from the Shen ultimate a little bit earlier as well, because you're able to get into those team fights, and that's exactly what Guts did. But I mean, in the end, the team composition sort of fell behind because they didn't have enough gold to really benefit from what they were trying to achieve. Yeah,
and also there is that missed ban, 5th ban for XR5. I can tell you now that wasn't a penalty. That was just a mistake, apparently. And so we need to be very clear about that. We didn't get to have a chat because of that early game invade, so maybe that the actual strategy behind that will be lost to history. But let's take a look at this first replay, shall we, Mendrix?
Absolutely. So what we're going to look in with this particular team fight is actually Avant Garde positioning early. And if you actually look into it, you can see Maokai's making his way across the top, and then you've got Shelby coming in as well. And they didn't even really need them. The triple just absolutely initiates them and destroys them. But the big thing here is XL5 do a great job collapsing, but because AV's there so early. They've got their resources there available. They've already taken out the mid lane. They're able to clean up off this fight. And that sets everything up, or sets up the pace for Avant Garde for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and Blinky just having a massive game this game as well. And I want to shout out, like, just, is it a mismatch in the bottom lane, or is he just playing stellarly, Alex? What do you think?
This season, I think it's a mismatch. Blinky is amazing. Like, they've been doing so much work without any support at all. You know, Chelby doesn't really like to go bot much. He likes to go top and help series out. And just leave Blinky to do his thing. And you saw that 2v2, I'm going to call it a solo kill, but it's not really a solo kill. They've been doing that all season long.
Yeah, and also Blinky's got to be feeling good coming up against his old team, even though none of them are still there, obviously. But you got to feel good going up against your old brand metrics.
Absolutely. And another thing I want to talk about Blinky is he's been playing a lot of Varus this entire competition. And the only time he really doesn't play Varus is when he's playing Jhin. So this guy's been allowed to play on initially the pocket picks that he's liked the entire time. And we know from his OCS escapades that he can play more carry, more mechanical heavy champions. So can't wait to see what he actually pulls out the longer this competition goes on.
Yeah, and I'd actually point out that it was Avant that banned the Varus away. So they were like, you know, we trust in Blinky. We know that, you know, he's only got one really revealed strong pick left. But they were confident enough to roll on without it anyway.
Yeah, all right. Well, across the other side of the map, let's take a look at the top lane now in this replay metrics.
So here, as you can see, XL5 find the team fight that they want, and there really isn't any major misplays happening here. They're just numbers is not on their side, and this is what happens when you fall behind with a dive composition, when you don't have enough gold to make it work. As you can see, it's roughly almost 8k ahead for Avant Garde, and immediately Sirius is just so tanky, and they're able to sort of shrug off the initial burst and initial combination from X5. They're able to take the win from that point on.
Well, across the board, AV looked dominant, in particular the mid lane. And I want to shout out Triple, because he had a massive game today, Mendrix.
Oh yeah, he was. The stats show themselves. 7-1-9, and he was really on point with his summoners as well. I mean, there was at one time when he did solo kill Glup, immediately using that cleanse as soon as the exhaust went through allowed him to just pick it up instantly. It shows that he has fantastic mechanics, and he's able to transition that into team fights as well, because every single time there seemed to be a team fight that went Avant Garde's way. It seemed to be off a really big stun that he initiated.
Absolutely, yeah. And Alex, early today when I spoke to T-Gun, he was like, look, everyone talks up Triple, but, you know, Triple's not the threat. We think that, you know, we think Shelby, we think Sirius is the threat. And then, you know, Triple just has a massive game. As you can see, X5 were trying to shut out that top side of the map. But, yeah, they were doing, you know, Triple just showed up.
Yeah, how quick they are to forget, right? Series, no. All respect to Sirius.
Absolutely.
He deserves the attention that he's getting up there in top lane. But you forget about Triple, you're in for a world of pain.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, that is game one of this series. AV are up 1-0 over X5, and we're back with game two right after this.
Into this one, Jake gets a massive karma Q going off. 5-8's going all the way in, and it's Avant Garde that are trying to back off. Shen has tanked up so much damage heading into this one, but now both teams looking like they want to retreat. Gloop splashed away, so is crazy. They're just trying to get the heck out of there. Jake and Triple have gone forward. Gloop trying to get the speed up, not going to get that last auto attack to get taken down. Meanwhile, 5-8's got Shelby underneath the turret for the win, as it's going to be the Captain T-Gun picking up first blood. Coming right behind him, Series is waiting for the flash as well. Shelby just Captain Jacks the arrow, but now Triple's being jumped on 5-8. Good taunt flash coming out from the Shen. Tiga's trying to get in amongst it as well. Shen is just smacking him with his batons, trying to do everything he can to protect his support. Tiga's just getting smacked by the big old tree, gets the big double kill. Jake's flash forward, 5-8's gonna go down. Naruto videos is not good enough for his Shen, and Avant Garde take 4 kills in the mid lane. And 5-8 gets into backline, but only gets a taunt onto Jake. Guts will be the first to fall. They trade the support. Series already in the backline. So much damage onto T-Gun. Slaps into death. Shelby's now charging in amongst it. Crazy forced to flash out. Too low. The big old flash forward for Series picks up that kill. Gloop's the next to fall. And 5-8 watches helplessly as the rest of his team gets demolished one by one. Here goes the Olaf charging in. Tiga's going to be the first to fall. Guts is trying to escape here. The saplings will continue to slow him. They're hunting him down. Shelby wants this good old bug, but 5-8 will take one for the team as he falls second, followed by Guts. That's 3 members gone. Make it 4 as Crazy gets taken out by Triple as well. And that's going to be game 1 at just 22 minutes for Avant Garde.
It doesn't make make any sense. Nerds playing computer games and it's stadiums full of people watching them. It should not be interesting. It should not be captivating. And yet, more people watch the League of Legends World Final than watch the NBA Finals. That's crazy. When you're a little scrappy guy, you just want to prove yourself. You want to see how you stack up against the best people in the world. Nice question. That's what makes it exciting.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, AV are up one game over Exile 5. And joining me at the analyst desk here, I have Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, our in-house OPL analyst, and also Alex, who is a writer for Fairfax Media about League of Legends and maybe some other stuff someday. Who knows, right?
I have aspirations to write about NBA, but we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's just say more people watch the league finals than watch the NBA finals. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you make your own choice. It's fine. So anyway, before we get into this game too, let's talk about XL5 because obviously they're behind one game. But T-Gun's kind of a reasonable guy. He knows they're underdogs coming into this series. So when you think of yourself as the worst team or as perhaps the less skilled team, Mendrix, what kind of strategies do you impose to beat a team that you think are better than you?
So it just kind of goes back to what Carbon said last week, and the big reason for that is because you want to try and stay within that 1 to 2K gold mark for within the rest of your team and wait for an initial mistake. If you can do that, that's your chance to capitalize and take the win, and they did have a composition that had the ability to do that. When you see that one initial mistake, you do have the Kazakhs that can jump in, the Shen that can taunt, that can do so much, get you the kills you need, and then afterwards you can look towards objectives. So they can just continue what they're doing, but they need to even out those lanes and get to a point where they're actually capable of holding their own.
I mean, Alex, if you're X5 at this point, I mean, you probably think, look, it's going to be difficult for us to win this game because it was not an easy defeat in the first game. So what do you consider a win at this point?
I wouldn't call it a win as much as a good loss. There are bad losses and there are good losses. A good loss is a loss where you go in, you execute your game plan, you walk away saying we did what we wanted to do. You know, we lost our fights because their numbers were bigger than our numbers, as you saw in that that second replay up in top lane. Those are the games you want where things don't fall apart because your communications broke down or because your teamwork fell apart, but because you made a few mistakes here and there that added up.
And we did see the makings of that in that initial team fights, because that last replay that we did specifically, or what I want to touch on, is they ended up initiating the team fight. It didn't go their way, but they did try. It was the Ashe arrow first, and then afterwards they followed up with all their initial engage. And again, the numbers just wasn't there. So if they're able to keep on doing that, but actually do it when they are holding their own, they're looking towards possibly getting a winning team fight.
Yeah, look, sorry. If that fight is on even gold, XL5 crush it.
Exactly.
Because Blinky gets caught, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
But as you said, sometimes the computer game is just it's just numbers, and sometimes the numbers
well,
are not in your
the great
favor.
League of Legends expert Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "A champion is just a packet of data." Right?
Exactly, it is just all it is data. Well, also you got to think about their strategy for XL5 more broadly as well, right? We talked about earlier that they did not think triple was the big threat, and like you said, when you aren't wary of triple, you're in for a world of pain, right, Alex? So do you think they're going to be perhaps targeting more mid lane bans in this draft phase coming up?
Certainly. Syndra's scary. I wouldn't complain if they took it off the boards. I just think, if anything, Guts needs to pay a bit more attention to mid lane because, they were getting bent over there.
Do you want to see anything different from XL5 in this secondary game, Mendrix?
I don't want to see any... Well, I mean, the main thing that I want to see different is them just sort of holding their own lane. And the big thing that I want them to do in that specifically is to not give up those cheap kills early. I mean, they managed to get one themselves with that initial engage. But I mean, Crazy was dropped early in the game. You know, you can't really do that. Eventually, Avant Garde will slowly get those advantages and they'll just win with those numbers. So if you can stop those initials from happening, play a little bit safer and wait to execute your team composition, actually translate to coordination and objective play, that's something that will really help them to get the victory.
In terms of the team comp, do you see the dive comp being their strategy going into game 2 as well, or do you think they're going to try something else?
I think it could be a representation of Geordie coming into it saying this is, we want to focus more on this dive composition, because it wasn't really what they were using when they first initially started. They had more, again, they still had the heavy assassins from before, but they were more skirmishy. Now it's got some sort of direction with their team fights, which is something that I really enjoy for XL5, and I hope they can execute on it.
Yeah, I think 7 years of League of Legends history have taught us that it's not necessarily a weakness, to have one style and to go hard at it. That can get you really far.
Yeah,
and
Sin, you can beat Legacy.
Yeah, you can. Well, I'm not sure Jews will be happy to hear that, but that aside.
He knows I love him.
Yeah, Exile 5 sitting at the bottom of the ladder, right?
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go but up.
Yeah.
And look, if they found the style that they want to tunnel on and focus on, then all power to them. They should do that.
Absolutely. And like we've said time and time again, they've maintained a positive outlook despite the fact they've had a really difficult run. Well, if you're watching at home, #IamOPL, we'd love to get your thoughts on that match as well. And we also want to talk about the high school comp, which is running, about to start. You can represent your high school with the first national high school tournaments across Australia and New Zealand. Let's Play .live if you're in New Zealand, and Flak Test Gaming in Australia. Get some friends together from your particular school and get involved, because like we said, week to week, this was not available when I was a school student, and as a result, I was never able to prove that I'm a jock. I'm a massive jock. Come at me. All right. Well, we are done here at the analyst desk for now, so let us get into game 2 to see if XL5 can claw back a win and throw to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
I don't know about you, Hingers. I got to represent my high school in video games. Wasn't very good at it, but still did, and it's pretty fun.
I don't have anything to say. I mean, I played video games at high school. I don't think I was meant to, but that's a different story for a different day.
Well, we are about to get into the second match here between XL5 as well as Avant Garde. That game 1, though, was just a complete wash from Avant Garde. They just steamrolled through that match.
Yeah, needless to say, that was a little bit of a shellacking, Fish. So we'll see whether XL5 are able to bounce back. And what I want to see is just pick priority. Pick pushing lanes, pick things that can get up in in the opponent's face, and really go toe-to-toe with them. I mean, it looked like they kind of had that last game, but obviously the Jhin was a little bit too much of a lane bully along with the Syndra. So ban away bullies and then just pick something that you use to style on lanes, because what that will allow you to do is at least get to mid-game on even footing, and then you just see where the game goes from there.
I mean, we had 4 members from XL5 there underperforming. Even though Gloop is a substitute coming to this one, he played much better last week. Guts underperforming, we normally look to him to be one of the sole carriers of the team. Crazy and Tegan didn't do too well. Surprisingly, 528, who hasn't had a good week so far, stood up against one of the best top laners in the league and did pretty well.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, 528 actually did pretty well last week as well. Was able to take on the Alawi counter pick with the Camille and was able to get, you know, quite a lead on Swiper after being bullied around early and solo killed. But it's just a little bit of those things that they have to piecemeal it together all at the same time, because otherwise it's just not going to work.
Yeah, this video is going to be getting even more entertaining as well on 528. I believe he depicts you as a villain in that one spot.
Can you just read the band?
Well, we have the bans of the first band 3 phase that have gone through here. Syndra being taken away from Triple in game number 2. Ivan and Jace are the next 2 bands from XL5. LeBlanc, Camille, as well as Rengar are taken away by Avant Garde. We will have the Malzahar being locked in as the first pick for XL5. Again, Tiga picking up another damaging champion.
Potentially, we have seen it flexed in the OPL recently. That was, of course, by Sin Gaming. They took that into the mid lane. It is 7.2, guys, so the Voidlings still swarm. And when I mean swarm, I mean they just kick the crap out of you. So it's not 7.3, where they're a little bit more tame. I mean, you can kite them around a little bit. At the moment, they just do damage.
They certainly do. I mean, we've had it flexed in multiple positions. We had it in the jungle last night for the LPL, but we don't talk about that game anymore. Whereas Avant Garde have locked in Varus as their first pick here, and they're going to be picking up Rek'Sai for Chelby.
Yeah, so another control jungler for Chelby. I mean, Rek'Sai, unless you really go Tiamat in an offensive build, isn't much of a brawler at the earlier stages of the game like the Kha'Zix and the Rengars of the world. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, going back to the Varus doesn't really surprise me all that much. Definitely Blinky's champion of choice at the moment.
Probably the most popular AD carry at the moment. Especially with the changes to lethality and how strong it is in the current meta. We saw Avant Garde ban it away in the last game to first pick Jace. Sorry, not Jace. Jhin. And this time around it's going to be crazy to pick up the champion.
And the one difference between, I guess, the Jhin and the Varus is that Varus eventually has to itemize into a tier, even if it is after something like a Serrated Dirk. So there's a window where he's got 700 gold of useless stats, really. As it scales up, obviously, mana very useful. So it's a short window. However, we'll see whether, you know, something like a Malzahar, something like a Jhin can get in there and disrupt the bottom lane.
Oh, I like this pick coming up from XL5. Guts has locked in Graves, a champion that has been resurging in not only solo queue, but competitive play as well. And the lethality changes have made him nice and easy to play in the jungle. The flip side, Avant Garde, they're going to ban away, take away Nami. That's what we haven't seen too much of so far. And Kled, again, being banned by Avant Garde.
Yeah, I really like Nami Varus just because, you know, you can keep nice and topped up. You've got some good poke as well as windows of trading. You don't really, because he's not attack speed based, you don't really want to sit there and auto with Varus. But 1 or 2 into an E or a Q does a lot of percentage health damage. And then the ults layer themselves very nicely. I mean, you have the Varus ult, it can go out, then the wave keeps them in place while it spreads around. Make sure everyone is stunned up. When the full duration of Varus ult goes through, it's actually an obnoxious spell.
It certainly is. Stacks all of his W blighted passive onto people who get hit by it as well. The bubble going to come out quite synergized very well with the ultimate too. Excited to see this bottom lane from Blinky and Jake. They've been very dominant in the bottom lane up against this Malzahar and Jhin. Excited to see if they can continue to be as dominant. No misfortune counter, which is a little bit surprising from Avant Garde. They're not too afraid of these Voidlings. The second wave of bans have gone through though. We have Corki being banned out by XL5, and again Fiora targeted towards Series. We have Kennen and Kled, similar bans from last game.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they're giving respect to 528 because he definitely is an emerging talent up in the top lane. I mean, I feel like the top laners in the OPL are slowly starting to get a little bit better. Historically, it's been one of the weaker positions. And this is nothing new for AV, leaving the top lane for the last pick.
Yeah, if there's any team that knows how to develop top lane talent, it is Avant Garde. It was mentioned on the desk for quite a bit before game 1. And Avant Garde are bringing back Victor.
And I have a bone to pick with everyone, because whenever people just stop at Paradise as if like, oh yeah, they found Paradise in Series. There was a guy called Porky running around that was like a beast for AV back in 2014 when they were winning stuff. I mean, AV have historically always had good top laners, and you know, I think that it's nice to throw Porky in there, even though he hasn't been around for a while, because it does show that their depth goes back a little bit longer.
Seems like 528 has something to say about Maokai heading into this game. Wants to show Series a thing or two about the big old tree in the top lane.
And Maokai and Nautilus, for me, are two of the better tanks because when you put them in hard lanes, they at least have wave clear fish. You know, Nautilus with the E, Maokai with the Q spam, you're at least able to clear out the wave farm quite safely. So even if Series goes towards a carry...
Whoa! Series! He did not just do that!
I mean, he did. I don't know what you're so excited about. Tryndamere is locked in for the top lane of Avant Garde. But yeah, so he should still be able to wave clear against it.
My goodness. Jake was hovering this in the first game. He's been hovering it every single week. It's normally a swiper specialty, but Series gets to play Tryndamere. I am now incredibly excited for this match.
And there is a guy running around in solo queue at the moment that's popping people with Tryndamere. A couple of Zeal items in there, as well as a Bork. Generally gets the job done, Fish. Of course, Tryndamere, the reason we don't see him in competitive play is he synergizes a little bit better with Ghosts than he does with Flash. If he's shut down, becomes quite useless because he doesn't really have all that much CC to bring to it. And in team fights, isn't really the best. So we'll see how it works out. It makes sense why they have Chelby on a tank jungler now, because I assume that this is just going to be split pushing all day.
Most likely is going to be the case for Series. And you know, when you were talking about Maokai and Nautilus, I was going to add on to your point saying that the two tanks in the top lane to do very well into carries early on in the game until those carries get lifesteal if they're AD based. It's not quite sure if that goes to be the same against a Tryndamere. I haven't seen one of those in quite some time.
I mean, at the end of the day, mate, if Maokai is up there and Graves is up there, Tryndamere is dying pre-6. I don't care what you are. Graves hits way too hard at the moment, and Maokai has all the CC and base damages you need. So early game still should be a struggle, especially with jungle influence, just because, you know, Maokai adds a lot more to the ganks than what a Tryndamere is going to.
Yeah, and Series is going to be bringing Flash up into the top lane. We'll have to see if that helps or hurts him. Going up against this Maokai 528. Should be a little bit stunned by this pick, but it's definitely going to be one we will be watching out for when we head into this next match. But still, very interesting drafts from both teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, when you have a look at it, a nice 1-3-1 comp coming out of AV as we jump onto Summoner's Rift for game 2 between XR5 and Avant Garde. You can throw Chelby in a side lane. He has a global. You can get Series down there. He has teleport as well. So it's 1-3-1 versus very team fight heavy out of XR5. You definitely don't want to try and go into a 1-3-1 or even a 4-1 really, unless you have some good wards for ganks.
Crazy is going to get spotted out here by Avant Garde. They kill the ward, so nice and early lead for Avant Garde. 10 gold up to start off this game against XL5. But again, going for the very quick and early invade. But for now, as they just walk around the map and place their wards down, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Geordie now, and I want to start by asking you about Kled. Is Kled a pick that everyone kind of knows 528 enjoys?
I imagine so. I can't imagine any other reason they'd be banning it both games.
Absolutely. And also the Tryndamere pick. How do you think your team will stack up against the Tryndamere pick? Because it was kind of unforeseen. Yeah,
it was an interesting pick. We are pretty confident playing against it. I mean, if we keep him down in lane, it won't be too big of a problem, and that's our goal.
Excellent stuff. So sticking with a simple plan, do you think? What's your strategy going into this game?
Pretty much just team fight as much as we can, and
absolutely.
If we get ahead, we get ahead. If not, you know, it's not everything lost. We have the substitute again, unfortunately.
Absolutely. All right. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
There you have the XL5 coach there as...
Oh, I like this.
Tiga, no! There's the Voidlings. They're going to swarm onto Blinky. He's going to get locked down, or does he, as he flashes away? No summoner spells burnt by X5.
That's really interesting. I mean, they were obviously expecting the flash to come out, but if you exhaust, it takes him longer to walk towards the wall, and wow, Siri is just exerting some dominance up there in the top lane. Ooh. He took spin level 1. That's, you know, very, very nice to see. Generally, some... Tryndameres even take W level 2 if they get the lane pushing enough, because what it allows, he hasn't, but he's taken the Q, but you lessen the attack damage when people go in for the second rounds of trades as they're trying to pick up this creep score here. Didn't exactly catch his Keystone Mastery.
Blinky's being locked down, though the Voidlings are going to continue hammering down on towards Blinky. He's forced to flash away, and now they've got their eyes set on towards Jake. XL5. They're not fooling around anymore here.
Yeah, they certainly aren't, and that's all the potions gone out of Blinky, of course, starting longsword. However, early visit to the bottom lane out of Chelby looking to rescue the situation. It's pushing into them, so he certainly needs to get down there.
Crazy still has a couple of potions of his own to try and heal back up. But Tegan's playing this Malzahar quite well to kick things off. A little bit of cheese, but you have to respect the damaging supports in the when you're heading into the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know whether if it is cheese anymore. I mean, that's just what you expect coming out of Malzahar, to go forward and look for that at level 1 and 2, as Crazy actually misses out, and Tiga now caught off in the wrong side of the lane.
Does have Guts right behind him.
Good
He's going to
bait.
get locked down. Let's see if he goes for it. Blinky going to get jumped on again. Evades the W. Guts, that's a minion. You don't want to auto-attack those. You're going for the champions. The A-click not working out for him there.
Yeah, and as soon as that captive audience missed, I think he's just abort from the gank. I like the idea from the Guts. I really like the bait coming out of T-Gun. But unfortunately, if Crazy can't land that W, then there's no point really flashing afterwards if you're the jungle.
So we check in with the mid lane. Triple up against Gloop. Gloop has picked up Cassiopeia this time round. Victor doing a very good job of staying up in CS and just trying to zone out the Cassiopeia in early levels here.
I mean, it's still going to push back. That's still a massive minion wave. There's got to be like at least an extra 3 or 4 in there. So not really all that big of a deal that he's down at this stage of the lane. Bottom lane is holding up relatively well. It's top lane really where I'm starting to get a little bit worried for X5. Teleport's already been burnt, and that's a big advantage right now in a pushing lane.
Yeah, he's got a Cull as well as a longsword here, and Shelby's now going for the gank on towards 528. He's forced to flash away. That's Maokai's flash burnt, and he's burning through potions as well. Gets spun on by a series on top of that.
Yeah, actually Series has gone with the Bandit passive as well. That's why he's getting some extra gold for all the creeps that are dying, as well as the fact that whenever he smacks 528 in the face, he gets an extra couple of gold. Of course, there's big questions around whether it's worthwhile. Blinky in trouble.
He's going to get locked down here, trying to avoid the Voidlings, but they're chasing after him, and T-Gun picks up first blood with the Swarm.
Yeah, really nicely done, and this is what I said, get priority in some of your lanes. I mean, only bottom lane has it right now, but you can see that it is paying off massive dividends. That's after, you know, all of the harass and poke that had gone down early. And generally, if you can't kill a Nami lane, they get back ahead because of Nami's sustain. But they just kept at it. They were able to continue to chunk out. And a great job out of Crazy and T-Gun to start this one off on a positive note.
And how the tables have turned here, because Blinky and Jake, one of the strongest bottom lanes in the OPL, Crazy and T-Gun haven't had the best performances so far. Up in the top lane though, Series just slaps the Maokai one time, heals up to full health with that Q, the fully stacked Rage Bar helping him out there.
Yeah, certainly is. As Shelby actually shows mid lane against Gloop. It's still dangerous in 2 lanes right now for X5. As Chelby's actually been spotted out here. He's in some trouble.
Here comes Gloop as well as Guts trying to get the collapse. Good knock up on towards the Snake Lady. Doesn't get the ultimate down, so can't lock out the Rek'Sai. Even used a Ghost there, now being denied some of the CS.
Yeah, needs to get back around underneath that turret. You see that Shelby straight back to work. Looking for Guts still.
Shelby really wants this wolf here, smites it away, but Guts picks it up and they're going to fight. Shelby forced to try and run away.
Every
Quick draw.
member coming down.
528 comes around as well, forces the flash out of Shelby, doesn't get the wolf, and blows his summoner spell.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's persistence out of Shelby, but maybe a little bit misplaced. Does secure even more farm for Series up there in the top lane, as well as gives Gloop a little bit of a run around the map, but needs to be careful now that he doesn't have his flash, that he doesn't go into any ganks a little bit too early, because the counter ganking potential out of Graves has always been very high versus Rek'Sai, especially when there is no tunnels and flash available.
Move back down to the bottom lane. You can see Serrated Dirks picked up by both 80 carries. Crazy with a small advantage of an extra longsword. Thanks to First Blood that was picked up by Tegan. Shouldn't matter too much.
I mean, when you have a look at the gold values, it's actually Blinky that's still nearly up in gold, just because of how well he's been farming. 5 CS. It's only an assist, of course. T-Gun was a big benefactor of the kill. But they need to keep an eye on that CS discrepancy and make sure that Blinky isn't farming up out of control as he was last game. Although missing cannon creep certainly going to help out the opposition in that regard.
Tegan's going to be able to hit level 6 shortly as well. Jake's still sitting on level 4. So Malzahar will have a window to try and strike in that bottom lane.
A big ping going out in the bottom lane, actually.
Looking to try and fight. Captive Audience does not lock down the Rek'Sai. The Voidlings will not be able to get their feast onto the Rek'Sai.
And you could see that Guts was actually around the corner, so was ready to counter gank for Shelby if it did come into a big fight. Shelby, unfortunately, you know, could not go toe-to-toe with those Voidlings, as you said. Meanwhile, top lane, as it was pointed out by the observers, big damage down onto that turret already.
75 CS to 43 as well, going in favor of Sirius Tryndamere. Still in this bottom lane is crazy, and Team going to take a little bit of poke from this Varus, but Blinky just happy to sit back and farm up. Guts has snuck his way into the bottom lane.
I mean, I wonder if we see something like a lane swap. Guts is down here.
Oh, flash forward. They get the ultimate down from Tegan. Jake going to take so much damage. He will flash away. Kodakor comes out. It's going to be blocked up by Blinky, but for how much longer? Because the final shot's going to come through. Blinky sacrifices himself. Jake just dances on his dead body. And XL5 get a kill.
I mean, Jake gives him the look at me. I am the captain. You die for me, son, unfortunately. Does mean that the AD carry will fall down and unfortunately not get any of this gold underneath the turret. I really think that the right call here out of X5 is to recall and send your duo lane top because they need to be able to save that turret. It has fallen dangerously low and they will be able to push Tryndamere in and maybe get an extra wave for it. Not going for this is, in my opinion, just a huge risk. 528 probably has to burn a teleport on the back end. Otherwise, Series is just going to keep running at the turret. And there's nothing to do without, you know, things like the Ninja Tabby to be able to push that Tryndamere away. He's got sustain. He's got the on-hit sustain coming out of the Cull as well. He's just, you can't shove him out at the moment without multiple members.
It's pretty much a nuisance. You can see him just moving in, trying to get the slaps down on towards this turret. 528 desperately wants to hold this mini wave off the turret. Only has the single Doran's Ring. You normally need 2 on Nautilus or Maokai in the top lane to keep your mana nice and topped up. But it's not looking great for this big old tree. Series is level 6, and Avant Garde is setting up for a dive in the top lane.
Yeah, everyone is heading up. He has cleared out the minion wave, but here goes the dive.
Ghost being popped by Triple as well. Chaos Storm going to deal a lot of damage. 528 is going to fall. Guts now is the next one to get jumped on. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jake is trying to run away from these Voidlings. He will be able to do so, but Avant Garde, they got 2 kills in the top lane.
Yeah, they certainly did. Cassiopeia goes up, picks up one in response. So nice job from Gloop there. Now on the hunt for everyone else. Triple needs to be careful actually slowing himself like that. But a 2-for-1 trade is definitely a good news story, especially when both of them go over onto your split pushing Tryndamere. Turret lives for now and tabbies have been picked up. So maybe the Maokai can start standing up in the lane, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
He's going to run straight to the top lane. Meanwhile, Kodakor being popped here. Jake going to take a lot of damage. That will be cancelled out, but it still will be Tegan that picks up the kill. Blinky gets exhausted, but it don't time it well enough with the captive audience.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a bad jump there as we have another look at top lane. So Triple picks up the turret aggro initially, trades it over, actually doesn't even, just keeps it. And that's probably why the response kill came in, because Sirius has to use the ultimate underneath the turret with the flash, and it leaves Shelby as a sitting duck. So definitely could have been better executed on by the AV liner, I think it's fair to say. But, you know, a couple of kills is definitely a win.
Series also sneaks into their jungle and is able to get back to base safely. He's now got red buff. Bilgewater Cutlass as well as a Zeal here. 528 shouldn't go anywhere near him, and as I say that, Shelby ganks the top lane, forces the Maokai to flash away.
I mean, it's still a good avoidance of the gank, and you have to overextend because otherwise the Tryndamere just freezes on you forever, right? You never get near a CS ever again. However, is down pretty much half the CS, and they haven't been able to get Guts up there. The problem is now is that 528 is so much weaker than the Tryndamere that even if they bring him, I mean, there's serious 2v1 potential. Shelby's being caught out, however.
Will get slowed down. 528 still chasing the Rek'Sai down, but doesn't have any more crowd control to lock him down for the Cassiopeia Graves.
And this is going to be solo first turret gold going over to Series at the same time. I mean, when we have a look at it, it's about 2,600 gold, the lead for AV now. And pretty much 1,400 of that sitting on the top laner.
Yeah, somewhere in Sydney, Swiper is pleading to his coach to let him play Tryndamere. You see, look what he can do, guys. It's a great champion. It's crazy. He's going to get engaged on in this bottom lane. Gets taken out by Jake. Nice and easy. Chucks a wave at him. Picks up the kill.
I mean, I'm sure they would have loved that one to go over onto Triple. One thing to point out is Triple has rotated very nicely this game and still is up by pretty much 45 CS. Although might be caught out now being pinged.
Tegan going to try and lock him down. Flash over the wall. Gets him back to safety. Tegan opting not to use his ultimate early.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. Generally could have got the ultimate down there for sure, and then got the grounded to follow that one up and guarantee the kill onto Triple, who didn't burn Ghost or anything like that to start with. But this game is, once again, quickly devolving. X5, they had a very good showing in the bottom lane. They still are, actually. I mean, they're within 13 CS, and it's 2-0-1 on support, 1-1 and 2 to the 80 carry. But everywhere else in the map at the moment, I feel like it's just behind a step because of all that pressure that Series is putting on the top lane. And now with a Rift Herald, my goodness, he's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, that's not great. The Rift Herald here for Series. He is just going to split like an absolute monster. There's not too much that 528 can do about it. He's got his ninja tabs.
X5, meanwhile, is setting up a gank in the bottom lane.
Uh-oh, Blinky almost walks into it, places a ward down. Tegan and Guts don't react fast enough, and he's going to get away.
Tegan has flash and ultimate. I mean, that was very strange. Probably should have been a kill as soon as the ward went into the brush. I mean, you just generally blindly flash at that stage. And that's a lot of damage that's coming out. You can see that Blinky actually didn't go tier. So he was concerned about the power dip as well in the lane, especially when they started losing. So he's going to have less potency on the poke because he's not going to be able to throw out as much, but it's going to hit much harder at earlier stages.
It certainly will. XL5 are able to tie up the turrets taken down here, but there's still about 3,000 gold behind Avant Garde despite being up a kill.
But I feel like this is one of the more promising games we've seen because they've at least played towards their strong side of the map, and they've got an objective off the back end of it. Now if they use that duo lane, maybe rotate in the mid, see if they can pick up a quick kill onto Triple, who has no defensive stats at this stage of the game or something like that, it will be beneficial. However, AV read the play and now also looking at mid lane.
He's going to look to try and poke with this arrows there. Crazy! He's going to get hit by a laser on top of that. He's now below half health.
I mean, I still feel like you pull the trigger on the play. You have flash on T-Gun. He has a suppression. Everyone else has summoner spells and ultimates available. Crazy probably should still be looking for the fight just with the ultimate. Because otherwise you just get bled out. I mean, right now, Series is in the top lane. He's just split pushing like a madman. He's already got a completed item, and it's not going to save the turret. You need a fight around it.
Shelby just blocks the ultimate coming out from Crazy there. Now Blinky gets jumped on by Tiga. They're going to take quite a bit of damage, but he gets melted by Triple, who's trying to kite back away from Guts and Gloop. Gloop, he's going to be able to kite back as well, picking up a kill here as Avant Garde. They're going to take 2 against the engaging XL5. 5-8 here as well, which means Series is going to be able to take the top lane inner.
Yeah, and not enough coordination. They wait for the turret to die, so it's not on their side. 5-8's teleport is too late. They get absolutely nothing from it. Lose a mid lane turret, lose a top lane turret, and now AV are once again in firm control of the game.
Almost, sorry, actually 6,000 gold up. 15 minutes into this one, 5-8 is going to run up into the top lane and try to fight Series. That's not a good idea, but he's got a static sieve. 70 CS up against this Maokai.
Yeah, 2-0-0, 70 CS, as you said. He's a monster at this stage of the game. Cannot be trifled with lightly. And let's have another look at this. So you can see that there's just hesitation out of everyone, apart from T-Gun, who flashes forward, gets a really nice ult onto a priority target, but Gloop still a little bit too far behind. Guts gets drawn back in by a well-placed W from the Victor, and 5-8, they're too late. He can't do anything at this stage of the game. It's an execution error. That idea is perfect. If you're the coach, you run that reel time and time again and just explain, the value of going in as a unit of 5 as opposed to leading with an ultimate and then, Gloop flashing in a little bit too late. Was right there. It was on the tip of being a good play, but the execution let them down again.
This has allowed Series to go back to base, pick up a Blade of the Ruined King, as well as Berserker Greaves here on the Tryndamere. 5-8's yet to finish his Sunfire Cape. And already Series has got 2 items heading into this game. Triple is looking for a Lich Bane as well. He's gonna hit like a truck with his empowered autos.
Yeah, let's talk about Victor's itemization a little bit because we haven't seen him much in pro play ever since the Rylai's nerf went through. Doesn't have a way to reapply that slow, so it is a little bit harder to make him work. However, Lich Bane gives him some mana back as well as some cooldown reduction, and it gives him that genuine one-shot ability on the 80 carries that are a little bit less mobile. As now T-Gun searching for Shelby.
Gonna get the Voidlings down. They all auto-attack the jungler here. Doesn't deal too much damage anymore. Tiga did not want to lock him down with the ultimate.
Yeah, a little bit of a wasted ultimate there because the rest of AV was collapsing.
Luke just dies off to the side there. Triple's gonna be able to pick up that kill. The rest of Avant Garde now slowly collapsing on the remaining members of XL5. They're still series split pushing. He's about to take down his 3rd turret of this game.
And I mean, when you think about it, he's up all these kills as well as the CS, but the big thing that he's really been able to pick up is solo turret gold. And that actually puts him about 3,800 gold ahead of the other top laner, just by himself, by getting all the solo turret gold and just continuing to get scarier and scarier as this game progresses, and no one even wants to go near him to stop him. They're going to send T-Gun down.
He's an absolute monster on this Trinity. He still has the Glimmer of the Void passive, and he's just going to slowly hack away at this turret. Will now be forced to back away as multiple members of XL5 threaten to collapse.
And once again, this is actually really nice out of AV. If you are serious, it's very easy to be like, no, I'm fed, I'll outplay, I'm going to stick around for a couple of more turrets. However, the rest of the team's backed away, so he goes back to base, picks himself up at the last Whisper, definitely going to be able to deal with 5-8 at this stage of the game, and he'll head back into his split push towards the bottom half of the map, because Baron, coming up in a minute, is going to be the next big priority. So I feel like they're playing very respectful, controlled League of Legends, and that's why their closeout have been much cleaner than maybe we've seen out of people like Legacy, Chiefs, Direwolves, because honestly, they're affording XL5 as much respect as you can give to an opponent and just sticking to the game plan over and over again.
And they've got massive power spikes as well. Chelby has been able to complete his Jungle Idol, and Ninja Tabby's looking very tanky on that Rex side. Lichbane has been complete for triple as well. Even after tier finally being picked up by Blinky here after going for a serrated Dirk nice and early.
And I think it's fair to say, you know, XL5 was picking up much more kills against the Chiefs last week. You could see that the Chiefs were definitely smiling back at their opponents as they were playing that game. However, definitely no laughing happening on the side of Avant Garde so far. They've looked very well drilled, and I think that when you assess the strength of this team, that has to be up there as well, as Guts is in. Actually, Series just backs away.
Series does not want to fight him. We'll head back to safety. Good smoke screen coming out from Guts, scares the Trinamere away.
Meanwhile, Crazy's ulted somewhere, trying to pick up a kill onto Triple. Blew a flash, I believe, off screen.
As the rest of Avant Garde look to push the top lane. Blinky getting a look to continue poking out XL5 with his arrows. Just allowing time for Series to get his split push going. Still has Glimmer of the Void, still has a lot of power up against the Maokai.
However, if Maokai can hold the creep wave off the turret and, you know, just look to clear out as fast as possible, maybe he has a fighting chance. Although it doesn't look like that's the case because he's about to die in the bottom lane.
They're going to fight on both fronts here. Gloop and Tigger getting locked down by the W coming out of Victor. Crazy flashes on forward, taking a lot of damage. Avant will lose triple, and Guts is trying to go toe-to-toe against the remaining 3 members. What are you doing, buddy? You can't just slide over to Blinky. He's got Jake and Chelby close by. Jake will pick up a kill.
Yeah, so very nicely done. I mean, I feel like this at this stage of the game, if you go for the outplay regardless. You've just lost the one-on-one split push. You've lost the 4-on-4 team fight. Not really all that much else to grasp at. And it looks like in 22 minutes, again, AV are going to break the base on 2 fronts.
Yep, they've broken the top lane inhibitor turret. Bottom lane inhibitor turret's going to fall as well. Series has taken down 5 turrets this game. He went from Hitman to Demolitionist in one game.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, he's picked up a solo kill underneath the turret as well, if you don't mind. So certainly playing both roles this time around.
Oh, he's crossed up another one of the OPL top laners here. He's now taken down 4. If you include the kill steal from Chelby last week.
You don't. I mean, I feel like we got to stay true to the list.
All right, so he's taken out 3.
It was a miss last week.
Meanwhile, Tegan in a little bit of trouble. Chelby's there. So is Triple. He goes for that one. Now Avant Garde slowly looking to chase down XL5. Guts is caught out. He tries to go on towards Triple. Will get locked down by the gravity field. Curtain Call comes out but does not connect onto anyone important. Gloop will get locked up by Chelby. Flashes on forward. Double knockup coming out from the bubble as well. This entire time, we have Series split pushing in the bottom lane. He's taken out an inhibitor for himself. Gloop takes an arrow to the snake, I should say. That's Crazy will get locked down for Triple's kill. 5-1-6 on this Victor. My goodness. Avant Garde are just opening up the base against XL5.
They certainly are. I mean, AV really have stuck to the game plan, executed upon it beautifully, and dismantled the XL5 lineup. And I don't think we're done. I mean, T-Gun looks like he's about to fall down. I'll be able to pick that one up. 5-8 does get a kill in response.
He's going to go back in. Again, Series just pops the ultimate and decides he's going to town with his strong arm. We'll be able to pick up another kill, and that should be game for Avant Garde.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. Everyone has fallen. Crazy's going to respawn, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because Series is on the Nexus turrets.
They're taking these turrets down nice and easy. His right arm is so much stronger than his left as the Demolitionist and Hitman will take down 2 more turrets for himself. The Nexus is open. Crazy, you don't want to get anywhere close to that demon of a Tryndamere as Avant Garde will eventually close out this game against XL5.
Series died at the end, so I feel like, you know, X5, they got a little bit of the last laugh. You can see Jake not too happy about that one. But, yeah, what a performance out of AV, honestly. That was beautiful to watch. They cleaned up both games in under an hour. I mean, if you want to make a statement, that is the way you do it. You stick to the game plan. You play clean League of Legends. You afford your opponents the respect to, you know, play that one out by the textbook. And that is exactly what they did. I mean, XL5 had a much better duo laning experience this time around. I think you have to give credit to T-Gun being able to dictate the pace of the game. They needed him to step up, but in the split push battle, they just weren't able to win it.
Yeah, it seems like the parts of the map that were failing for XL5 really stepped up in that second game, but Avant Garde just targeted the strong points that XL5 had in that first match. They took down 5-8 nice and early, were able to cripple him in the top lane with an unorthodox pick there, and they pick up a win in game 2, picking up all 3 points this week as well. To break down that game further, let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. We are joined here at the analyst desk by Alex and also Mendrix. Guys, let's talk about this game. AV looking very strong across the entire series, but that second game, closing out a game, 23.5 minutes. Mendrix, this is a statement.
Absolutely a statement. And really, these guys just seem to be evolving throughout the entire split. When they first started with a little bit of a shaky start, then the incremental improvements after that. And now these guys are looking so solid. And Sarah's, again, continuing to pop off. I mean, that bot lane, they had a lot of pressure early, but still keeping up in CS, still having those sort of naturally holding lane, even without that support, is such a big statement as well for that bot lane. So again, AV just shining lights everywhere.
Alex, we talked a lot in the first game about how Triple kind of popped off. His second game, very good for him as well. Is he just playing well, or is it the fact that he's going up against a sub in Gloop?
It's partially that. Gloop is doing well for the situation, the difficult situation that he's been put in. But Triple is a superstar mid laner in this region. Any team would love to have him, you know. And you saw that game when he was putting so much pressure on mid lane. He was leading by 30 CS by like the 12-minute mark or something. Not only was he able to dominate his own lane, but he was able to impact other lanes, like when he roamed top and, you know, Series got the double kill in Tryndamere.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft as you bring it up on your screen right now. And the big thing that sticks out to me, Mendrix, is the Tryndamere pick. I mean, Fish got very excited about it. How did you feel?
Extremely unorthodox pick, and I think it is actually a really good response into Maokai specifically. Maokai, although he tends to not have the strongest early game, he is solid up in that lane, and he was allowed to be exploited because of that, because Tryndamere just immediately jumped onto him, leveled that spin first, so he was able to exert extreme amounts of pressure. And then when it came to that point where it was sort of the breaking point for Tryndamere, when he got that double kill, it was because Triple actually came through and really helped out to make sure that he could land, come in early, took a little bit of that turret pressure, and then allowed him to just pop off afterwards. And then when he escaped, he was just an absolute threat, an absolute menace in that top lane.
Yeah, and I have to say, when you're laning against the Tryndamere, the warning signs come very early. Level 1, he got, I think it was 1 or 2 criticals on. And yeah, you can say, oh, like a dog, you know. But still, that's a threat you have to be aware of when you're playing against Tryndamere. If you take those hits early, your whole paradigm changes as to how you play that lane.
I mean, can we talk a little bit about how Tryndamere fits into their wider team comp, though? Because is this kind of a top lane pick where it's like a bit of fun, or is this legit just like, hey, we're trying to build to this pick?
Well, it certainly looked like it. You saw Sirius was really happy on that play game. Blinky was having a bit of a laugh as well. But this is a pretty standard 1-4 comp. You know, you've got Victor who can pretty much mana push by himself because he's got that laser that just clears wave after wave and he never runs out of mana, and he can disengage with the gravity field. I love Victor, by the way. And they were in the perfect situation for Sirius to just get to work on Tryndamere. Now, that pick could be anything. That could be a Shen. That could even be an Irelia. This game, it was Tryndamere.
With Tryndamere specifically, and what I want to discuss about that is that Tryndamere is really a greedy laner. He is going to be staying up there the whole time. You don't really have him bring any benefit to a team fight composition other than, well, if he manages to get on your squishies, he is probably going to kill them. And that is generally why he just sits in that top lane, farming away. Ceres did that role amazingly. But the thing is that he's not going to bring anything massive to the rest of the team fight. So he really is just going to be a split pushing menace throughout the entire game, really.
Well, let's not ignore XL5 completely because they did show signs of life throughout the entire series. Let's take a look at this replay from the towards the end of the game in the top lane because they start off well and then things kind of just collapse, Mendrix.
So what you can see here in this specific team fight is XL5 go, you know what, Tryndamere's not here, let's engage. And they do a really good job of jumping straight onto Triple and getting the kills. But the big thing here is Triple managed to get that Chaos Storm off. And because he did that, all of the squishies on the side of XL5 were just absolutely melted. That allowed the rest of the AV team lineup to kite back any other damage threats that might have appeared, and they were able to break the base because of it.
Yeah, and I have to say, the Nami pick really helped them out in the team fights here. Malzahar is a great support pick, can catch people off guard, and can really start that team fight for you. But the thing is, Nami's ultimate, it's like a shotgun. It doesn't miss anything past 10 foot, and it can't hit anything past 20 foot. So, the moment T-Gun flashed in, dropped that ultimate, Jake was every time putting that ult down.
Yeah, well, if you're XL5 now, you're still winless after week 4. What are you doing to rebuild at this point, Mendrix?
It all comes down to them sort of moving towards communication, keeping the team dynamic going, continuing to remain positive. And I think one thing that Spawn pointed out in his cast, which I really like, is to sort of go towards those priority picks. So sort of make it so that you're setting up the rest of your lanes for success. Because if you manage to get a really good lead early, that means that you can sort of just take that win and continue forward from there. And it really comes to the point where, say, we may be having issues in team fights. Avant Garde showed that. They were always early every single time. Well, if you just beat them in lane, they can't set that up. And that might be an advantage they can look towards.
I mean, Alex, you're not going to be here every week, so I want to get your perspective before we get out of here. But do you think that XL5 could feasibly go winless this entire split?
Like you said, every team can beat every team. That also means every team can lose to every team. I don't see it happening. T-Gun is a motivated competitor. He has a lot of fire in him. If there's enough losses, he's going to come back a different beast, I reckon. All
right, well, let's take a look at the Radiant Medal, our MVP best and fairest for this game. And it is going to be a tie between Triple, who got 10 votes out of a maximum 12, and also Series. So it kind of was split amongst the voting cast. I don't know, Mendrix, do you want to vote who your pick out of those two was?
I actually went for Triple this time around, and the reason why I went for Triple is he helped facilitated Series early, so that way he was able to get ahead in that initial second game. And in the first game, he absolutely popped off. I mean, he really showed Gloop who was boss in that mid lane, and he was just a sort of solid beam that entire team fight or the entire series.
And meanwhile, are we just giving are we just giving series points as well because that sweet Tryndamere pick? Or I mean, he did play well. There's no denying that, right? He's continuing his great form into week 4.
Well, here's the thing about the best Tryndamere players, and Swiper, if you're watching, you can back me up on this. The best Tryndamere players can crit whenever they want, and the series can. So, he's my MVP.
All right. Well, it is now interesting because Series himself is standing by with Spawn for the interview, so let's cross to them.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am Spawn, joined by Series, the top laner of Avant Garde. I want to just start this off a little bit differently. I mean, everyone's saying you came out of nowhere. How long have you been playing League for? Were you just a solo queue pickup? How did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing League for about 4.5 years now, and I've been playing across multiple servers because of the various countries that I've lived in. I'm not surprised that people think that because I actually moved here from Singapore, so not many people will have known me, so I basically came out of nowhere.
Exactly right. And with that came with all the surprises. I mean, talk to me about the Tryndamere pocket pick. I mean, is this something that you guys have been running a lot in scrims? Is it a solo queue pickup? Where is it from?
No, yeah. So basically, like back in the day, it used to be sort of a Tryndamere one trick, and again, no one will know that because it's from different servers. But yeah, I just love the pick. I think it's a great split pushing. It's legit. And yeah, it's something that we've been practicing, so I want to stick to that.
And you've had a couple of really nice games on carries, but your Maokai play, I mean, able to stop up a lot of Shen. It looks like your communication with the team is pretty good. I mean, you're getting to the team fights first. Talk to me about how it's been like playing for AV as that teleporting top lane.
Oh, I mean, playing for AV is great. We have the luxury of having bonded very well, and that makes things easier. I think it's easier to communicate with your team when everyone's open, and it's not necessary, but it definitely helps. And yeah, so it makes things easy, or at least my teammates make things easy.
All right, cool. And, you know, with all of this easy, with the back of like 3 3-point victories, I mean, at the moment, it looks like you guys are legit and slotting into the top 4. Are you a top 3 threat? Are you a top 2 threat? How good is this team?
I mean, I genuinely think we are. We'll have that question answered next week when we play the Chiefs, but I mean, I think it'll be fine, and I'm looking forward to it.
And are we going to see another tournament pick into swap?
Absolutely. I hope so.
All right, there you go, guys. Gauntlet has been thrown serious. Thank you so much for the interview. However, guys, we've got another best of 3 coming your way. It's our game of the week as Direwolves are going to take on Legacy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
Trying to avoid the Voidlings, but they're chasing after him, and T-Gun picks up first blood with the Swarm. Oh, flash forward, they get the ultimate down from T-Gun. Jake gonna take so much damage, he will flash away. Kodocore comes out, it's gonna be blocked up by Blinky, but for how much longer is the final shot's gonna come through? Blinky sacrifices himself, Jake just dances on his dead body.
But here goes the dive.
Ghost being popped by Triple as well. Chaos Storm gonna deal a lot of damage. 5 to 8 is going to fall. Guts now is the next one to get jumped on. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jake is trying to run away from these Voidlings. He will be able to do so, but from Crazy there. Now Blinky gets jumped on by Tiga. They're going to take quite a bit of damage, but he gets melted by Triple, who's trying to kite back away from Guts and Gloop. Gloop, he's going to be able to kite back as well, picking up a kill. Here, Gloop and Tiga getting locked down by the W coming out of Victor. Crazy flashes on forward, taking a lot of damage. Avant will lose Triple, and Guts is trying to go toe-to-toe against the remaining 3 members. What are you doing, buddy? You can't just slide over to Blinky. He's got Jake and Telby close by. Jake will pick up a kill.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, we saw Avant Garde 2-0 Exile 5 in that first series. We are now about to get into our match of the week, which is Legacy taking on Direwolves for this joint second place. Can one of them eke out the other? But let's break this second match down as I turn to my analyst desk, Mendrix and also Alex. And Mendrix, let's start with the Direwolves. What's their season been like so far?
Direwolves have had a dominating season, and these guys really seem to be so lane-focused at the moment. They really take control of each other's lanes, and then from that point take the victory with the advantages that they've gained over time. And these guys have sort of just been pushing through immediately. Chippies has been so strong up in that top lane, always getting the solo kills, always being the guy that's sort of generating this massive split push pressure threat. So this team at the moment is really a powerhouse.
And their opponents, Alex, Legacy. You've been watching this scene for a very long time. You've seen Legacy develop. How do you feel like their split is going this time around compared to others you've seen?
Well, it's always been the same, right? Legacy are one of the best winners in the league. They're one of the best teams at having a clear game plan. They know what roster development looks like. They're just on top of it all. But they dropped a match to Sin, and that's concerning because they shouldn't lose to Sin. And I know we could get into all the reasons why that happened. But I will say, for now, they've got a new bot lane. They've got a new mid laner who's back from Japan. They're still settling into things, but they need to get better, and they need to get better soon.
Absolutely. All right, well, let us get to it and look at the Direwolves as they are getting ready in the studio right now. Chippies is going to be in the top lane. Schönfire will be their starting jungler rather than Sybil today. Fantix, their mid laner. King, their AD carry. And Destiny, their support player. And Mendrix, when you look across this lineup, very strong laning phase, have struggled to close out games that have been otherwise dominating, though.
That's really been the question for both teams at the moment, and especially with the Direwolves, except for that last game they played last week. And the reason is they sort of cleaned all their play up. They had a 26-minute shutout. So these guys can close games when they put their mind to it. But it's just a matter of them playing that clean play, being respectful to their opponents. And when they do that, they are just absolutely unstoppable.
Alex, ignoring Legacy, ignoring their opponents for a moment, and just focusing in on Direwolves, where do you see their weaknesses?
Direwolves' weaknesses.
Yeah, are there any?
Are there any? No.
No.
From the perspective where you're looking at, they go into a game, where can they lose? They don't have any weaknesses. But their actual weaknesses are weaknesses that all teams, all players kind of have in common. That's silly mistakes, that's bad execution, that's bad communication. This is a roster with no holes. And I think it's really hard to say that of most Oceanic teams. This is the best Direwolves roster ever assembled. There's not a single hole, not a single weak point on their roster. It's up to them whether or not they can translate their on-paper strength to success. Well,
Mendrix, when we talk about them not having a weakness across their entire roster, we want to drill down on Schönfire, right? Because he debuted last week, much hyped player. How do you think his debut went, and do you see him as fulfilling his potential so far?
So he went into that sort of with the interview saying, I am going to dominate. And his performance sort of didn't leave that. So it wasn't what he wanted to have. He was actually down on kills. He wasn't having a positive KDA. That was definitely a performance far from dominating. But in terms of him being good in the whole group of things, he was all right in the team fights. He was there when he needed to be. He had some good plays, but not a dominating performance.
All right, well, across the rift, Direwolves' opponents are going to be Legacy. And earlier today, I spoke to their team captain and jungler, Carbon, about the upcoming match, and let's see what he had to say.
It's just another week for us. We get the same amount of points for beating them as we would beating X5 next week. So we're obviously really want to win. It will put us clear second as well, which is very important, especially with the gauntlet this year. So look, we have worked really hard this week, and we're really excited to play. But at the end of the day, it's just another 3 points.
Your opponent, jungler Schönfire, this week. No surprise, you weren't super impressed with his debut last week. He was looking to step up today. Do you think you have a real experience edge on him, though?
Maybe. I mean, I would say he's definitely a talented player. He maybe had a bit of nerves last week. I'm not really sure what it was. But I'm expecting him to come out firing today, and I'll definitely have to play my best to keep up.
And finally, you're coming off the back of a pretty harsh loss last week. What have you guys been doing to repair since then?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously reviewed it a lot, and I think it kind of highlighted a number of issues for us. We've been practicing really hard this week to try and work on those. It's never nice losing, but it's always a good opportunity to learn.
Yeah. Finally, you feeling confident for today then?
Yeah, more or less. No, look, they're obviously a really talented side, but I think we also have a really talented side, so it should be a good contest.
Excellent. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck with the match.
Thanks, mate.
There we have team captain of Legacy and their jungler Carbon saying, yeah, we're pretty confident. I mean, that's Carbon though, right? He's a very no-nonsense kind of guy. He tells it how it is, and he doesn't have these delusions, right, about being, really confident. He kind of tries to assess these games one-on-one. So, Alex, when you see him talking about today, do you kind of think that he's going to be going into this aggressively, or how do you think Carbon's going to be playing today?
I think Carbon has a chip on his shoulder after that loss. Any competitor would, really.
Sure.
I call him the Paul Gallen of Legacy Esports minus the beer gut. Well, actually, the beer gut is yet to be confirmed. I'll have to check after the matches. But yeah, I think this is the team they want to beat, right? Because if Legacy versus Chiefs is the premier rivalry, then surely Direwolves versus Legacy has to be the second one.
Sure. Mendrix, do you feel that going into this match, Carbon there being very respectful of his opponent in Schönfire, saying, look, he's a very good player, and kind of almost stepping back from the comments he made last week on the desk, and not that he's necessarily flip-flopping or changing, but obviously when you're faced with someone about to play them, your mentality might change, right?
It is a bit of a realization when you are going up against someone. You sort of sit back and go, okay, let's actually double down and look at what he can do. And I think when you do have the opportunity to look at it and scrutinize him a bit more effectively, you start to realize, yes, this is what he is good at. He is someone I can't just really push out I can't set him up as a pushover. I need to be in a different frame of mind when I'm versing him. And with Carbon specifically and with Legacy, they can really take it to the Direwolves with that macro game. If it gets late, that's their opportunity to take out the Direwolves.
All right, well, let's take a look at Legacy as they are getting ready right now in our studios. Let me bring up their roster. We're going to be looking at Tally playing in the top lane. Their jungler today, Carbon. Claire's going to be playing mid lane. Their AD carry Lost. And their support, Cupcake. And these guys looking pretty confident there, I reckon, despite what Carbon has said.
Well, let's say they've been working hard throughout the entire week, and when you sort of do double down and put in that extra yards, you do go into, I mean, it happens when you study, you put that extra thing, you go into the examination, relax. And it's the same sort of thing for these games. When you put in that extra work, these guys should be going into it relaxed, which is a really good sign to see.
There's a couple of different things going on in this matchup between Legacy and Direwolves. And the first one I want to talk about is how we're seeing debuts of some new players this split. In particular, Claire, who is back from Japan playing mid lane for Legacy, and also Schönfire, who's kind of spent some time in North America and Korea, is now jungling for Direwolves. So let's bring up a graphic on them. And I want to ask you, Alex, as we talk about these guys, in particular, what stands out to you? Is it the kill participation for Claire? It's 55.9%. It's very high.
Yeah, so look, Claire is a player who Legacy have played with before, but he's come into his first OPL split as a starter. The pressure is on him immediately to be an important piece of this, and you can see that kill participation. They're not happy to have him farm and just clear waves forever. They want him to be a part of everything. And you contrast that with Schönfire, whose stats are lower than we'd expect across the board. I just wonder, are both these players... are they confident in how they're starting this split off?
I mean, Mendrix, they're coming with a lot of pressure on themselves. This is also just one game from Schönfire.
That's right there. And with these two guys, they seem to be, well, they've looked at as some of the most hyped players coming into this split. And Claire specifically, he seems to sort of been underperforming. But when we look at Schönfire, that kill participation for a jungler is really low. He's supposed to be the guy that's moving around the map. You would expect him to be involved at least 50% plus. And only have 38% in his sort of debut is a little bit of a letdown. But he had his own advantages where, I mean, he was almost matching the gold per minute when it came to against Claire there, which is something that doesn't really happen for junglers.
Well, speaking of junglers, the team captain of Legacy, Carbon, is going to be facing off against Schönfire. And as we look at that kill participation, 64%, much higher than 38%, Alex.
Yeah, that tends to be higher in wins and lower in losses, especially for a support-oriented jungler like Carbon, who likes to get his team going. If Legacy don't get off to a flying start, you will see him lag behind. But what I want to look at is that KDA. I know Mendrix pointed out something.
That's right. I mean, when you look at that KDA there, you can see those last two games actually had him not dying at all. In the first 2 weeks, he actually only dropped 2 deaths. It's in that last series, he's actually dropped close to 16. So really a large amount there has actually shredded his KDA. So hopefully he can bounce back into it this week. That Sin Gaming was really rough on him for his stats specifically.
Yeah, look, the lesson here is that you look at stats in their context, right? You drop 16 deaths in one series. That looks a lot worse than pretty much anything. I know my old stats professor would have my head for it if I just
just
jump
cherry
to some-
picking
yeah,
these.
yeah, yeah. Hey, I can make any narrative happen if you give me the right numbers. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Check my Twitter.
Well, well, let's keep Alex away from his calculator, obviously, because we need to, clearly be respectful of these stats. Well, let's keep drilling down on this, because Carbon, as he faces off against Schönfire, it's not just their playstyle, it's also their personalities that are quite different, right? We see Schönfire last week saying, look, I want to dominate. That is his narrative he wants to push. And then Carbon, his whole thing is just like being a leader, being someone the team looks to as almost a calming influence, Alex.
Yeah, and I think the attitudes that these two junglers have towards the game is sort of reflective of the teams in general. Dire Wolves are this mad stacked team of mechanical talent who just seem to have this one objective, and that's what helps them grow together. Whereas Legacy, you can't say that their talent is as high across the board, but they come together under the umbrella of Carbon.
Absolutely. All right, well, before we throw to our casters, let me get your predictions, because I feel like this is a close one to call. These teams are both tied for second currently. So, Mendrix, let me start with you. Who is going to be taking out this match?
I feel Legacy are going to bounce back. I'm giving them a 2-1 against the Dire Wolves.
Alex, do you agree?
Unlike Big Sean, they are not going to bounce back. I think Dire Wolves take this 2-1.
Goodness. All right. Well, R&B and hip-hop references aside, that is a split analyst desk. So it is time to get into the match and find out who is going to be taking out this first game. So let's throw it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm not quite sure how a three-man desk can kind of be split there, but it is anyway.
I can tell you how. A coward abstains yet again from the race, so that's...
Seems like
nice.
a tricky use using the desk.
It certainly is. I'm biased host. I don't blame the man at all.
We are to Champions League for the match of the week. It's going to be the Dire Wolves taking on Legacy. Both of these teams currently 2-1 in the OPL, so it's an important match for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And let's just reset as to why it's an important match for Dire Wolves. They've said that, regular season aside, they're there for playoffs, but they need to prove Schönfire works late game. If you go back and watch their early games, his warding was instrumental, his pathing was very good, but then when it gets to the later stages of the game, they were face-checking brushes against Tainted Minds. They looked like they were all over the shop. And I think that this game is going to be one of those games that Schön comes out and tries to control his team. He is one of the big active voices when he's playing, and clean up their play towards that latter stages.
I'll excited to see if he can do just that. We are into picks and bans. The bans have already flown out here. LeBlanc on the blue side being banned out by the Dire Wolves with Zyra as well as Jace. Malzahar, Rengar, and Camille will hit the bench for Legacy. That gives Dire Wolves the first pick of Kha'Zix as Tally casually hoppers the tournament.
Yeah, so Kha'Zix being picked up, kind of strange. I mean, it is a strong jungler, but one of the responses we've seen time and time again against it is the Elise. It's definitely Carbon's best jungler. I mean, you can also push the tempo of the jungle through an Ivan pick and try and dissuade a lot of what Kha'Zix does well. So see whether Legacy have options available to it, because gut feel is that against this Legacy lineup, an aggressive jungler isn't really all that needed, because Carbon is a tempo jungler.
Well, Legacy will go for the Varus pick, and Karma being picked up again. I believe that's 3 for 3 so far. Resurging as a very popular support, was played quite heavily last night in the LPL, even flexed into the mid lane once in a while. Rise is going to be the lock-in here for Fantix, a very popular pick globally, but hasn't seen too much play in the OPL, and promptly countered, the pseudo-counter pick of Cassio being locked in by Legacy.
The one series that it was 100% pick ban was actually the Dire Wolves versus the Chiefs series. I feel like Fantix is incredibly comfortable on it. I know that Claire and Swiffer are also comfortable on the Rise pick that I'm speaking about in particular. So I'm not surprised to see such a heavy priority put back on this again.
We are into the second ban wave.
It's got to be the Kennen ban, doesn't it?
Has to be. Well, Fiora is the first ban coming out from Legacy here.
I just feel if you're going to target things that tanks don't do well against, which is what the Fiora ban is specifically for. So if Tally does want to take it to a Maokai or an Auto or something like that, then you have to get rid of Kennen at the same time, because he's the exact same kind of counter pick during that laning phase, shuts it down quite hard and continues to split push.
We already have Jace being banned out nice and early in the ban phase, so no more chances to throw up in the top lane.
Jace is actually kind of a little bit more weird because he doesn't bring the same CC that Kennen does, so he doesn't set up ganks the same, so you can actually stand up to Jace as a top laner if you go with tanks.
And that's a big respect ban from the Direwolves. I mean, we have Ivan being banned out, still a very common ban, but the Gangplank targeted towards Tally being taken away as their final ban.
Yeah, and I feel like there's two ways that Jimmy Shoot plays the Gangplank. One's a little bit more jovial, running around with his Sork boots, and the other one is the very serious, pen builds that come out, and he looks to dominate the map. And against someone like the Direwolves that want the flexibility of being able to play a carry top laner, let's talk about the Aurelias, let's talk about the Jaxes. The respect given over to, get rid of the Gangplank that can go toe-to-toe with these picks is very needed.
It's also very scary when Legacy have last pick, but that's going to be saved for Carbon, as we have Maokai being locked in for the Direwolves, and they're going to take Thresh as their support of choice for Destiny, and Carbon's going to go back to good old Lee Sin.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, we said that he has a supporting jungler pool that should be able to go. I haven't got taken away. I was expecting Rek'Sai or Elise to come out, but no, Fire with Fire goes with the Lee Sin, going to look to equal the aggression that comes out of the Direwolves lineup, and I think across the board, we can say that is the tanks. Front to back comps, big tanks up the top, supports actually playing supports. We're going to have a brawl.
Yeah, we're going to have a big fight here between Direwolves as well as the Legacy. Legacy known to go into team fights. Direwolves known to be that scrappy brawler of a team. It's going to be one action-packed match between these two.
And this is going to be interesting. What do Direwolves look like with all 5 members on the same screen? Because Chippies was definitely happy to split push against Praedyth last week. In the past, we've seen that Direwolves against the Chiefs actually elected to teamfight a little bit more often than the Chiefs expected, it has to be said. Whereas Legacy have always been a big team fighting team. Even when they put Tally on carries, it is for the point of being able to take out front lines in the big 5v5 team fights. So this may be more towards Legacy's wheelhouse, but we said that against the Chiefs, and Direwolves look good.
And very meta champions being picked up as well. I mean, we don't see Misfortune being picked up anymore. Recently been played as an AD carry more than has been a support even. And now we have Thresh coming back here. We saw Rogue play a game with this champion. Now Destiny's picking it up. Very excited to see more champions coming into the meta.
Yeah, it has a lot of priority in the lane, the Thresh. I mean, you can flash forward with the Flay, you get your jungler involved nice and early, and, brings enough CC that your jungler can be the person following up with the damage. So I feel like if you're going towards, a little bit more CC jungler, you might play the Misfortune still. But as far as, getting the Kha'Zix into the backline, Thresh is going to be able to fulfill that role very nicely.
Especially when you have Schönfire picking up Kha'Zix in this match. I mean, he played Graves in one of his games last week. It looked very dominant on the champion when he had those one or two mechanical outplays. Now it's time to see if he can do the exact same thing on the Bug. As we get onto Summoner's Rift for the first match between Direwolves and Legacy, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of their coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Direwolves coach Sharp, and I want to start by asking you about the LeBlanc ban. Was that something you planned to do so you could pick up the Rise, or?
LeBlanc's just a pretty standard ban for us, since it's pretty obvious. I think every OPL team knows that we don't.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut that one out because Legacy are going to find Direwolves nice and early in the jungle. King taking quite a bit of damage there, but they should just back out, I believe.
Yeah, and that's again with the Shen, the team with the Shen looking aggressive. You put him up the front, he's going to be able to do great things with that taunt. No one really skilling anything, so they actually knew that was going to be, just everyone breaking off. But, unfortunately, didn't get to hear what the rest of Sharp had to say, but sick of missing kills in the early game.
We've missed quite a few with our coach interviews. Calvin decided not to follow up on his resonating strike there, so we won't get any action in the early game.
And let's actually, take stock. I mean, we have a Corrupting Potions on Chippies in the top lane. Very long time since I've seen Maokai with Corrupting Potion. It hurts his mana sustain at the start, which means you're not going to see any sapling spams or something like that coming out of him because he's just not going to be able to regen. You see, he actually starts to smash, so very laning phase oriented Maokai. And we're seeing a little bit of a difference between the AD carries. Lost still likes to go with the Doran's Blade. On the other side of the Rift, King definitely picking up the longsword. Extra potions, extra sustain. Wonder if that is a support choice or whether that is going to stay similar. Of course, Claire and Fantix are both non-biscuit mid laners, which I like to track.
Refillable potion being picked up by Fantix as well to go with his Sapphire Crystal. So a little bit of extra damage early on, as well as that extra bit of mana, and easier for him to stack up to a tier early into the match.
Yeah, it's easy to get the tier, but if you ever get traded on heavily, it's also very easy to fall down in the lane. That's more the refillable potion than it is the mana crystal. I don't mind the mana crystal. I just like 3 pots on my mid laners. I just think that, one jungle gank could make this all go awry unless Fantix gets back nice and early.
We have Cleanse being picked up by Claire as well. Fantix going for the exhaust on his Rise in this match, so no Ghost from the two mid laners.
Yeah, trust me, when you play against the Rise, you want to go with the Cleanse if he has an aggressive jungler, just based off the fact that, 2-second snare at that stage of the game will mean death without Cleanse. So latter stages, I mean, Cassiopeia really doesn't need anything else. She has enough damage that you don't need the Ignite, is safe enough that you don't really need the exhaust, but Cleanse certainly does help.
Well, we have Fantix picking up 16 CS and immediately heading back to base, just picking up the tier nice and early. Wants to stack that one up as soon as he can against Cassiopeia.
And that makes sense, but it depends how much he gets frozen off, because you saw that what happened is Claire actually looked to catch the wave, and it's firmly on his side of the junglers. Now Schernfire is in big trouble.
Carbon spots him out with a ward, but can't get close enough in time. The smite will put Schernfire up back to nice and solid hit points. Look like they want to try and collapse on towards this Lee Sin. Fantix going to try and find him here. Will lock him down with the root. Gets a good shield as well. There goes Schernfire, but Claire is able to assist his jungler, and he leaps back to safety.
But one more time, I mean, we've complemented Schern's pathing, had the smite available, and that's why he risked the camp. I mean, I'm sure if he had saw that, he saw the ward go down, so he knew it was there. Knew Carbon could be in the area, but was confident enough with the smite would be on full health. Be able to take that one away. So, even though it was a little bit of a veteran's move from Carbon, in the end it's a waste of time and costs him a lot of HP, which means that he falls behind a little bit in tempo.
See Fantix still in the mid lane, just trying to clear things out against Claire. Stacking the E's as much as possible before trying to obliterate them with the Overload.
This is a really nice ward. I expect Schern to clear it out with that plant. Because we know and Carbon knows that Schernfire cleared out the top side of the jungle, the only thing he can really do is play bottom, which means that they know he's either at Raptors or he's at something, well, Hook goes a little bit wide, at something like the Krugs right now. So they put that there, as well as the Tri-Brush ward, to know whether he's actually coming in for a gank. Because you can't play top side, you can only play bottom side. And that's going to spot him out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, good job from Chippies. He's also spotted Carbon out. Carbon has a half of the jungle to go back towards. Schernfire only has a singular camp, but both junglers, I feel, being tracked very well at this stage of the game.
Tally doing a pretty good job up in this top lane, forcing Chippy to use all of his corrupting potion charges, still holding onto his Doran shield and mana pot, and health potion quite nicely here. Chippy should be picking up his Doran's rings when he heads back to base for that extra mana sustain. Mid lane, Claire opting not to go back to base
Mind game.
yet.
I mean, Claire actually, Fantix recalled in range of the creeps as he had a freeze, and Claire was like, nah, mate, not going to let that one go through. I'm just going to wait it out. I'll pop up 2 creeps, but I'm going to push that into your turret. So wave goes back to neutral. One more time. Just a little bit of a mind game between these two. And actually, it looks like Schern wants to stop his back now, which goes through successfully.
He did. Jumps on top of the Cassiopeia, forces him to stop recalling. Fantix now going to be able to do what he wants with this wave.
Yeah, now you expect that probably Carbon has to swing past mid lane and pick up the wave as it's going to hit the turret. Rise, of course, pushes very quickly at earlier stages of the game. Actually doesn't elect to go for that. So just some wasted gold in CS for everyone in that mid lane, and the game's pretty much perfectly even everywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected going to this match as well. I mean, these are two very disciplined teams. Direwolves have been known to be a little bit more aggressive and try to use their mechanical prowess to bully out their opponents, but it still is very early into the game. Nothing too scrappy happening just yet.
And I feel like even though we've given Direwolves that brand, in times where they have to play safe, they've been able to do so. I mean, think back to week 2, they were getting crush camped over and over again. They still were never in really any danger of losing those games unless it got incredibly late because of the way that they were able to build leads and the fact that they still had Chippies in the side lane. Absolutely putting in work. The tank couldn't go near him underneath the turret on the Fiora. So I think that, Dire will still head into games with strategy. Just because we say that, they're a scrappy team at times and they make some questionable calls, it doesn't mean that they're playing completely blind. And certainly something that Legacy will respect in this best of 3.
As we see both the teams just farming out their lanes for now, we can check in with the shops that have gone through. Lost has kind of acknowledged that this is a slow-paced game. He's gone for a tier nice and early on his Varus.
Carbon's level 4 versus level 6. Sorry to interrupt you. That is a huge discrepancy in the jungle. I mean, now you really have to credit Schernfire's pathing and the ability to take away those couple of extra camps because Carbon is in a massive deficit right now.
Certainly is. Only just hitting level 5. I mean, Level 6 is great for the Kazakhs, can evolve one of his abilities. But for Lee Sin, it's huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that kick
integral.
is important.
Understatement. Definitely agree that Lee Sin's kit
Couldn't
pretty much
find a word
revolves
for it.
around his ultimate. You see that now that Maokai has gone back and actually got some tabbies, well in confidence stepping into the wave and not taking much harass from either the creeps or Tally. And this just gives you free shop after free shop, the ability to be able to set up creeps, push them down, and then with the boot too, be able to run back to base. We talked about it a lot. We used Hecarim, I think, as the example, but still definitely valid over on something like the Maokai. Just pushes up for free, knows that there's no wave clear that's going to come out of the Shen, and then can get back to the base and catch the next wave. No danger of being ganked. Just going to accrue up all that CS and become a big, beefy tank.
And we shouldn't see him go back to shop anytime soon because he's gone back to base, picked up his bling bling with the rings, and be able to farm up nice and easy against Tally in the top lane.
And you saw Tally actually thought he could push out before Chippy's got back, underestimated the speed, and Chippy's actually has an option to freeze the wave. You see he's actually doing that, a couple of red dots left alive, steps away from it. That actually might be a little sapling, so maybe not the case. But certainly gives a lot more control in this lane right now over to the Maokai than it does the Shen. We talk about this, that's why we like the Tiamat rush on Shen, because he's able to push out the wave and maybe look for some more offensive ganks. But certainly is not going to be the case, as now Shen going back mid lane, potentially looking. He's actually gone. I can never tell with this one skin in particular whether that's Q or W.
That's Q.
Because his blades always shimmer anyway, and he has spines over his shoulders regardless.
He's got his Q leveled up. Claire going toe-to-toe against Fantix. Exhaust has been used. Here comes Carbon as well. Kicks him into the toe. But Fantix has already picked up first blood.
I mean, that's a nice gank out of Carbon. Had Shenfire tailing him in. However, the big news story is even though Carbon kicked him into the turret, the poison tick was the last thing that went through, and Claire is able to trade back 1-for-1. Because otherwise, this lane would have snowballed very favorably for Rise, and Carbon would have had to repeat gank without flash, which can be very, very dangerous. So a little bit of RNG on the side of Legacy there, being able to get Claire the kill. But still, you have to say Fantix going toe-to-toe and coming up the goods.
On top of that, both summoner spells burnt by Fantix. Carbon only blew his flash. Claire still has his cleanse and flash. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he should have cleansed the exhaust off. Made him take a lot of extra damage, of course, with the reduction coming out. But, that is what it is. Fell down, but got the return kill, and it's only a couple of CS that he's missing out on. So everything still seems to be okay on Summoner's Rift.
Yep.
And one more time, we're just caught in a massive arm wrestle.
I mean, again, showing how even and close these two teams are. Both junglers decide to gank mid lane at the exact same time, where the first kill takes place.
And Chippy's actually pushing down now. Maybe that was the other thing. They were expecting the shield to come out of Tally. I mean, got to talk about the Stand United. Absent in that gank. Maybe an interesting thing. Would the shield have saved his life? Probably. Well, Fantix actually gets traded on quite heavily there. Movement speed helps a lot in this matchup now that the Q is a skill shot. And yeah, really, mid lane seems to be the focus. And we already spoke about that. That drags mid laners and junglers in. And the two new young players are the two biggest question marks. Everyone's excited about Claire. Destiny looking for a game. Everyone's excited about Shenfire. Both of them underperformed on stage so far.
Claire had a stint playing in the, I believe, the CS League of the LJL.
Yeah, LJL CS. I just love when they keep getting longer and longer. Like, if we called it like the OPL, OOL, like, just so far.
That's why we have the OCS, not the OPLCS.
Yeah, exactly right. See? Now you're on the same wavelength. Come on, Fish. Like, we've been doing this for a while.
I still get confused sometimes, so I'm still a little bit new here.
No, you can't play the new guy anymore. I do want to point out the fact that Direwolves have two pushing lanes at the moment. You would say that bottom's pretty neutral as far as pushing is gone. Cupcake and Lost have actually done a pretty good job of keeping it off their turret. But in the mid lane, it looks like Claire's getting shoved in more often than not. So Fantix, even though they're equal in CS, is winning out on that lane, you see, because he can leave and get to ganks first. And Chippies is definitely pushing into Tally at the moment. In fact, Tally might actually have to burn a teleport to get back into top lane.
Yep, that's exactly that. Mistakes were made.
I'm telling you, the nerves are really getting to Claire at the moment. I mean, you don't see that out of someone as good as that young man without it being a nervous issue.
Don't really need to petrify the blue buff. He's already a stone golem. But Claire's going to use that time to go back to base for now. Both mid laners have their Negatron cloak, so not going to take as much magic damage anymore.
There was a ward just underneath Blue as well. I wonder if it was spotted out. Carbon going for a sneaky invade. Shern's actually quite low.
Pops his ultimate actually, looking to see if he can get into this rush undetected. Will be able to take his red buff back for himself. Carbon did fall behind early, but it's trying to catch up, still a level behind the castle.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that was right there. Carbon's gone for 2 aggressive invades, neither have worked, so that's going to cost you a level. This time around, it made sense for the invade because he was there quicker. However, still didn't have the smite available, so you have to say that Carbon invading without smite a couple of times in a row has bit him quite hard. Didn't even look for the fight fish, which I thought he would, because if Lee Sin beats you to a brush, he generally beats you in the fight as well, because he can flash kick onto you or ward hop kick, whatever it may be at this stage of the game. Be able to follow up with the resignating strike. And guarantees a Thunderlord proc, which pretty much kills you at that stage.
Did like it out of Shernfire though, popped the ultimate blind into
early.
that rush.
Yeah.
Which was very smart of him, still secures the red buff. That does give Legacy some time to make use of Shernfire going back to base and they pick up a Mountain Dragon for himself. Claire's ultimate is back up, so can play a little bit more aggressive in this mid lane. But Shernfire is
everyone roaming down.
Yep, looking to try and wrap around on towards this Cassiopeia, but smartly playing close towards the turret, just waiting for Fantix to push him in.
I mean, jockeying for position on the side of the map that hadn't disappeared. And you see now Shernfire heavy invading. Blue buff is red buff is available also on that side of the map. Looks like Carbon's just forfeited. Not really interested. And also, Shernfire doesn't really go for it either.
Both junglers again hovering around this mid lane.
Shernfire definitely hasn't had the same warding impact as Carbon's actually on a ward.
Shernfire flushes over the wall. He's trying to go toe-to-toe, but Carbon kicks him back. It'll still be Shernfire picking up the kill. Here comes the Stand United. Claire's trying to duke it out. Curtain Call coming out from King as well. Fantix is forced to flash away. Now Cupcake is in amongst it. Big ultimate coming out from the Jin. Will allow Fantix to take him down. Now it's Cupcake who's on the run. Direwolves with a fantastic play.
Chippy's actually interrupted the Stand United. This is a couple of times today we've seen how important that can be. Means they win the skirmish there for the Direwolves and open up access to this mid lane turret. Lost actually shoots at Destiny, and this one may fall.
Turret's going to take a lot of damage. Big ultimate from Lost. Forced to get the heal, and Lost snipes him. Take an arrow to the D, Destiny.
Lost is a gun. I just feel like time and time again, when his team is falling down, this is the guy that is stepping up. And he is still so young, Fish. I mean, able to get a return kill where it did not look like there was one. Carbon, slow to react to this. I mean, he'd taken an auto attack as well as a Q before he really got on. Stand United onto Carbon. The shield definitely would have saved his life this time around, and therefore given him a number advantage. So a couple of times that Tally's had, I guess, the poor end of a trade. And Claire fell down as well. As I said, this looked all kinds of horrible for the Legacy lineup, but then Lost comes in, turns it back into an even trade. Direwolf still eking advantages and looking good in this early game, but Legacy fighting back.
Oh, so aggressive coming out from Shernfire. You know, people would expect the lead, but the flash straight into the bush, looking to try and take it down nice and early. Carbon now trying to see if he can get some revenge here. Shernfire will get jumped on, and he steals away a small chicken instead.
And Carbon, time and time again, is kind of looking for Shern, but coming up wanting. Shern's doing all the smart things as a jungler. He's pulling creeps into camps. I mean, he's flashing, as you said, when he could have used the leap to get over the wall. He's making sure that all his decisions are very, very decisive and kind of not, you know, taking anything for granted at this stage of the game.
Again, we move back into the mid lane where Fantix and Claire are just trying to trade back and forth. Just using their movement speed to dodge out each other's skill shots. Carbon and Shernfire both waiting in the wings of their mid laners. This time though, Dials have been able to chunk out that mid lane turret. A good push from their team will be able to take it down. Wards across the map from both these teams on the entrances to all sides of the jungle, making sure they can spot out where the Lee Sin and Kha'Zix are at all times.
But I feel like right now, as actually might hold that thought because we have a big squad going to the bottom lane. They do back away. Chippy's had pushed up, so had the ability to teleport in, but there's no deep wards. I feel like we have to talk about how these team fights go, because right now, the surprise factor that comes out of Legacy, you know, a flash kick, a Cassiopeia ultimate, maybe a flash forward from Lost into the Varus ultimate. They have the ability to pick one, but I feel if this team fight continues, you know, if Chippies gets into the back line and is able to tank up, he's much more disruptive than what the Shen is going to be after a single taunt. Thresh is much more disruptive than the Karma as well. So you just feel that unless Legacy start getting tempo and pace back on their side and the ability to make these surprise plays, that the game's going to get harder for them as it goes, Fish, because their win condition looks a little bit more narrow.
This could be big from the Direwolves. Legacy were not able to take blue buff for themselves, whereas Direwolves stole it away from Cassiopeia. So I've always seen both mid laners have blue buff at the same time. Direwolves protect their own, and they're looking for a push in the mid lane.
Yeah, I still don't know if it's going to be huge. They're going to get access to the mid lane turret just from pure, I guess, numbers advantage. But Cassiopeia doesn't really ever go because she gets mana back from her E whenever you use it to kill someone. And has pretty much got like a fully stacking tier at this stage of the game. Is important to note though, that was first brick, so you can see 2,000 gold the lead for Direwolves, not only because they got the kills a little bit first, and they're building up some CS advantages, but because that big structure going over to them.
I mean, top lane turret is very low as well. Chippies has done a good job at chipping away at that one. Whereas on the side of the Direwolves, only their bottom lane turret has taken any damage so far.
And I wonder if this is where, you know, we get to see what the macro play that the Direwolves have been quite vocal about. They say we know we're good players, but we also can play macro. If we get a swap towards that top side of the map as King nearly dies.
That's going to allow Legacy to continue pushing.
Yeah, they're going to take the bottom lane turret. I mean, maybe... you can't really burn a teleport for it, so that one's just going to fall down. And one more time, we're going to go back to it. Lost and Cupcake have been... People knew they were good. Yep. I mean, you know, we were touting them as one of the better laners, but I did not think that they were going to be the saving grace for Legacy time and time again.
They've been playing out of their minds every single week. Turret falling in the bottom lane coincides with the dragon spawning here for Legacy. They took down one mountain dragon already. They're going to take a second one.
However, it looks like it could come to a team fight. Destiny's flying in there, has Moby boots, Shern's with him.
Dragon's down to about 3,000 health. It's time to go if they want to try and take this one. Dragon will fall. Shenfire does not decide to jump in, and Cover will tank up all the shots from the Curtain Call as well, and just gets a bit of food as well on top of that.
Yeah, you could see that Chippy's ducked into Fog of War in case he had to go in for that teleport play. Means that he doesn't take top turret in response, which is still very low. Carbon looked like he wanted to fight. I think it's a smart move that he didn't, because Direwolves had beaten them to that punch as far as if it came down to a little bit of a brawl. Fantix is starting to take over mid lane, actually. Claire's falling behind. And as you can see, big advantage right now for Shernfire in the jungle. He's up 30 CS and is starting to get to that point of the game where Kha'Zix can be a scary threat.
It certainly can be. I mean, waiting for his second item after the Warrior's Enchantment on his jungle item. Direwolves trying to rotate up towards the top lane here. Tally immediately backs away from his turret.
Oh, great macro play. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Can they actually get into the top side jungle, control that area, and kill the turret? Looks like yes, they can. Bottom lane, meanwhile, has been left to push back towards Legacy.
Shenfire evolving into this spike second here, gets the slow down towards Cupcake and Lost, forces them out of the lane. Now Direwolves making a sprint towards the mid lane inner.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we said, I mean, that bottom lane is huge. They want to be able to catch it. Carbon's actually looking for a flank. This is very premature.
There goes the ultimate fancy, but Carbon's actually been caught out. He wanted to flank, doesn't get it. King takes down his previous captain, Carbon.
Yeah, that was a bad play out of Carbon. He was getting a little bit antsy. You can tell he wants to fight because they're falling behind. But at the same time, that was well read out of the Direwolves. Great Rise ultimate to get everyone over there, and now they want more in the mid lane.
Lost is going to whiff his ultimate there. Curtain Call dealing a lot of damage to Cupcake and Lost. Claire desperately trying to stop them from advancing towards this turret. Tally even being forced to get down into this lane. This entire time, Chippies is on the bottom lane outer turret. That should fall for the Direwolves as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they had a huge creep wave there already. Legacy couldn't send anyone. Top wave has now been pushing back. Carbon got caught out by a hook. The Rise ultimate comes in. Credit to Destiny. Really good use of that. And yeah, as we said, that's going to be another turret falling down. 4,000 gold, 22 minutes. this is the play we want to see out of Direwolf. Nothing flashy. I mean, a couple of aggressive ganks, some good dissuasion in the jungle going through from Schönfire, and all of a sudden they've accrued a big gold lead, and I think, honestly, they have a better scaling comp as well.
We'll have to see if they're able to use it to good effect here. And so far, Claire, the mechanical prowess has allowed them to go toe-to-toe against Legacy, and their map rotation has been fantastic. Legacy really on the back foot now. They do have 2 Mountain Dragons, though, so if they do win a fight, they could potentially take a lot of objectives off the back of it. It's currently what really separates the two teams. 3 turrets to 1, including the first turret going over in favor of the Direwolves. 3,500 gold up now.
But this is why you're happy to trade non-fire dragons in the current meta for gold values, because unless the gold equalizes quite rapidly, I mean, they're not going to have the vision to be able to sneak Baron with like Cassiopeia because they're on the red side. You can't just walk into that pit, as Schönfire may be caught.
Take quite a bit of damage. Carbon safeguards back to safety, as Destiny going to take quite a bit of damage as well. Curtical comes out. Fantix has tried to realm warp his way into this fight. Legacy disengaged nicely.
Yeah, that shut down. Schön has to be careful. One more of those arrows, and he will not be shooting out any more Void Spikes. But one more time, they go into the jungle, they control that. Schön's going to be able to take away another blue buff for himself, continue to dictate the pace of the game. He's been up on Carbon pretty much since minute 1. And they're looking to just continue to starve out this Legacy lineup.
Claire's going to continue pushing up in the top lane here. Fantix actually meeting him.
Carbon's there as well. Fantix needs to be careful.
They're going to go for the fight. There's the ultimate coming out from Tally, looking to try and keep Claire nice and healthy. Good kick coming out from Carbon as well as the taunt. Legacy get a pick onto Fantix.
Yeah, Fantix just for no reason walks into fight. Destiny now looking for a flash play.
Only flies Cupcake. A good flash coming out from Cupcake, but Chippies follows through with the root. Direwolves answer in the mid lane to get a pick for themselves.
Great response out of the Direwolves. Do not hesitate. Chippy's flashes in. Destiny burns a flash as well. They pick up the return kill, and they get themselves back priority in the mid lane. That means that the push stops in the top side of the map, and it actually looks like with double Mountain Drakes, the play is on.
They want this. They're in the pit. Carbon and Claire looking to try and take this one down. Claire does have a small mana pool, though.
This is the window of timing is really clever for this, because the reason they think that they backed off on the top side of the map, well, Carbon missed that. They're in trouble. They might both die, and they might give over a free Baron.
Oh no, Carbon's incredibly low. There's the captive audience, and Schönfire's into the back of the pit as well. Baron's low. Schönfire and King are going to be able to take this one. Direwolves just turned that one around.
Yeah, and that is so crucial. Double Mountain Drake, but you called out the mana pool issue. They actually read it in the end. They both checked as a unit. I thought that they wouldn't, just because the kill is generally what sends you back to base and not pushing top lane, because, you know, you're like, we're going to leave mid lane tier 2 open. But now, all of a sudden, Direwolves up 6,000 gold, up a Baron buff, can start pushing into all of this wave clear.
My goodness, Direwolves have been playing so much better in this match. Very calm and collected. Now I want to see if they can close things out.
I think controlled is a word that you need to use, because when you have a look at it, they were very, very good mechanically against Tainted Wines, but then they started playing fast and loose with their advantages. This time around, they still got the early advantage. However, they've just stuck to the game plan. Make sure you're pushing up the waves. Slow down. Don't team fight recklessly. And it's got them a huge advantage.
This time around, it's Direwolves who will be looking to take down Mountain Dragon for themselves. That will fall nice and easy. Schönfire picks that up.
You have to say that Carbon's Lee Sin, we wanted him to go towards something like an Elise. Lee Sin's definitely been lacking. He's still down 2 levels. If you can't be aggressive on Lee Sin, there's pretty much no reason to pick him. And it's come back to bite them a little bit.
Direwolves use their Baron buff to take down the bottom lane inner turret as well. Now 7,000 gold up over Legacy. Destiny's going to take quite a bit of damage in poke as well. Direwolves looking for the mid lane inner on top of that. That's going to fall. Chippies does not care right now. Slowly chipping away at that turret. Carbon taking so much damage. Curticle's going to come out. Lost. Looking to try and poke people out. Claire's going to take so much damage. Carbon tries to take another shot for the team. Claire almost gets taken down by that last one, but another inner turret's going to fall.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, they even had to call Tally back. Didn't use the ultimate again, but it just means that top lane pressure will cede. And I feel like ever since the 13, 14-minute mark of this game, where Schönfire had a lead, they've just set up their vision. They've rotated very nicely between waves. I mean, we've talked about it already. Fantix finally got ahead. I mean, you feel like King struggling a little bit in the laning phase. He's now 3-0-1, picked up 4 major items. they are looking very good today, Direwolves.
They certainly are. I mean, if anyone had any questions about Schoenfeier's performance last week, his debut match of the OPL, they've been shut down in this game. He's been playing really well in this Kazakhs. Score might not say that, but his map rotations have been phenomenal. Out-jungling Carbon especially, making sure that he's always 2 levels behind. And now Direwolves look to try and siege the final inner turret. Up at the top lane, Baron buff still active. Slowly taking objective after objective away from Legacy. They're able to defend it for this push.
And I mean, calling over Tally kind of tells the story, right? They're being poked out without a, I guess, big front line there. They have to get Tally out of the side lane, which is where Shen wants to sit for majority of the game, only joining when he has to. And it means that the turrets are just being pushed in even easier right now. And because they don't win the team fight, there's nothing that Legacy can do.
Ooh, Loss gets an ultimate down to Schoenfeier. He's being taunted back as well, taking a lot of damage. Carbon's trying to jump in, but misses his Q. Destiny's now into the backlines. He'll be the first one to fall. Tally is going to be next with Carbon on top of that. Legacy now going to start running because Fantix has splashed into the team. Exhaust down on top of Claire. The Rise is stuck though. They tried to band up to take him down, but Schoenfeier's coming in as well. King flashes in for his triple kill to take down Legacy.
And the positioning of Direwolves is on point. They send in the right members at the right time. I mean, Destiny goes first, gets the party started with all the CC, and King is never near the fight. He's just attacking from range with the ultimate, with the captive audience. And it looks like Direwolves are going to break the base. We'll see if they stick around for more, because there's still 10 seconds left on Carbon.
They just take the inhibitor turret and inhibitor on top of the inner turret. On top of that, 7 turrets to 1. They're 11,000 gold up. 29 minutes into this game.
And let's take another look at it. I mean, Destiny time and time again is just flirting around the edge. They engage onto Schoenfeier, but can't take him down. Then Cupcake gets hooked. As I said, Destiny stays underneath that turret, and they're just able to dictate the pace of this fight, I think is the only fair way to say it. I mean, Chippies is taking up the turret. No one else is taking damage. Fantix will eventually fall, but at what cost? Because King was massive.
King flashing in there. He's now 6-0-2 on Jin. Against his former team. Should be happy with his performance in this game. Schoenfeier looking to try and steal blue buff away. Legacy secure it this time around. Baron buff has expired for the Direwolves. So Legacy, if they want to try and find a time to attack, it's going to be now.
I mean, and the recipe is still there. They still have Tally who can just sit up in top lane, clog up the wave because he's a Shen. They're not really going to be able to push into it, and he still does have Stan United. However, it just comes back down to that team fight. If you don't really push in the 1v1 hard in the split push against Maokai and he's able to beat you to the team fight, he's just so much more potent than any other solo tank apart from maybe Nautilus at this stage of the game, which is why he's always the premier in team fights. And you can see that that's where Legacy is struggling right now.
I feel like Chippies is a big unsung hero this game as well, not just because he's on Maokai, but go toe-to-toe against Tally, cancelled almost all his early stand Uniteds. Has lost, forced to use Yomis goes for trying to avoid these bullets. Oh, he curves it! Gets the wanted style shot on towards Lost, forces him out of the fight. Here comes the stand United. Claire's trying to lock everyone down. He's forced to flash away. The turret's gonna fall. The die will stream into Legacy's base. Carbon's locked up behind the entire team. Tally's the next target. He's forced to Shadow Dash away as Lost is getting locked down as well. Chippies doesn't care about anyone. That's a big beefy tree.
But big miscommunication out of Legacy. Just as they're actually chunking out Lost, Carbon flies in for a flash kick. I mean, the fight was a 4v5. Claire lands the perfect ultimate, but there is no damage follow-up. And Direwolves break the base again. 12,000 gold down, a little bit of desperation, but I feel like you need Lost there if you're going to win the team fight.
And that bullet coming out from King, he gets it around Cupcake. Crucial timing as well, right as Carla wanted to go in on top of that one. He's having a phenomenal game on this Jin.
And I mean, it was a good kick in the end. It was Schoenfeier through Chippies, which meant no engage was going to follow up on the back end of it. Actually got both members of the front line pretty much. But at the same time, if your AD carry isn't there to capitalize on a kick, it's just not going to work. So, you know, mechanics looks good. Give that to him. But pretty useless every other way for a burnt flash.
Now Direwolves only have to take down the mid lane inhibitor turret. Carbon forced to kick Fanny's way. Big hook coming out from Destiny, and he rightfully takes the kill for himself.
And I think we said Carbon died 16 times last week after only dying once. This game he's already died 6. KDA is in shambles. Baron buff number 2 picked up for the Direwolves. And they need a miracle on the Legacy lineup because the Direwolves are rolling.
They've got their second Baron buff of the game. The side lane inhibitors are taken down, and Direwolves look to just try and run it straight down mid lane to take the rest of the base away from Legacy. King has started with the curtain call. No one's in range for that one, but does allow Direwolves to get a lot of damage onto this inhibitor turret.
The whole team. I mean, Carbon's not alive, so they're probably not looking to fight regardless, but he just pushes them off the turret, and you see Carbon's player cam. He's just like, all right, there's absolutely nothing we can do anymore.
And that's all 3 inhibitors taken down. Direwolves will have super minions streaming through all 3 lanes, and that's going to be 6 super minions away. Direwolves just have to wait. They've got a lot of time in this Baron buff. There's no rush for them. Legacy have to put up their last stand. Chippies, he's trying to go in. Carbon avoids the damage after getting hooked out there. Good dark passage to get the tree back to safety.
Yeah, exactly right, but still they can just continue to wait because if Legacy choose to fight, the super creeps will take out the base, and maybe even if they don't.
Even throwing Destiny up towards the top side of the map, just buffing up every single minion inside of Legacy's base. That's all the Nexus turret's gone. I don't even think Direwolves have hit these ones.
I mean, Legacy have to go. There's no other way to put it. If you do not fight now, you lose the game. They finally force them out of the base. But did a Nexus turret survive, Fish? Go up, Observer. Go up.
I believe that's 1 turret left. I can't quite tell. We won't be able to see just yet.
We're just going to check out the other scenery of the base for a second.
No, Nexus turret still alive. 150 hit points here. There it is. Hello. And the inhibitor will respawn at the same time. So Legacy have some breathing room, but it's a very tight, confined space at the moment they're trying to work with. I hope they're not claustrophobic.
I mean, on the good news for Legacy, they get to farm. The bad news for Legacy is they don't really have much of a base left. And can they farm for long enough? Because realistically, Fantix just walks into the base, like the big bear wolf, blows down the last turret, and that will be all she wrote.
Well, they should have built their house out of bricks here, Legacy, not learning from that story. But they're going to try and do their best to put up a last stand. There have been stranger things that have happened in League of Legends. Let's see if this is going to be one of those days. But the Direwolves, very clean with their execution. Seems like they want to. Seems like they know exactly how they want to close out this game.
Yeah, certainly does. Oh, Claire misses the ulti.
Destiny at half health. Lands a hook. That's Claire going to force using cleanse, but still gets engaged on. They've taken down the Snake Lady. Direwolves are streaming on top of the backline of Legacy. Surnefire gets one as he finds Lost. Carbon's the next to fall. Tally and Cupcake get the heck out of there. And Direwolves are definitely not barking up the wrong tree here because game 1 goes to them.
And it was a clean game, Fish. It took 35 minutes. However, they were able to control the pace, control the tempo. And you can see not really big smiles on the faces. They know that this is a best of 3. They won the first one clearly. Where do we go from here?
But still, if you're the coach of the Direwolves, you have to be happy with that performance. They played it out close to perfection there. And it was a great showing for them. Match of the week. Legacy really have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong for them in that match.
Yeah, and you know, you have to look at maybe a little bit of the draft. The Lee Sin wasn't as impactful as the Kha'Zix. With such a mid-lane focused game, I mean, that's where Elise thrives. It was still available, didn't opt to go for it. Rek'Sai also good with the Cassiopeia, sets up the Burrow very, very nicely that you can't escape. I just feel like there was so much happening in that mid stage of the game where they were jockeying for position around mid lane, and the Lee Sin didn't get rolling. I mean, if you can't get your Lee Sin rolling at that stage, the jungle pick needs to be questioned.
I mean, Surnfire's second match in the OPL was able to shut down Carbon just through farming alone. Level 6, level 4 at some stage in the game, and Direwolves are able to take game 1 off the back of that. To break down the game further, let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, my name is Michael Hingsley, and I'm joined here at the desk by Mendrix and Alex to break down that game 1, where the Direwolves are up now 1-0 over Team Legacy. And Mendrix, let me start with you. Surnefire looks a lot more calm, a lot more composed, had a much better much better game as opposed to last week.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And one of the things that I want to touch on there was because he did get a priority pick with the Kha'Zix. That's really a strong pick at the moment. He was excellent with his farming, and he was also on point with communication. I mean, the first initial sort of team fight that started them off, instantly flashing into that brush, jumping straight onto Lee Sin. Carbon was immediately caught by surprise, and they were able to sort of get a nice benefit from that afterwards.
Yeah, I have to say I was impressed with Surnfire's composure early on. He knew that Carbon wasn't really taking it to him that much. There was that little one scrap in River, but no team really committed to it. And so he knew, I'm Kha'Zix, he's Lee Sin. If I keep farming, I come out on top.
Absolutely, and he's got to be happy with how he played in that game. Well, let's take a look at the draft as we bring up the picks and bans. And we see a Thresh, we see a Rise. I'm pretty excited about this team comp. Alex, what's going on with the Direwolves here?
The Direwolves, this is standard Direwolves play. They want to kill you. They want to kill you a lot. Thresh and Rise, right? Those two together can kill any champion on the Rift.
Yeah.
They have a lot of single target focus. Certainly not the the formidable team fighting that Legacy had. But what they wanted was to get good single target damage, to space out the map as much as possible, to find one vulnerable player and pick them off.
And meanwhile, across the Rift, Legacy, let's take a look at their team comp. We're seeing Lee Sin, we're seeing Varus. Mendrix, what's going on with this team comp?
So they actually have fantastic neutral objective control, and we actually saw that illustrated based off how they got those early dragons. Actually, 2 Mountain Drakes early minutes. Lee Sin, great at getting those executions when it comes to finishing off objectives. Percentage damage for Varus, excellent at taking objectives. And Cassiopeia, one of the few mages that can really burn them down. So they're definitely built for it, even with the Cassio being a response into the Rise.
Well, let's take a look at this first replay, which is that Baron attempt off the back of 2 dragons.
Yes.
So they have 2 Mountain Drakes. They go to get Baron. They rush it, and, well, I mean, it's a dodgy Baron call.
This is so frustrating. Look, if you watch the clip from the start, you notice that Claire has like no mana left.
Yeah.
There's no way they can even finish the Baron, let alone take a fight. And from there, it's like, what are you guys doing? Come on.
So I really like the premise.
Sorry.
I really like the premise of it. They know they've got the 2 Mountain Drakes. They know it's early in the game and they can go for it. And again, Cassio is great at taking objectives, but you should have at least had 3 people that early in the game, and it just really bites them to, at that point when they decide to go, hey, you know what? We haven't seen the jungle too much. Maybe we should check out that Baron because, they've got 2 Mountain Drakes. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to rush that Baron. Varus isn't there, so, it just gets stolen, and after that, their 5k gold deficit just grows from that.
Yeah, I mean, full props to them for seeing the opportunity. It's a good act of
Absolutely.
subterfuge. There wasn't a lot of Direwolves vision around the area. In a different universe, maybe that would have gone better, but you need to bring more than 2 guys.
And as we look as well to other people in the Direwolves who just had massive games, King did very, very well. There's a fight in the top lane where King was just popping off, ends up with a triple kill, Mendrix.
That's right, and one of the big things I actually want to note in this team fight as it happens is, as you can see, Tally goes in, but look at Destiny. He actually manages to jump in, instantly gets a 3-man flay, and immediately they get popped off afterwards, and King's just allowed to clean up because of that. And it's just crazy to see that he was able to do that because it initially separates Legacy in half. And not only that, they're CC'd in place and they get absolutely taken to town because of it.
Look how long Fantix was in the front line there. 1v3. Like, he didn't give a damn. He was just, smashing keyboards as Rise players do.
So if you're Legacy right now, you're obviously feeling disheartened from that first match. But, signs of life and no reason why you couldn't take a second, right, Mendrix?
Absolutely. And again, maybe just better decision making when it comes towards that macro play. It really did hurt them when they decided to make that Baron call. And I think it was just Carbon saying, I need to be more impactful. We can make this work. We've got the 2 mountains. And in the end, it ended up just setting Direwolves up for an even more commanding defeat.
All right,
victory.
That was game 1. Direwolves up 1-0 in this series. We're going to get back into game 2. But first, let's take a break.
Claire going toe-to-toe against Fantix. Exhaust has been used. Here comes Carbon as well. Kicks him into the toe. But Fantix has already picked up first blood. Shernfire flushes over the wall. He's trying to go toe-to-toe, but Carbon kicks him back. It'll still be Shernfire picking up the kill. Here comes the Stand United. Claire's trying to duke it out. Curtain Call coming out from King as well. Fantix is forced to flash away. Now Cupcake is in amongst it. Big ultimate coming out from the Jin. Will allow Fantix to take him down. Now it's Cupcake who's on the run. There goes the ultimate of Fantix. But Carbon's actually been caught out. He wanted to flank, doesn't get it. King takes down his previous captain, Carbon. Oh no, Carbon's incredibly low. There's the captive audience, and Shernfire's into the back of the pit as well. Baron's low. Shernfire and King are going to be able to take this one. Direwolves just turned that one around. Yeah. Full loss gets an ultimate down to Shernfire. He's being taunted back as well, taking a lot of damage. Carbon's trying to jump in, but misses his cue. Destiny's now into the backlines. He'll be the first one to fall. Tally is going to be next with Carbon on top of that. Legacy now going to start running because Fantix has splashed into the team. Exhaust down on top of Claire. The Rise is stuck though. They tried to band up to take him down, but Shernfire's coming in as well. King flushes in for his triple kill to take down Legacy. Health lands a hook. That's Claire going to force using cleanse, but still gets engaged on. They've taken down the Snake Lady. Direwolves are streaming on top of the backline of Legacy. Shernfire gets one as he finds Lost. Carbon's the next to fall. Tally and Cupcake get the heck out of there, and Direwolves are definitely not barking up the wrong tree here because game 1 goes to them.
Sivir lies betrayed and bleeding. Something incredible occurs. For though she does not know it, Sivir is the last in the bloodline of Azir, Shurima's lost emperor. And as her blood soaks into the ancient sands, a deep magic sparks to life. Resurrection. First Azir's mind, then his body, snatched back from oblivion to be reborn. Then he sees Sivir, wonders at her face. He sees himself in this daughter of Shurima. In that moment, he has no thought of empires or rituals. He only knows she needs his help. He must take her to the oasis of the dawn, the mother of life. He smells the waters, smells of life. He prays he is in time. He does not dream that he, Shurima's greatest emperor, can at long last earn his ascension and bring back his broken city. He dares not dream that if he can save her, Azir can save them all.
Welcome back to the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Michael Hing, and if you're just joining us, Legacy are down 0-1 against Direwolves, who are about to sub in jungler Sybil. We just found out. Schönfire had a great first game, but Mendrix, Alex, as we go into this game too, it looks like Sybil is going to be taking to the Rift. Alex, what do you make of this?
There's a million reasons why they could be doing this. All we can do is speculate. If I had to guess, I'd say Schönfire had a good game. They know that he can produce those good games. Now it's time to see if Sybil, how he might do against a good team like Legacy.
Sure. Now, Mendrix, again, we're just speculating because we have no context for this. We know it's not an injury. We know this is a plan. But do you think they would have swapped if they'd lost game one?
I think in this case, probably they would have. And the reason for that is because, like you said, it's a plan. It's a very curious reason. And again, it is purely speculation. And it might be just an attempt to throw off Legacy. Say, you know what, you were used to Schönfire now. You've seen what he can do. You might have prepared for him specifically. Now we can throw in Sybil and just completely mess up your plan now that we've actually won with Schönfire.
Absolutely.
And again, that couldn't be the reason. It could be a number of reasons why they're making this swap. It is definitely curious.
Yeah, I think one other reason might be that well, it was Carbon who said it himself, right? 3 points is 3 points no matter who it's against. If there's a time to try this out, if there's a time to see which jungler might do better against Carbon, this is now.
Yeah.
And not in playoffs when it actually, everything's on the line, you know?
Absolutely. Well, moving across to Legacy and bringing them up, I mean, they're down one game in this series, but obviously they want to win. They've got to win 2 in a row to get back now. What do they need to change to get back into this series, Alex?
I think Carbon just needs to be in his element more. We know that he's capable of taking over these games, but his Lee Sin was just a bit ineffectual against Direwolves. I don't know how the pick ban will exactly turn out, but they're on blue side this time. They can get a few priority picks for themselves. If Carbon can go back to being that supportive jungler he normally is, if the pressure isn't really on him to be active early, I think Legacy might be able to bounce back.
Yeah, having that blue side buff would be a big advantage for them as well. And one of the big things about it is they did ban out the Ivan, they did ban out the GP, so there was a lot of free extra bans coming through for Direwolves. And because of that, now they're the ones who can use more creative bans, and that might be something that allows them to free up, get more comfortable picks.
Yeah, we're seeing Sybil there kind of getting set up, ready to go into game 2. Looking quite confused there for a moment. Like he, oh, these are all Shenfire's runes and masteries. What do I do? No,
Yeah, or
obviously
maybe it
he's
was
gonna be
like
using his own account.
Shenfire was going to 2-0 them in one game. I wasn't expecting to play today.
Well, again, let's talk about what we do know. I mean, because we don't know the reasoning behind it, but we do know that Sybil's going into this game. How does Carbon stack up against Sybil as a jungler in your esteem, Mendrix?
Well, Carbon definitely has more experience over Sybil. Sybil's been there for quite some time, but Carbon's more about the mastermind, about the positioning, really an intangible asset, being able to provide that extra positioning for the rest of his team. Whereas Sybil's more along the lines of, sort of going along with the role, especially that he's not going to be playing as much now that everything's been swapping around. So I'd say Sybil's going to be sort of facilitating a different role play, perhaps a different strategy for the Direwolves, whereas Carbon's still going to be doing the exact same thing. He's going to be trying to get into those fights, enabling his carries to get up there, and then controlling everything from that point on.
Absolutely. Sybil was rarely the #1 option when he was their starting jungler. Shenfire absolutely can be a #1 option. In this instance, I think we just might be seeing if it's Fantix or if it's King that can take the leading role this game.
Well, if you're Direwolves then and you want to close this out, do you have to change your strategy because you've got a new jungler, or can you try to play the same way?
You can absolutely still play the same way. These guys are still very strong in all their lanes individually, and it just means that Sybil, rather than sort of being more farm-focused or more, we can actually go for a tank, actually have a little bit less priority going towards it. Because if you look at it on the first game, priority pick was for the jungle. Kha'Zix, first off the bat. This time around, now that they're not blue side, they're not going to have that luxury. So it allows them to sit back and say, no worries, we can get perhaps a not so big priority when it comes to the jungles. We can get something for our other lanes.
Yeah, Alex, obviously they may not be able to pick up Kha'Zix if it's first picked by Legacy, or if it's even banned out. So what would you recommend for Direwolves going into this game 2?
There's a lot on the table. Elise is one of Sybil's favorites. Rek'Sai is always available. I do expect him to see him on a bulkier pick this game, just because the really strong priority junglers won't be available. Your Rengar, your Kha'Zix. We'll have to see.
Yeah, well, in the first game, we saw that both teams picked up tanks, and that's something that you were saying when we were talking backstage, Mendrix, that like tankless comps is something these guys have specialized in earlier in the season.
That's right, and it's also part of the reason why they've been unable to close out games, which is something that seems to be a trend between them. But now that they've picked up tanks, it seems to really have cleaned up, especially on Direwolves. They were very commanding pretty much throughout the game once they managed to get their lead. And again, it sort of comes down to them maybe showing, you know what, we do need to show respect to these teams specifically, because we do know that we can, yes, we can win with tankless compositions, but it might be a bit of a risk. It might be a little bit of karma that we need to worry about.
I think that's why we had such a good game 1, really. It was because both teams came in with tanks respecting the other team. Their game plans were a lot clearer than if they had gone for, say, a poke comp or a death ball comp where 5 carries run down mid. I think if we see more of that in game 2, this could be a 3-game series. This will be a really good League of Legends.
All right. Well, hashtag IamOPL. Let us know your thoughts on who is going to win. Before we get to the game, let's get your guys' predictions. Mendrix, do you think Legacy can take this game? Because you've picked them 2-1.
That's right. I have picked them 2-1, and I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to say 2-1. Legacy have the ability to bounce back in these situations, and if it comes down to adapting, they're the ones that can definitely do it and actually pull something out.
Alex, do you agree? Or are you sticking with your prediction, Direwolves 2-1? Well, I guess Legacy going to win.
Well, yeah, so I have to back Legacy, right? On the other hand, maybe Sybil will just go Super Saiyan and destroys them.
Absolutely. Well, who knows? Let us get into game 2 now by throwing to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm still Matthew Fitzstewart, and still joining me is Jake Spawntabury, and we're about to get into the second match of our match of the week. It's going to be Direwolves taking on Legacy. It was a fantastic match 1, though.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Legacy just Direwolves just controlled the pace of that game from start to finish. I want to jump on the jungle swap, however, because I have a theory, and my theories are often wrong, so this is going to be fun. But I think that a lot of the changes to Direwolf's team fighting has been since they've added Shern to the lineup. You can tell that he wants to control vision. He wants to create these big 5-on-5 situations, and they have gone very heavily towards that. Historically, Sipple's been a great jungler to shadow 1-3-1 comps. What I mean by that is he'll pick the strong side of the map, he'll kind of cheat into Fog of War onto things like Elise and the Zac, and then he'll be able to help the split pusher and open up the map even further for the team. So I want to see whether this time Direwolves play 1-3-1 or whether they stay with these big beefy tank lines.
I'm really excited to see if Legacy's pick ban phase changes according to Sybil playing instead of Shernfire. You can see their coach Soulstrike standing right behind the team, going through their bans as they go by. You can already see Zyra Malzahar taken off the table by Legacy. Two very heavy support bans thrown towards Destiny. Rengar and LeBlanc are going to hit the bench as well. Camille could be the final ban.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Chippy said that he wasn't really all that scared for it. They can swap Camille for a priority jungler as well if they want to. I mean, Camille for something like the Kha'Zix. Wouldn't be surprised, but it's banned.
Camille will be the final ban. Kennen was banned in the first phase. It means we have the likes of Jace still left available, instantly locked in for Legacy.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it's Tally or Claire, because Tally played it last week in Game 2 and absolutely went berserk. However, in Game... so they didn't give it to it. Week before they gave it to Tally is what I'm trying to say. Ugh, hard words.
I know what that's like.
Yeah, I know you do.
Basically, Tally went berserk. Let's see if he does pick up the champion heading into this match. Meanwhile, Direwolves have picked up Kha'Zix. So Sybil playing the exact same champion that Shernfire had last.
Same champion, maybe different style. They go back to the Ryze. I mean, it definitely was a winning matchup. However, one more time, Ryze is a 1-3-1 champion. You can shadow if you're playing something like a Kha'Zix. So I'm not ready to jump to a conclusion yet, Fish.
And all the jungle monsters are set free today, Spawn, as Ivan's been locked in for Carbon. Previously banned out the second ban rotation by the Direwolves. I'll wait and see what Legacy decide to pick up next. And Shen is their pick of choice, so Cassiopeia could be banned out by Direwolves.
I'm really frustrated by the Shen pick. I'm not going to lie. They lost priority in the 1v1. So if it was going to play a 4-1 comp, the way that Legacy were last time around, and you can't push the other top laner in, there's no point playing a 1-4 comp. Because really, then they're just pushing you in on lane. So if they are going to play Shen, they need to be able to push out the lane heavier than they did last time.
On top of that, Direwolves get Jhin and ban out Varus, which normally combos up very nicely with Jace. And it's probably one of the highest picked AD carries at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there are, I guess you can... Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, where do they go? They go Ashe for a little bit of initiation. They can go Ezreal for a little bit more control and extra damage in the latter stages of the game. Just get a hyper carry going.
Ziggs could be one of the champions that Legacy were looking towards, but instead that's banned out as well. Direwolves with a very strong pick ban phase to start things off. Karma was the initial ban by Legacy. Fiora is the final champion that hits the bench.
Pretty much guaranteed the Maokai pick. I mean, when you have a look at this, we're expecting Maokai to come through right now. Save a little bit more of the support to see what Legacy want, unless there's like a priority support left, something like a Misfortune maybe to team up with the Jhin. Although it hasn't really been all that much of a priority this week as we keep going back to. I'm enjoying Misfortune at the moment. I actually have gone back to QMax. I just run 25 lethality and I just shoot people off the back wave with the old double up.
As a support?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
They have to CS sometime.
Meanwhile, Legacy have just thrown the gauntlet here. We have Lucian and Braum. I don't think I've seen this lane for 6 months now.
I have been waiting for this. Braum against Poke is so good, of course. Not all that much Poke on the side of the Direwolves. However, Braum will make a resurgence. I swore it. And the other thing is that the lethality changes went through for Lucian as well. I mean, you can go Youmuu's Black Cleaver, Edge of Night, and absolutely rip squishies apart if you're Lucian. Of course, doesn't really need the attack speed, because if he's passive, double up, as long as you have cooldown reduction there somewhere. I'm going to fix this before we get into game, by the way, guys. I will learn how to speak again. And it synergizes so well with the Braum passive. TK, of course, taken away. Just a standard pick into Braum. Not really all that much to talk about there.
I mean, I was talking to Rusty a little bit about it, about AD carries, talking about how, Jhin as well as Varus are very commonly picked and nothing else seems to get through draft phase, maybe once in a blue moon. And we kind of went through champions that do well with lethality. He said he tried Vayne, good with lethality, not a good champion. I mentioned Lucian, he said good with lethality, not a great champion. I have to see if Lost can change the opinion there.
I mean, very publicly have swapped over to AD carry at the moment and have sank a lot of elo. I mean, I'm drowned. I can't climb out of this pool at the moment, Fish. However, I played a Lucian game, and I felt like I was just shooting everyone. I felt like the cooldown reduction felt great. I felt like the champion felt great. You get dashes everywhere. Then you kind of looked at damage done, and you're just like, I did no damage that game. I mean, I'm covered on the Rusty hype trade. This is weird to me. I don't think Lucian's great at the moment.
Yeah, Legacy have really changed things up going into this match. Direwolves seem like they're sticking to a stock standard team comp here. Very meta picks coming out from them.
But the other thing it could be, I mean, this could still be an Essence Revolution. He could still go heavily towards crit. I mean, he could look to break this tank line, which is going to be Maokai, Tom Kench. And what hurt them last game was if the team fight started up and they didn't get the jump, they didn't have the consistent damage to carry the team fight through. So I do think that, you know, there is still the option to build it a little bit more standard, look to bully the lane slightly, and then really try and take over late game against all these lethality AD carries.
I was also really surprised, as you mentioned earlier, about the Shen pick coming in very early for Legacy, because Chippy's has already shown he can play this Maokai into that champion. So we have to see if he can continue doing just that. For now, though, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Legacy coach Soul Strikes. And I want to start by asking about the Shen pick. Obviously, I don't know if you heard, but Spawn wasn't a massive fan of it. Do you want to talk us through why you picked that when Jace was still a flex?
Because Direwolves likes to play 1-3-1 comp, and we want to put pressure by putting Cassiopeia on the side, but this time we have Jace. So Shen should stop the pressure that's coming from Fantix, and we've picked them early because we don't want them to ban it, and we don't have any answer for their 1-3-1 split push pressure. And if they do have another split pusher at top, it'll be quite bothersome from our perspective.
Sure. And meanwhile, at the other side of the map, you're looking at a kind of a comp we haven't seen yet in the OPL. Tell us about Braum and Lucian.
So Lucian Braum, Braum gets his passive on, and Lucian with his double tap, easy stun. They're really good at dueling, so we definitely look into the Rise. And yeah, the Lucian Braum pick's really good into Rise, so that's something that we've definitely prepared for against Direwolves.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
You see Soul Strikes there, kind of looking towards your theory, Spawn, that bringing in Sybil is going to make them more of a 1-3-1 team. Interesting, though, Direwolves have gone towards a lot of team fighting lately, not as much split pushing.
Yeah, I just don't know if I agree with it. I mean, historically, sure, they have shown 1-3-1 to be one of their strengths. One more time, there's no reason to Rise and a Maokai can't 1-3-1 and look for, you know, the Rise ulti as well as a Maokai flank. But at the same time, this team has been 5v5 team fighting since they've been back from Korea, more than we have ever seen the Direwolves in the past.
Well, to kick this game off, we can see Sybil's taken red buff away from Legacy, but it's not going to be a 3-buff start, as Carbon smartly takes it away from the Kazakhs.
You don't know that. Blue buff hasn't been taken yet. Run, Sybil, run.
Yeah, dart to the top side of the map, buddy. Run through those towers. You can do it. He will be able to take Raptors away, though, as well. It was a very interesting invade coming out from Legacy, though. Moving from the top side of the map, trying to sneak around red buff and kind of pincer Sybil in. Very quick feed coming out from the Kazakhs.
Ooh, other Raptors know there was a smite available. I was going to say, as the Raptors going to claim their first victim, Sybil was falling quite low. We expected more Raptor kills than we have as a mid lane gank.
Ooh, Claire going to take quite a bit of damage here from Fantix, but Sybil right behind him, jumps on top. The root comes out. Claire goes back in. They want first blood, but they don't get it. Fantix will be able to pick that one up, and now Carmen's going to run for the hills. The root comes out. That's a double kill. Sybil steps onto the rift and takes down 2 members of Legacy.
And I mean, exactly the same thing happens. They're just not patient with it. They land one root and they go back into a massive creep wave Fish, as well as a Kazakhs. That's just not going to end up good for you. And Legacy starting off game 2 on the exact same foot that they ended game 1 in a huge deficit.
And at so early into this game as well. 2 kills for the Direwolves. Using their mechanical prowess again. That was fantastic coordination from Sybil and Fantix.
That's good coordination, but they were there. Legacy didn't have to go back in. I'm not going to call it a mechanical prowess because all he did was hit Q on the guy and he died. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really horrible decision-making from Legacy to retake that team fight.
Big pickups for them to start things off. And already the bottom lane, though, King getting jumped on here, making use of the fact that Destiny was walking out toward. That's where you spam question mark pings onto your AD carry. Why are you so low?
At the same time, still has triple pots. See that Lost still goes towards the Doran's Blade. So still has the sustain to stay in this lane, and he's farming quite nicely.
Certainly is. You can see the shops coming out from Fantix already. He's gone and picked up his tier nice and early. Has boots as well to top it off. Only double longsword coming out for Claire so far. Sybil's looking to see if he can make his way in towards the top lane, but good wards from Tally spots out the Kha'Zix. Chippy's probably doesn't care here. He's opted for the Doran's ring start this time round. Not the fillable potion.
Must be a red side, blue side thing. As Destiny's getting chunked out heavy on the bottom lane. It's a lot of damage that came out all of a sudden.
He lost, still being very aggressive as well.
Yeah, they're not done. They get it right up into the turret. There's definitely more than 7 creeps there, however, so it's still an advantage.
Ooh, Claire just taking quite a bit of damage there. Tries to turn into hammer form to move a little bit quicker. The Fantix is just too fast. Too furious for Claire in this mid lane. He's just going to go back to farming though. Is slightly behind in CS. But the 2 very early kills are going to help Direwolves out very well in this mid lane.
I mean, really, it just puts a big question mark on, you know, all this jungle priority that's being given over. They had the option to be able to take Kha'Zix first. They could have given Jace over. They didn't want to go with it. They're playing tank into tank again. This time it's going to be the exact same build coming out from Tally as well, so definitely going to be no difference in that laning phase. And it just begs the question of what do Legacy do in the mid game that changes the way this game was played? Because if anything, they've got a worse mid lane matchup and a bottom lane that is going to lethality, so has all potential of being outscaled as well.
Can always see Fantix making use of that pushed up wave to go back to base. Chippy's going to help out Sybil as well. Take down the Scuttle Crab. We've got very good vision control over the top side of the map here. Sybil actually going very deep in towards Carbon's jump. Carbon has been keeping up in levels this time round. Although Sybil is not too far behind there.
I mean, Ivan kind of gets inflated levels at stages of the game as well. Just because he instantly clears Cant with the smite, so you can see that really Sybil was only 1 level behind. Carbon goes back to gold generation, so he feels like he is playing the game on the back foot. I don't really blame him. I think I agree with him. And we'll see whether, you know, Legacy can get any momentum going, because this game has been played completely on Direwolf's terms so far.
Claire doing what he can to farm up against Fantix. The wave clear from this rise is massive at the moment.
I actually like Lucian with Ivan now that I think about it. If he can duck in and get that red buff, Lucian becomes a really obnoxious laner with red buff, because he can dash towards you and do really good things. And if he gives over the blue buff as well, I mean, he's going for the invade. He has smite available. Actually, oh, yeah, he is. No, he's not. He backs away. So, knows that they're coming, doesn't go in for it. I was going to say if he goes for that, it's going to be a very good news story.
Destiny's going to eat up Ivan, and suddenly there's a rise coming down as well. The lanky man himself has to get Stand United, has to flash away as well. Maokai will cancel that teleport though, so no tree into bottom lane, no Shen either, and Carbon will be the first one to fall. Sybil will fall shortly after to loss. You can see Claire trying to make his way down. A big brawl in the bottom lane.
Yeah, big summoner spells used as well. See that the kills go over to the 80 carries. So it will be Lost and King as the 2 big benefactors of that. However, red buff gain from Lost means that any advantage for King means that any advantage Lost thought he would have is now gone.
The red buff actually expiring as well. I guess he started map, so Lost was not able to pick that one up.
Yep, couldn't leave in time.
Legacy is still pushing up this bottom lane quite nicely. It's expected with a Time Kench lane against any matchup. Lucian is well very aggressive in the lane. Lost being very aggressive. Pops the curtain call there. Forces a flash from TK to get back to safety.
That one's the culling. But yep, certainly did use his ultimate, or his R button fish, as we color casters like to say. You know, stay nice and safe with those VODs.
The not being able to do words thing is spreading. Spawn.
It's contagious. It takes us all over from time to time. It is actually been Carbon dictating the pace of the jungle a little bit more this time around. He's gone and stolen himself a red buff. So that's good. He's getting some advantages on the Ivan. However, you also have to note the fact that he's 0-2 and 1. Sybil 1-1 and 2. Been involved in a lot for his team. Good and bad.
Tree wanders into the jungle, finds that everything's been taken already.
I think Schernfire has shown that he has very good vision control at the start of the game. However, one thing I've always complimented Sybil on is Daisy's gone for a little bit of a wander.
Looks like he wants to try and fight Sybil. Fantix will actually lock up the pseudo blue buff. Destiny, though, he's got no flash. There goes Daisy. He's going to go to town here, but Claire's already backed away.
Carbon, a little bit of an error. He could have hit that plan, I think, and got Destiny a little bit offside. Instead, does not.
Very reserved from Legacy there. It almost looked like Destiny was caught out.
Yep, but didn't commit Fish. Definitely let him go that time around. Of course, you know, Rise ult coming through and things like that. They didn't really have complete information.
It was fate spawn, almost like it was his destiny to get away.
No, certainly was not. You stopped that.
Meanwhile, Legacy look to try and take down Cloud Dragon for themselves. Carver setting up with the brush. Gets Daisy to tank that one up as well. It will expire shortly, but there should be a free Dragon for Legacy. They got 2 last game. This time around, only a Cloud Drake though.
Actually, no Smite coming out, and an Ivan auto attack picking that one up. So
says bye-bye.
Flirting with danger. The Lucian hasn't got a head in laning phase, Fish. And I feel like if you're going to pick someone like Lucian, you really have to be confident that you're going to win the lane. Has not been the case so far. Congratulations to King and Destiny. I mean, I feel like they're the second unknown that we thought that was going to come out. Blinky and Jake being one of them. They've shown that they're a very competent duo lane. We knew that King was good. We knew that Destiny's good. How these two players mesh was always going to be the big question. They mesh very well, turns out. Playing fantastically as a duo lane. And bullying what is a bully lane at this stage of the game.
Doing well. Have to check back in with King and Destiny later on. Destiny's slightly behind experience of being poked out earlier, but not by much. Lost is going for the lethality build. Both him and Claire have the components for the Yomu's Ghostblade. As that's a TK, charging into the back lines. Cupcake just gets, tries to tell Lost to stand behind him, but now Cupcake's the one that's in trouble. Ultimate coming out, King already flashed away, gets concussed. They use it to their advantage. They pick up a kill. Now Sybil and Fantix are here. They're trying to run around the turrets. Cupcake takes that one up. There's a flash over the wall by Fantix. Stand United comes out. He's going to be able to get there as well. Gets a massive taunt there. Sybil's now in trouble. Chippies is trying to teleport into the lane. Lost already picked up a double. Chippies will fall. Triple for Lost, and he's found. No, he hasn't found the fourth. As Tally gets the ace against the Direwolves.
A clean ace for Legacy, and this is what you have to be able to do if you play Shen. Force the tempo of the game, get the mismatch in the timings, and really credit to Lost and Cupcake. The two inexperienced players on this Legacy lineup turn what should have been a 3v2 around on its head. Let's take another look at it. They get teleported in from behind, and they actually burn everything. They burn flashes, they burn an ultimate, and then they make the right call of continually running up. Able to get past this turret. Cupcake's tanking. He's not ever going to fall down. And 3-man taunt out of James here, able to just grab absolutely everything, gets a great stun field down, and that's a good idea out of Direwolf. I mean, they had the Rise ulti able to come in, they had the Calm Kench ulti, everything should have gone differently, but Legacy finally make the proactive play they've been looking for and come up huge.
Big heal coming out from Lost on top of that. Gets Tally, is able to keep Cupcake alive long enough. Shame to get down there. Now Legacy have already swapped Lost and Cupcake into the top lane, looking to take down more turrets for themselves.
And the adaptation is here. Shen has picked up a Tiamat as soon as that teamfight is over. He wants to be able to push in on the top lane. Means that they have a little bit more priority around the map. As I said, I agree with picking Shen if you can get the push. Tally's build certainly didn't do that last game. This game, he's going to be able to do it.
Now, Direwolves, they start off this game strong, but are now 3,000 gold behind Legacy. Gonna have to see what they're gonna do to get back into this game. If Legacy are gonna be able to continue to work with the lead they've already acquired. Tally's still in this bottom lane. We'll head back to base as the top lane outer turret has fallen. 2 turrets to none in favor of Legacy.
If I'm Tally right now, just a little thing. I'm feeling a little bit hard done by because my duo lane's taken the turret, but not left the lane neutral. I mean, that's not bouncing back. If you were Tally right now, you have a very long lane to walk towards. You're not being... I mean, Carbon better give him a Gromp or something because he does not see CS for a long time.
Poor old Shen. We'll have his Stand United back up soon, though. See if Legacy try to use that to pick a fight towards the bottom side of the map. Yomi's Ghostblade being popped there by the Jace. Just wants to pick up blue buff for himself. Which is stolen away by Carbon there. Don't get the Scuttlecraft. Ivan's trying to make friends.
And actually, Tally picks himself up a blue buff. So going to be able to do a full clear of Carbon's jungle. Like when I said give him some jungle camps, I didn't know he was going to be able to take that much.
Well, blue buff and Gromps, enough time for him to get back to catch the wave that's being pushed into his turret. But Daisy, he's on a roll here. Look at Fantix. We'll be able to get the knock up. Get some decent damage down towards this Rise. That turret's going to take quite a beating as well. One Shock Blast combo onto King puts him at half health. And that forces Chippies to respond and moves halfway down the river. This allows Tally to just keep on pushing.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, everyone else is dissipated, however, and they're still looking for Claire.
Yeah, King's looking for a show here as the curtains drop. Claire's going to get locked down, forced to use the cleanse. Will still get slow, but Stand United is coming out from Tally just to keep him alive, it seems. Carbon is fairly low. Okay, let's see if he can get the engage going.
Makai doesn't have the teleport just yet, so won't be joining the fight. Tally, however, going to have to hightail it back up to top lane. All's well that ends okay. Ultimate traded for the cleanse. Makes Tally a little bit, Claire a little bit more of a sitting duck if it ever does come back to it. Although mid lane turret under fire now.
That's going to be taken down here. Lost and Claire able to take it down with ease. Alcance tries to bring King back into the mist, but not fast enough.
And you feel like this has been the first time in a week and a half now, because they were playing against Sen, now obviously playing against the Direwolves, where Legacy have a little bit of their old swagger back. I mean, it definitely didn't start the game that way. It was all Direwolves, and Direwolves have still been playing very well. But, you know, that bottom lane play, now all of a sudden the crispness of the rotations, being able to take down mid lane turret against a Rise, against a TK, is actually pretty impressive at this stage of the game. So you have to give credit. I mean, they've stuck to the team comp. They know, they have faith in, you know, Soul Strikes. He's a really smart guy. And this time they're playing like they do have priority in those important lanes.
Unfortunately, Carbon's still not showing up so far on the Rift. 0-2 and 1. Falling behind Sybil and CS as well. Kazik's doing a good job at that in both games.
I mean, I would have to hear the calls to really support that, because even if Carbon went 0-0-0, if that bottom lane call of turn is his, it's still a game winner. And we know that Cupcake has a massive voice in the comms for, you know, such a young player, but historically Carbon has also been pretty loud telling people that they can fight. See whether they go towards another drag, and you have to feel that with a loss this big, they would be willing to fight if the Maokai wasn't there.
Yeah, for a man that's lost, he's found quite a few items here. Yoma's Ghostblade already picked up. Looking for a Black Cleaver next, it seems. Is Claire going to take quite a bit of damage from Fantix there? Dodged that last Q.
Yeah, actually maybe not as much as you expected. I mean, he has gone the Merc Treads. He's going to go towards an Edge of the Night next as well. So it's going to be fairly tanky against magic damage. Dragon picked up, no contest. All three outers down. Couple of Dragons picked up. And Legacy looking in control, if not all that safe in control at the moment, I will say.
Yeah, they're about 3,000 gold up.
You never know with this Direwolf squad, though. I mean, that's the biggest thing for me. They're just so dynamic and so quick when they do get a lead. I mean, sometimes they play a little bit fast and loose. It's been my criticism of them. It hurts them when they try and close out games. But, you know, if they follow the same mantra as Sin, is what I'm going to say. They don't play scared. That is for sure.
Direwolves now grouping up a lot of members in this mid lane. Even Chippies is trying to make his way down. It seems like Direwolves back off immediately, trying to get back to the safety of their side of the map.
And not really all that much gold picked up. I feel like people have been on that, you know, kind of item threshold for quite some time. We're still only 18 minutes into this one. So 2 major items not really coming out for all that many people. However, lots of tabbies picked up for the old Direwolves. Remember, you see on your screen, you know, 1,000 for the AD carry and mid laners. Everyone else pretty much off a fresh shop. So they're ready to tango. It's just, you know, important that when you have passives like Lucians and, you know, Ws like Jaces, tabbies just allow you to be that little bit more beefy. And Fantix has picked them up as a mage, which just, you know, shows the investment.
Destiny even looking towards his.
Obviously, they watch the hashtag OPL show.
I was playing again with Rusty a couple of days ago, and it was against a full AD team comp. I was the AD
Yes,
carry.
I watch my words.
And I asked him if it was a dumb thing for me to pick up Ninja Tabbies as Jin or Miss Fortune, and he said, it's probably pretty stupid, but I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, very famously, who was it? Used to play on the same team as Pharrell and Lord. Creaton, I want to say it was. Used to pick up Ninja Tabbies on Ezreal. You could also pick up Ninja Tabbies as well as Wriggles Lantern ages ago on Graves, and it just, with True Grit, made you like the beefiest AD carry in the world. Wriggles, of course, was not a balanced item at that stage. Lots of pings going down in the mid lane, however, Fish.
Direwolves getting collapsed on him. Destiny eats up Phantoms and spits him back out to safety. Legacy were looking for that collapse. They don't get it though.
But how do they break the lane? Because Fantix has such good wave clear at this stage of the game. And they're not really able to catch anyone due to the TK. Rotating around the map very hard versus Ryze and Tahm Kench as well, due to their semi-global ultimates. And you can see that even though they have mid lane, top lane push and mid lane push, they're still not all that confident in being able to knock down turrets. Carbon's not even up with the squad. So it's going to be difficult to bring down any of these inner structures.
We can see Soul Strike's strategy coming into play here now. Shen split pushing the bottom side of the map. Rest of Legacy trying to pressure the other side. Top side was the target. Inner turret takes half its health and damage.
Yeah, but it's still only half the health, and that play was like 2.5 minutes in the making. They timed the blue buff because they had taken the last one. They had put Tally bottom lane. He's trying to get a deep push. They had balanced mid and top lane turrets to push in simultaneously, and they only got half health of the turret. I mean, this is a difficult team comp to siege into, and if you ever make an error, they can be behind you in the blink of an eye and ready to pick up those kills.
Well, Direwolves are still looking to try and defend this top lane inhibitor. Sibyl's leveled up his spikes there. Finds the damage. King, happy feet, is able to juke away the shock blast. The only member about Ninja Tabbies escapes it. Lost looking for a little bit of damage there with the culling. Gets some nice damage onto both Sybil and King, which means top lane inner turret is going to be broken by Legacy.
And that's what they needed. That's just raw aggression out of Lost. Will not be denied at this stage of the game. He is 4-0-2. Steps forward solo into the Direwolves team and actually just lets rip. I mean, very nicely played. Breaks it, gets himself even more of a gold advantage.
Okay, that's a realm warp. Phantics.
You could see that they actually wanted to go towards Baron. The assist ping went out from Legacy. They had called the play. However, the on the way ping had gone through from Fantix from the ultimate.
Well, we can see bits of builds being picked up here. Claire's still going for lethality. Lost though. I mean, we thought lethality is going to help Lucian, and it does, but he's still going for the traditional Black Cleaver Youmuu's Ghostblade build that we saw Lucian's pick up last year.
Yeah, I just wonder if after this, he goes crit, if he goes Last Whisper, or if he goes lethality. That's the biggest question. I thought he would get this far, because the CDR, honestly, is just so useful. As Carbon wants to tally, Tally wants to fight Chippies.
Chippies was trying to blend in with his environment.
Skin kind of looks like the Grom.
Yep. Still, a little bit of a lull in this game as Legacy just slowly press their advantage. 5,000 gold up.
I want to talk about Claire for a little moment as he's walking past on our screen. We were really hyped to get Claire over here, as we were with Shern back playing in Oak. However, I feel like he hasn't played well on anything not called Jace. He's definitely a good Jace player, however, has looked pretty sloppy on the control mages. You can see 0-1 and 4, 200 CS. He has fallen down behind Fantix again, but lots of mid laners do that. However, you can just see the comfort is there with the Jace, landing the long-range poke, being able to approach turrets. Whereas last game on the Cassiopeia, didn't flash, didn't cleanse a couple of times, kind of wasn't having the best game.
Fantix going to get hit by the Winter's Bite there, but Shock Blast missed.
Yeah, as soon as that missed, they were still scared of him. They were like, we can't chunk him out. He still has exhaust. Might actually just turn around and kill us. We don't know where Sybil is. Let's get the heck out of here.
They do know where Sybil is right now, and they deny him from taking down one of the control wards placed in this jungle. Play uses that time to clear out the wave on the side of the map. And another dragon. Started here by Legacy, slowly taking objective after objective. Are you going to help them out a little bit with their siege?
It helps people like Lucian, because when Lucian steps up to hit the turret, he takes incidental poke as Fantix approaching again.
More pops the realm, what we've got to get out in time. Not interrupted there by the Braum, and Destiny just goes, nom nom nom. Safe, buddy. Legacy going to have to try and use that to push their advantage.
Yeah.
Sybil already leaped away.
Can get Daisy back out. I mean, that's going to be enough maybe to be able to chunk out this turret. See that Carbon's actually willing to tank it up a little bit by himself. Doesn't even call the friend of the forest.
Instead,
might be a big fight. Chippies is here.
They're going to brute force that turret down. King takes a shock blast to the face. Here comes a big old tree. Redemption being used nice and early by Legacy, keeping everyone at full health, and the fight's already gone through. Daisy's in amongst it. There goes Tally. Big nom nom coming out from Destiny. Gets Chippies back to safety and away from that one. Sybil gets hit by the Winter's Bite. Fantix still wants to chase. No one dies, but Legacy do take a turret.
Yeah, so another turret picked up for Legacy. Puts them 7,000 gold up. But you can see that still in the team fight, they don't want to go toe-to-toe with the Maokai. I mean, Chippies is just a brick. He sits there. Voss can't kill him. He's 4-0-2. Tally's not going to do any damage to him. Claire, you know, going the lethality build, that doesn't really help out against pure tanks. It's going to come to the stage of the game again where Chippies is unkillable and Fantix kills everyone.
This is just trying to wait and see if they can get to that portion of the match. For now, Legacy is still pushing that advantage they acquired from the Ace very early into the game on the bottom side of the map. 46,000 gold to 38,000 gold. 8,000 gold lead for Legacy, and Tally's about to make that go even larger as he picks up about 3 minion waves worth of minions.
Gotta love Sunfire Cave sometimes. The auto attack wasn't quick enough to get through, but the burn from the Sunfire definitely was. Gave him the first cannon creep. Yeah, I just feel like this game's still on a timer fish. I mean, Braum, Ivan, and Jace scale very well into the later stages of the game, but you can't give range to Lost. He's always going to be kind of that mid-range AD carry. He's not really going to have all that much, you know, armor penetration or crit. He's going to have to pick one of them. Or he just goes no sustain on Lucian, which is a very bold call. So, you know, the game still progresses.
And I know Frostcorn's watching this match should be so happy because until about 2 seconds ago, 4 members of Legacy all had 2 control wards sitting in their inventory. Looking for lots of vision control in this match, but Karma's been caught. Konako going to hit him twice, 3 times, 4 times. As Sybil goes over the wall, gets a kill, and now Claire looking to try and go one-on-one. Here comes Fed as well. The Realm Lords brought 2 members into this one. Destiny Blast cones his way over the pit. Not going to be able to engage anymore on towards Legacy, but they've got a pick.
Teleport was cancelled onto Tally, which means all of a sudden only the stand united. They need to be careful of the Baron. And finally, it looks like Direwolves, who haven't picked up a turret this game, are moving in to be able to take it.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on towards King. He nails catching the shock blast there as well as the redemption, which will clear up the wave and stop Direwolves from pushing any further.
Ooh, Tally actually also left the split push. Thought he was going to be needed to come down and deter. Means that the turret doesn't get any damage on it from the Legacy lineup.
So all Direwolves get is a pick onto Carbon.
They get 3/4 of the health of mid lane turret. I feel like at this stage of the game, if they win one team fight and they're able to rip straight down mid lane, they're going to go a long way into evening up this gold disparity.
Legacy straight back onto the offensive here. King forced to deal with the lane. Sorry, the minion wave up on the top side of the map. We'll be able to clear that one out with ease. Good vision control from Legacy on the top side of the jungle. Red buff and everything else there has been watered out.
But Direwolves fight back well with vision. I mean, I know I keep going back to it. I like vision a lot. They keep walking out of base with control wards, still 2 on their support player, double sweepers. Every single time, Legacy try and control that top side of the map. Destiny's back in there cleaning it out. Sybil will get away with an ultimate, hasn't evolved his wing jet, so it's just a short hop. But yeah, for a team that, you know, we attribute more like scrappy brawly play, Direwolves have certainly learned how to play around their vision incredibly well.
They certainly have. But for now, again, nothing much happening on Summoner's Rift. Legacy are slowly increasing that goal lead, little by little. Baron is available to be played.
They've pinged out Sybil. Not going to catch him.
He will hop, skip, and jump and gets back to safety.
So what they're trying to do is they're trying to force vision, disappear into fog of war. Force vision, disappear into fog of war. At a certain point of that, you just go towards Baron, you rush it down, and you see how quickly you can burn through it with your really fed AD carry as well as Jace, who just absolutely rips through Baron. Problem at the moment is that Direwolves are just fighting with them every step of the way. And if you force too hard, all of a sudden you're face checking into Fantix, you know, face checking into Sybil or King. And they do lots of damage. So they need to play this one by the book and nice and slow. See that they're now finally collapsed all the way back to their vision line. And Direwolves, blink of an eye, force back in.
Legacy now taking a playing out of the 10 mines here, waiting outside the rush. Direwolves decide not to push out that far though. They do have good vision control over the Baron buff, so at any point in time they can try and take that objective. But as you mentioned, Direwolves just playing this nice and easy.
Oh, this is dangerous. I actually thought they might try and go onto King there. He was just sitting still, auto-attacking that ward. They had, however, sent Claire back to base to pick himself up a BF sword. And the problem here is that Ryze's wave clear is just so good that they can't really approach those turrets. Tahm Kench is going to save anyone that's been snared up. And due to those semi-globals, keep going back to it, and the ability for the Maokai to flank, they're just not able to push in. It means that their gold lead isn't going down, but it certainly isn't going up at a very rapid pace either.
Tally's able to stop Sybil from taking down the Scuts of Craft there. Which means Legacy should have control over the 4th Dragon of the game. 2 Oceans already picked up with the Cloud. See the 3rd one will be picked up by Legacy as well before Elder Dragon spawns in the next 6 minutes. So another big objective for Legacy to play around if they can continue pushing Direwolves deeper and deeper onto their side of the map.
And you can see that, I mean, they have the confidence to send King up pretty much to the river at the moment. Not fearful at all. In fact, they might actually try and fight Cupcake.
For a while.
Yeah. But this does not look like a team that is 8,000 gold down. I mean, they're fighting them at the river, and they're actually looking for the engage.
Yeah, Claire gets stunned up here. Cupcake pops the shield as well as the redemption. That's going to heal up Claire and Cupcake back to full, and it's almost as if nothing happens for him.
Yeah, exactly right. They keep Tally in the side lane. He has a red buff. He's going to continue to push up, see whether he's able to get anything done. Actually looks like Fantix potentially is going to be the person to match him, although Maokai also heading in that direction.
Picks up his blue buff instead. Lots of pings over towards the red buff and Direwolf side of the map. Carbon still trying to establish vision control here with Cupcake. Good side step coming out from Sybil. Destiny eats up the Kha'Zix. Spits him back out to safety and rinse and repeat, it seems.
Yeah, we're going absolutely nowhere in a hurry right now. That is for sure. I mean, back to the mid lane play. Lost his top lane, potentially a fight.
Oh, Cupcake's put the door the wrong way. There's the Stand United. They're going to force a fight. Big ultimate coming off the Braum. And now Direwolves, they're going to get double taunted on. King and Fantix locked down by Tally. Destiny gets in a little bit of trouble here. Chippy's tanking it up. Sybil's already trying to go back to base. They might just settle to try and take down the nice, big, juicy top lane. And Destiny flashes in, picks up Chippy, spits him back out, will sacrifice himself for that one. And Legacy get a pick for their trouble.
And that was a 4v5. I mean, Legacy at this point are just so beefy. Double redemption, Locket picked up as well. It meant they could just sit there, absorb all the damage as soon as Tally was in. And that will mean Baron plants it down. It's going to be hidden in the grass, and they have to face check now, Fish.
Let's see what they can do. Baron is at half health. Big shock blast coming out from Claire. Over the wall, on top of Sybil, gets him in the lead. Now it's the tree that goes back into the jungle. Fantix is trying to run. One more auto attack would send him away. He will be able to round warp out of that one as he gets stunned, leaving it. But still, Legacy, another pick for themselves. They're taking down the jungler. This should be a free Baron.
Yeah, it certainly should be. That's why Claire was willing to burn the flash to get over the wall. Without Baron, this should be a non-contest. However, it looks like Direwolves still want it.
Can he do it? Destiny wants to try and get the steal. He can't quite get in there. Somewhere across the map, King's been taken down by Claire. Fantix still trying to chase him out of that one. It will be Baron falling for Legacy.
Yeah, it will eventually fall down. There it is. Legacy picked that one up. 10,000 gold now. Baron Nashor picked up for Legacy. I mean, we said that they couldn't really push in. Now they should have the split push advantage on the Shen. He should be able to march creeps into the Maokai. I mean, not really all that much Maokai can do. And Claire is huge. 2 kills. Let's just see how he grabbed him. I mean, King went into the ulti. Claire chased him down. That's pretty easy. We nerfed the 2 this guy's damage in the next patch, by the way. That's why.
Not very fun to watch. Poor King.
I wonder how they actually treat the Jace now. Like, how high a priority are they willing to put on it? Because, of course, Legacy going to swap back to the red side. Are they willing to leave a Camille up? Are they willing to leave a Rengar up? I mean, what do you go towards if you're Legacy right now as far as wanting to secure this pick for Claire?
You can see the gold on your screen there. Big lead in the top lane. Small
80
one.
carries.
Small one in the mid lane and 80 carries. Massively lost on this Lucian. Haven't seen too much from him since the early game aggression. He was actually left out of the last fight.
Certainly was. I mean, Destiny is also quite a fair bit behind Cupcakes. That's what happens when you don't take any turrets.
That's a very big Shen.
Yep, he took an iron pot. He's the biggest doctor around town.
It's bigger than the tree. That's coming from a member of Legacy. Is Sybil going to take a shock blast to the face there? Down to half health again. Divers are stuck trying to defend their base against Legacy.
And 1, 2, and 2. This is the best part about having 2 supports, Fish. Is you're able to leave one with either AD carry. Braum goes with the Jace. I mean, Ivan goes with the Lucian. That's aggressive out of Lost. Lost just walked to the turret by himself.
We've got another one up in the top lane just waiting for the doctor's orders. They're going to just walk up, take a few turret shots. Don't know too much about that. Will be healed up by the Athene's Unholy Grail from Carbon. Slowly whittle away at this top lane turret.
I mean, I feel if they actually get a creep wave onto it, they're just going to tear it apart. Don't know if it's going to be all that slow. See, Chippy's rotates over. They want the 5v5.
Take quite a bit of damage there. Critical comes out from King, looking to see if they can get a fight going. Redemption already used from Legacy. Back to full health once more. That turret incredibly low. Daisy going to take a beating. Carbon going to take a beating as well. So it's Lost. This might be Direwolf's fight. There is the Stand United coming out from Shed. He does complete it. Sybil, what are you doing? Destiny will be able to save him for now. Chippies is into the back lines. Fancies is trying to make his way onto the carries of Legacy, but he can't. And now he's the one that gets locked down. Nice sniper off Destiny on top of it. And Legacy have found 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, and that was kind of just Direwolves roaming forward. They forgot about the big shield. The big counter initiation comes in. Legacy pick up the team fight 3 members to 0 with Baron buff, with their double 80 carries, now looking to push in and end the game.
And they send Direwolves back to the drawing board with their tail between their legs. They'll take down Sybil as well. They get a delayed ace, and they drop the branch on Direwolves to send us to game 3.
Certainly do, and you can see in their player cams, pretty happy with that one. The Lucian pick came out, not expected. Braum, this was a scrappy comp. This was meant to 5v5 team fight with the teleport coming in from that Shen, and they did it very well.
And this was off of the back of Direwolves picking up a decisive game 1. Coming into the mid lane, picking up 2 kills at 5 minutes in, picking up a 3,000 gold lead, and Legacy just turning it completely around with a very early ace in the bottom lane and just snowballed the victory.
But you have to go back to the early game. The early game was still all Direwolves. I mean, they still had control of the jungles. They were still pushing people out. They had a very good... The deep wards went down for Ivan. He was looking for a 3 buff. All of a sudden, you know, they just split the map in half, played top side versus bottom side. Still a smart game out of Direwolves. Just all went bad on that one Tahm Kench ultimate down into the bottom lane where Lost got a triple kill and they got aced.
And really good shot calling coming out from Legacy when that happened in the bottom lane. Very delayed ace, but it's an ace nonetheless, and they played it phenomenally, and it just seems like they slowly bled out the Direwolves after that.
Yeah, one more time. If you give them a comp they're comfortable with, if they get a lead, they can still team fight. It's the map play we need to look to in Game 3 to see if Legacy can go with this team.
And we are going to Game 3 after Legacy fight back and take down the Direwolves. To break it down even further, let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, joining me here at the analyst desk, we have Alex and also Mendrix. And gentlemen, Legacy have tied up the series 1-1. Mendrix, let me start with you. Where did they go right this time round?
Initially in that early game team fight where they managed to pick up an ace and really get basically Lost going, that was when it was perfect for them. And what I really like to point out to it is that it was an interesting pick and ban as well. I mean, the fact that they had Lucian is a bit unorthodox, and it was because they weren't really playing towards Direwolf's game. When you do pick up, when you do ban the Varus and you pick up the Jhin, you force them onto Ashe, and they said, no, we're not having anything of that. Let's get out the Lucian, let's get out the Braum. It's going to be good from there.
Yeah, Alex, did you see any significant differences in their play comp and style, obviously, not just from their composition, but in terms of their mentality going from Game 2 to Game 1?
Yeah, mentality and team comp made the difference, really. Lucio mentioned it earlier. He was talking about the Lucian and the Braum. They are mobile picks capable of skirmishing anywhere on the map, and I think that really made the difference this time. Before, it was them getting picked off out of nowhere. You know, Thresh would come in with the hook or Rise with the Realm Warp and the Snare. This time, they were able to take those fights. And I think there's one fight, we'll see in the replay later, where King is chasing them down and they turn on him. More on that later, but I think that kind of reflects the complete paradigm shift they had to do to win this game.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the draft as it comes up on your screen. And a couple of things. We've already touched on the Lucian Braum pick. Soulstrike said it was kind of works well against Rise. But Mendrix, as you look at that, that Shen pick, Spawn was not a fan of it. What's your take on it?
Shen at the moment is just a solid laner, and he just really fits well into any sort of team composition that you decide to put out there. So I feel they're sort of saying, yep, we need a tank that can round out our team composition. Shen does that well, and that's what I decided to pick up in the end.
And then let's go back to this Lucian Brom pick as well. I mean, it's unorthodox. Do you think we're going to see more of it throughout the split with Legacy?
Well, I think teams, after watching that game, they'll start to realize, hey, guys, Lucian still exists, Braum still exists, you know. We see these comps with multiple carries, even carry supports like a Misfortune or a Malzahar, getting shredded apart by these assassin-heavy lineups. You got your Kha'Zix diving the back line or your Jace just dunking on your back line. Teams are starting to realize that you can still pick a mobile AD carry, maybe not as good in a siege or a team fight, but they can get away when they need to.
And the thing with Lucian is he's actually sort of, over time, decided to get back into power. He's had a few nerfs, had his nerfs beforehand, wasn't really favoring him, and then he had a few recent buffs. Then lethality got buffed. And it's something that people didn't realize, that he's still fantastic as an ADC caster. And when he's able to get those extra buffs on the side, he sort of just resurges, especially when you're not expecting him. So it's really really well done by Legacy to notice that, yes, Lucian is actually becoming viable again. Let's throw him into that play.
Yeah, if anything, I think this is just an evolution of patch 7.2, you know. Patch cycles aren't heaps long in League of Legends, but in this case, we've come around to the point where we've got our immobile comps, and then we've got our dive comps, and then we're going back to our mobile comps. It's like a cycle, you know?
Absolutely. Well, Mendrix touched on it before, that early team fight, where Legacy picked up an ace. Let's look at a replay of that right now. And Mendrix, what in particular stands out to you in this fight?
So we're missing a little bit here, but this is what's great about this is Legacy's communication. And the big thing about this is that after they manage to pick up the kill onto King, they walk back up towards the turret. You think that's normally a bad thing, but considering Direwolves have got them pinned, this is the intelligent move. They understood that they had a support coming from Claire, from the mid lane. He was walking up from that point in time. And then that Shen ultimate that followed through afterwards was just perfect to protect, I think it was Cupcake, long enough to keep him alive and get him into that team fight. And that was just perfect from that point. He landed a fantastic stun, and it was just communication all round from Legacy there. And that's what we needed. That was what was lacking in the game one.
Yeah, I think, and even the decision-making from Tally to hold off on the Shen ult, you know. When Cupcake and Lost were getting chased down by King, they were getting pincered in, you know, the Kha'Zix was on the side ready to jump on them. They turned around, took out the Jhin, and look, Jhin could have died earlier if Tally had put his ult on, but they realized, hey guys, you know, there are a bunch of direwolves coming down from the jungle. They're coming to help. If they want to turn this into a bigger fight, we're happy to make it a bigger fight.
Absolutely. And also, 31 minutes in, there is a mid-lane Direwolves-focused Cupcake team fight that we want to take a look at now. And Medrix, why don't you take us through this replay?
So, Direwolves have been extremely patient the entire game. And as you can see, they think they've found their pick. They think they've found a way to get objectives and get on the map. And they focus everything onto Cupcake. And all the shields coming out from Cupcake, his own shield with the Locket of the Iron Solari. Also getting the shield from Tally, and the redemption from Carbon keeps him alive. It allows Legacy to make the turn, and this is really the turning point in the game. It set up the Baron, it set up everything else for Legacy, and they were able to take the win off the back of that.
Yeah, we also saw in this game Carbon buying a Spell Thief's Edge early on in the game. Mendrix, you had some interesting things to say about this backstage, but he sold it later on in the game. Talk us through your what you think is his reasoning behind this.
So my speculation behind that, or my theory behind that specifically, was it allows him to sort of, as a catch-up mechanic, get back into the game. He immediately purchased it after that fumble in the mid lane where they ended up giving themselves a double kill towards the Direwolves. And so he bought that, gives him a little bit of ability power, gives him a little bit of magic resistance, and it gives him gold per 5. So as time went out throughout the game, it allowed him to catch back up. Once he felt he was back in a comfortable position, he sold it, and from there the team was able to win.
All right, well, that is Game 2. Legacy have tied up the Series 1-all. We'll be back with Game 3 right after this.
Claire goes back in. They want first blood, but they don't get it. Fantix will be able to pick that one up. There's a flash over the wall by Fantix. Stand United comes out. He's going to be able to get there as well. Gets a massive taunt there. Symbol's now in trouble. Chimpies is trying to teleport into the lane. Lost already picked up a double. Chimpies will fall. Triple for Lost. And he's found, no, he hasn't found the 4. As Tally gets the ace. Oh, Cupcakes put the door the wrong way. There's the Stand United. They're going to force a fight. Big ultimate coming out from the Braum. And now Direwolves, they're going to get double taunted on. King and Fantix locked down by Tally. Destiny is in a little bit of trouble here. Chippy's tanking it up. Sybil's already trying to go back to base. They might just settle to try and take down the nice, big, juicy top lane. And Destiny flashes in, picks up Chippy, spits him back out, will sacrifice himself for that one. And Legacy get a pick for their drop. Carbon gonna take a beating as well, so it's lost. This might be Direwolves' fight. There is the Stand United coming out from Chen. He does complete it. Sybil, what are you doing? Destiny won't be able to save him for now. Chippy's is into the back lines. Fancies is trying to make his way onto the carries of Legacy, but he can't. And now he's the one that gets locked down. Nice sniper off Destiny on top of it, and Legacy have found 3 kills for themselves. And they send Direwolves back to the drawing board with their tail between their legs. They'll take down Sybil as well. They get a delayed ace, and they drop the branch on Direwolves to send us to game 3.
It's huge on the pressure when this could be either your biggest, greatest moment, or, you know, it could be just another thing. And I'm trying to strive for the biggest, greatest moment.
¿Quieres uno como gamer que tenga la mejor experiencia del mundo, que sientes emoción cuando ve las finales?
¿Él?
People like forget about who they are. They become their character in game.
并不是说你努力就一定有收获，就算你被打败了，你还得继续去战斗。
It was a really, really dark place for me. I was terrified of everything.
Eu só não esperava que com League of Legends eu me aproximasse tanto de uma pessoa. Eu só não esperava que fosse acabar desse jeito.
League of Legends community, me, everyone, all these gamers, we have your back. That's who we are, you know?
We've been ahead the whole game. I got fed early, so this game should be a free win. But since we're ahead, my team gets cocky and starts trolling. They get caught, and now we maybe lose Nash. But I'm really fed, so there's still a chance that we can win this fight. This game was a free win a minute ago, but whatever. They had to burn some ults to take down Tam though. And Kate's also strong, and Nunu can peel for her. I know I have TP, but if I TP to the Nash pit, I get one shot and die. Next to the mid lane wall, I'm too far away and I can't deal damage. I choose to TP to the blue off wall, so I'm in a good position for flank. As I TP in behind them, Kate and Nunu stall by catching enemy team in the middle of Baron. Nunu tanks as much as he can, and Kate deals a lot of damage. Since I'm on the flank, enemy team doesn't know who to focus. And since the three of us play the fight correctly, we kill them all and save the game. That's just solo queue.
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, Legacy and Direwolves are tied with 1 game apiece in this, our match of the week. I'm joined here at the analyst desk to break down these games by our in-house OPL analyst Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and also Alex Mandazir, Fairfax journalist about esports. Is it about esports? For esports.
For
I
esports,
apologize.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting my prepositions wrong. Who knows?
think
Anyway,
that's what they call it,
let us get into analyzing Game 3 because it's about to happen and it's kind of a coin flip at this point. Like, who's going to win this, Alex? What do Legacy need to do to shore up this victory?
Well, they're back on red side this game, which is always a bit of an uphill battle. But they can take some good lessons away because they didn't win because Direwolves made huge mistakes. They just came with a better game plan and executed it better.
Yeah,
more of that.
Oops, sorry. Did I cut you off there? I apologize.
No.
Well, Mendrix, for the Direwolves, what do they want to be doing in this third game?
So now they've picked up Schönfire again, which is an interesting swap around for them, and they really do want to continue to make sure they get jungle priority for him, sort of benefit from the fact that they've brought him back into it, and also not rely on Legacy to make those mistakes that happened before, because they thought they had them pinned in that initial bot lane team fight, and Legacy didn't make a mistake, and that was what allowed them to sort of get control of the game. So they don't need to do that. Be proactive, yes, but you need to make sure that you're hedging your risks and taking the right fights instead of just going in for it thinking, yep, they're going to run into us now.
Absolutely. And if you're Carbon having to play against two different junglers today, does that affect the jungler you're going to pick, the champion you're going to pick to play in jungle?
Well, he might be a little shook because Schönfire bodied him on Kha'Zix, but he can be proud of his play against Sybil because, yeah, he took a pretty big L early with that awkward double kill in mid lane. But like Mendrix explained earlier with the Spell Thief's Edge, he was able to get in the right mindset to say, hey, look, I'm a support jungler. I don't really need that much money, If I'm there for my team, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Mendrix, do you have any suggestions on champions you want to see Carbon on in this third game?
If he can get his hands on Ivern, which he's shown fantastic proficiency on, that would be an amazing asset for the Legacy side. But the thing is that now that they're on red side, not blue, I expect there to be a ban coming for the Ivern. Maybe perhaps move towards a Rek'Sai instead of a Lee Sin, because it wasn't really the greatest performance. And seeing as he seems to be so good at enabling his own teammates, it would make sense for him to go for a jungler that provides that sort of initiation to get them going.
Meanwhile, if you're Schönfire, you've got that blue side priority, you get those first picks. Do you think they're going to prioritize that Kha'Zix pick?
Absolutely. If Kha'Zix is up, you take it, I don't think Direwolves were actually expecting to be able to pick Kha'Zix for Sybil. I think they expected that Legacy would have picked it up or at least taken it out of the rotation. So that was a lucky break last game. But if they can get it again, that's a huge advantage.
All right, well, let's get your final predictions before we go into Game 3. Mendrix, what are your thoughts? You sticking with your plan the whole way through?
Whole way through. Stick with my plan. It's going to be a 2-1. They've got the momentum this time, and as long as they, again, take a good game plan into it, they're looking good to win.
Okay, you've just said it's going to be a 2-1. Obviously, that's mathematical. But
I said 2-1 at the start, so, I mean, it has to be the case. But I'm just saying right now, sticking to my guns, 2-1 to Legacy.
I haven't named the team. It's not important.
I don't need to name the team. I said originally it was Legacy.
All right, Alex, your thoughts? You sticking to your guns?
I'm gonna say Direwolves 2-1. There's no plausible deniability there, unlike this coward over here. Yeah, Direwolves. Look, we're living in the age of Schönfire.
Whatever.
He hasn't lost.
I'm not.
Hasn't lost today.
Washing my hands of the matter.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
look, hey, stats. Schönfire has never lost an OPL game.
Well, yeah. All right. It's 100% win record. You can't argue with those stats, despite the fact that we did earlier talk about cherry-picking stats. All right, that is enough from us here at the OPL Analyst Desk. It's time to get into Game 3, so let's throw it over to you casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
A little bit scared of you, Spawn. The kids are fighting over there.
Yeah, it's getting spicy on the Analyst Desk. I mean, they were throwing down a little bit. Why can't they just get along like we do, Fish?
Exactly. I don't quite understand, spread love, not war, guys. Come on, get it together. We're all in this together to bring a fantastic broadcast. Come on, guys. You can do it.
Be an Ivan.
Make friends. See, you do agree. Ivan makes friends with the jungle. He doesn't kill them. We did it. Spawn just waves at the screen, wants me to get the heck out of this conversation. But we are into picks and bans for the final game of not only the match of the week, but the final game of today as well. LeBlanc and Zara going to hit the bench here by the Direwolves. Camille and Rengar being banned out by Legacy. Now excited to see what the final ban is going to be coming out from Legacy. Jace will hit the bench.
On the
nice
side
and
of
early.
Direwolves, so they didn't want to be forced into the trade. I mean, this is really interesting because we thought that maybe Legacy would leave it up to try and force the Kha'Zix for Jace trade instead. I will say we're having none of that. We know it's Claire's best champion. Let's get rid of it.
Which means that Direwolves are going to be able to pick up the Kha'Zix once again. Schönfire gets that. And that's a first pick Lucian Brom from Legacy. Okay. This is with Jin and Varus left up.
They obviously believe that is the hard counter to Rise. Rise has to step into Lucian's range. Braum gets the shield up in front of him. Lucian goes to town and puts out all that damage, you know, with the lethality, able to chunk through there. It's a little bit confusing. I mean, I wonder how the Lucian would have gone without a triple kill at 14 minutes.
And Direwolves again sticking to the guns. They're like, all right, let's still go with the Rise. We're comfortable with Fantix playing this champion.
I do want to, however, bring up the fact that Direwolves are picking pretty good 1-3-1 comps, and Churnfire hasn't left mid lane this series. He has definitely been sticking to his designated lane. He is called mid in Champion Select, and he is not moving at all. So it's a little bit interesting to me. I think they have to take Ivan here, because otherwise it's just going to be banned away.
Potential for Shen to be locked in again. But it said, yep, there's the Ivan pick. Direwolves did get the Varus as well this time, so no Jin being picked up for them. Now I want to see what the next few bans are going to be. I mean, you can take away the Cassiopeia.
They're all going away. I mean, I actually don't. I expect Corki to come out on Legacy's lineup, so I don't even think they'll touch Cassiopeia. I think we're going to... Oh, they did. That was weird, because I expect them to play as similar comp to Game 2 as Legacy can. They want a brawling comp that has the ability to take down turrets very quickly. I wonder if they go towards a Shen ban, because those shields were quite powerful on the Braum, I guess you could say.
I mean, the only reason why I look towards Cassiopeia, because internationally known to do well against Rise and lane.
Definitely. However, we saw that Game 1 wasn't really the case.
Story.
So a counter pick only works if you can play it. Without throwing too much shade, it did not look like they had a good grasp on that 2v2.
Karma's the final ban from Legacy. This could potentially be the Shen ban. If not, it could be first picked here by Legacy.
I mean, what's going to get through? The Cannon's going to get through? Does Tally go towards that?
Gangplank.
So
the final ban.
Cannon's been banned twice by Legacy.
Yep.
I know that Tally plays it. How well does he play it? Because you have to assume that Direwolves are willing to pick that one up.
But does he take it over Shen here? Worked very well with this team comp last game. I'm interested to see if Direwolves have any spanners to throw here as well.
I feel like you have to. You don't ban something twice in a row. Corki, oof.
You said they're going to go towards it. They lock it in, which means they're leaving Tally's pick for last. Claire's going to play that one into the Rise. Now Direwolves have to show their hand. No surprises for Legacy anymore. They know exactly what they're going to round out their team comp with. Support and top lane is what they're looking for.
Yeah, Tarmkench didn't work out last game. I mean, you could see the idea coming out. So they do default back.
Thresh is going to be picked up for Destiny. Had a good game one, the champion.
And now this is where you put everything on the line. Are you a 1-3-1 team, or are you a team fighting team, Direwolves? If you go with Cannon, you're a 1-3-1. You put Rise in the off lane, Cannon in the strong lane, you go to town. If you're a team fighting team, they will take Maokai or they will take Shen, and they would make sure that they can fight in these situations.
Taking all the time in the world to pick their champion, and Shen is going to be the Direwolves champion. No, it's not. What? They swapped so... It's bugged out the graphic. That's how long it took them to swap into Maokai here.
Yeah.
Still says Destiny's picking. He's not.
That was a last-second decision. I mean, they did swap over to the Maokai. Chippies has been playing quite well, I think, in the last couple of games. Ha! Huni!
Gragas is going to be locked in here for Legacy. Viva, the first time I heard about Gragas being played in the top lane this year is I was listening to Raz cast the LPL, say it was played in the CS division of the LPL.
Yeah, LSPL. So I brought it up as well. So I've been talking about Gragas heaps. I spoke about it on the podcast a little bit, but let's just touch briefly into it. He doesn't clear fast enough, so he cannot be a jungler at the moment. He just cannot keep up with the likes of the Ivans, the Lee Sins, the Elises, Kha'Zix, Rengar. All those guys just clear way too fast for him, so you fall behind. However, what we did buff is he gets some armor, which helps him in lane a lot, and he gets more health back off his passive, which means if they ever run two magic dealers, top and mid lane as magic dealers, and you can go towards Spirit Visage as your first item, you just get so much back from your passive. We're expecting him to go double ring because he still has mana issues. We're expecting him to go Spirit Visage first, and we probably are looking towards maxing W because Q takes up doesn't do enough damage anymore, takes up too much of your mana pool. W gives you the damage reduction, gives you the ability to, you know, clear out minion waves very quickly, gives you percentage health against champions as well. So that's what we're looking for out of the Gragas.
I mean, even Varus does a lot of percent-based magic damage to champions, so good pickup here from Legacy. Excited to see what Tally can do with the champion, and I'm excited to see Gragas being played again, especially up in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's a real fun pick. You can do some cool things now that we've changed his ultimate. I know people hate it, but you know, you can throw ultis, flash body slams, all really cool stuff to make sure that the ulti lands now. You need to be very on point with the timing, I will say, because it is a lob. However, you know, you can also just still chuck it at turrets. I mean, I bring it up all the time, but if you want a siege, if you've got a Corki, if you've got a Lucian that needs access close range to these turrets, you just throw a barrel at it, they go away.
Well, for now, before we get into this match, let's check in with Hingers, who's with Direwolves coach Sharp.
Thanks, guys. I am here right now with Sharp, and we got cut off last time, but I do want to ask now that we see the rotating junglers, what's the strategy behind swapping out Sybil and Schoenfire alternating games?
Well, after the performance from Sybil, I think Schoenfire just performed a little better in game 1, and we came to the conclusion that Schoenfire got a lot of information watching that game 2 as well and seeing Carbon's pathing, so we think it's a very good tactical move to get Schoenfire back in, given that he has that information now.
So learn a game, play a game, learn a game, play a game. I also want to ask, going up against this Lucian Braum comp, did you feel like it threw you guys last game, and how are you responding in this game?
Yeah, it's pretty. We haven't versed Lucian Braum in scrims or anything like that, so it's pretty surprising that they're first rotation in as well. But I'm pretty confident that King can handle it. We'll see how it goes. Really, we're not really too accustomed to it, but we just have to be wary of the early pressure and then see how we go from there.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the Lucian Braum. One of the things that initially forced Thresh out of the meta was how poorly he dealt with, the likes of the old TK and the old Braum. So I hope that, for Sharp's sake, that this bottom lane has a little bit more of a grasp on how it goes. Because if they go aggressive at all, I feel like they get clapped in the 2v2.
On top of that, Lucian notoriously does well against immobile 80 carries in the laning phase, and
catch him out, gun him down.
Yeah, his mobility allows him to avoid Thresh quite well as well. So,
and with the lethality build, I mean, if King misses one Q, it opens up an 8-second window, pretty much all laning phase, where you just dive in and go to town.
So you already see in the mid lane, Claire and Fantix trading very aggressively.
Claire wants these trades. I mean, it looks like they're even, but Fantix once again goes towards his refillable potion. Claire, on the other hand, has the corrupting potion.
I mean, what we've seen from Fantix a lot is he clears out the wave, gets 16 CS, goes back, picks up his tier nice and early. If he's going to force him to use mana to trade against him, he's not going to be able to do that as early as he likes.
Yeah, and that's why you start Gatling Gun, because I agree with you, he's looking for the push, but Gatling Gun still chips down the creeps, you know, able to trade auto attacks well. See whether they go for the ward over the back of Dragon again. This seems to be a pretty staple thing out of Cupcake and Lost now. I really like that ward. For all the reasons I said in game 1, just repeat them quickly. If they ever rotate over the backside, you know, back towards Raptors, you can see exactly where the Kha'Zix is. You know if he's going to gank bottom lane just off of the information that he didn't rotate there, or he's had a shop, so you just play a little bit safe until he goes back.
That's aggressive from Claire. They're going to try and go toe-to-toe against Fantix. He's out of mana. Does have his last corrupting potion ticking away, so Fantix is going to be stuck in this lane if Claire can push him out nice and early. Kha'Zix already close to the mid lane though.
Okay, exactly right. So one more time, shadowing the mid lane. That's what we expect out of it. But again, Claire has got the freeze because of Fantix's mana pool and being able to go with it.
Lots of fighting going down in the bottom lane. It's actually King that's got the upper hand in this one. Lost, gets exhausted, forced to use the heal as well. And a bit of a mistrade coming out from Legacy.
Good engage into the creep wave. Also, early exhaust used out of Destiny. That's why it looks very one-sided. Lost did use his heal, whereas King kept his, but creep wave is a big thing there. I mean, Cupcake wasn't able to throw any abilities through that massive creep wave that had accumulated, and really nicely done. You can see the back end of that means that they're going to invade into Carbon's jungle, try and take some things away.
Doesn't look like they're going to get too much, but Kha'Zix is waiting in the wings. Might actually split out Carbon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see that Claire's come back to the lane and picked up a Dark Seal for himself.
So that might seem strange, but what he lacks in this lane is sustain early on. So Dark Seal helps out with that. He has some ability power scaling, which isn't really a bad thing, but it's the mana. If you can't back on Sheen as Corki, you need raw mana because you go through a lot of it wave clearing. So that's what the Dark Seal's for. See whether Claire can, continue to push up into the Rise because you can tell that he doesn't want to back away. Rise at the same time actually just went and got a very deep ward into Carbon's jungle. Didn't see whether he was able to clear out the Raptors, but control ward on the banana brush, ward at the Raptors. They've warded the other two camps as well. They know exactly where he is at the map at the moment.
He's going to be clearing out his Krugs to kick things off. Let's see if he moves towards the top side of the map, which is actually not warded at the moment.
But you just know he's there.
Yeah.
Because if he hasn't shown on any of the other wards, I mean, where the heck else is he going to be?
He's fine.
So what Chippies does is he just backs away, has no mana anyway, gets a shop in, and everything will be A-OK on Summoner's Rift.
He's finally going to get that ward going. Back into the mid lane. Claire still just trading with Fantix every time he steps out to last hit a minion. Just chuck a Phosphorus bomb down. For now, though, he also has Shenfai trying to come into this mid lane, looking for the jump. Fantix going to be able to get the root going in a second, but Carbon was waiting close by.
Didn't get the bounce off the QE, the Fantix. Thought some more damage was going to come out there. They see Shenfire now. This is... The evolution of Claire is really interesting. I mean, he was a big top lane player for a little while. I always said that he could make the transition to top easily as he trades back again.
Gets some good damage onto Fantix and still has corrupting potions to tick. Fantix just used his last refillable pot.
However, was a big Lucian and Jace player as well.
Yep.
And looks to be more comfortable on AD carries than he does mages at the moment. I mean, it's just strange, Fish. An early Dragon started off.
Well, they have control over the mid lane with that corrupting potion ticking for Claire. Carbon's going to put the brush down. They will have vision control thanks to a ward as well.
No, they have to back away. There is so much damage that comes out of dragons at the start of the game.
Lost, don't take that.
Yeah, took another extra shot, as you're right. They had pushed in. You can see that one more time. For the second time today, actually. No priority on tiers out of our Varus players. Actually want to be able to go toe-to-toe. Wonder if that was an adaptation based off the first series or whether this is like a Scrim trend that's happening. Trying to keep their power level nice and high on the Varus.
Well, Fantix is going to be forced to go back to base now. Does have Realm Warp available, but level 1 very low range on that. It wasn't Infernal Drake, so it makes sense Legacy were looking to try and take that early, but not able to do so. Checking in with top lane, which you haven't taken a look at for a while. Double Doran's Ring coming out from the Maokai as well as the Corrupting Potion. Very standard start for him to survive the laning phase, so to speak. And Sheen, very nice and early for Tally.
Huh. So Tally thinks he can actually outright win the lane. I wonder if we're going to see like a Proto Belt Lichbane then and he actually goes damage, or whether, he just stops at the Sheen and uses it for some nice trading potential.
I mean, I've seen Rusty bop a couple of people with the Proto Belt Lichbane. It's pretty scary. Nice use of Twisted Advance there from Chippies. Avoids the damage from the Keck. So they've just double bop each other.
That was a great interaction. That's literally the Sumo suits, which couldn't be any more accurate about the top lane better at the moment.
My goodness. We're going back into the bottom lane. That top lane is just going to be a farm fest for a while. Checking with the other sides of the map. Destiny's trying to zone out. Lost as well as Cupcake here. Doing a good job of doing so.
Carbon actually stole away blue buff on the top side of the map while we were watching everywhere else. I mean, that's going to be good. Claire needs to trade in his creeps more. So one of the rules about Rise is that his E does lots of damage at like early ranks, and then it's all in his Q, right? He empowers you up, he knocks you down. Q damage is absolutely redonk-a-donk. At the same time, the way you get away from that, quiet. The way you get away from that is you just sit behind a creep and then he's not able to hit you. So, if you keep walking to the side, I know that you need missiles, but I feel like you trade better with auto attacks and Gatling gun than he does with just straight up E's and autos.
Well, Claire was not able to pick up the blue buff that was stolen by Carbon, but did get red.
I mean, Tally got it.
Fantix. He did too.
Come on, mate. Got to use those eyes. Peepers on the screen, Fish.
Play here. Don't quite look at those things. Meanwhile, he's going to be trying to take down blue himself. Claire should pick up that second one. He's got a Hex Drinker here, so should be able to do very well in this lane against Fantix. Fantix does have the Catalyst, so sitting back and trying to scale up on this Rise.
But double buff Corki always been a menace, and he's going to have it as soon as Carbon either smites or allows the blue buff to go back to where he came from. You can see that that allows Claire to actually have a little bit of a push in this lane. Confident enough to at least go towards that.
Ooh. Carbon was waiting the wings here. They do take down the ward. He doesn't pick up... Oh no, that's Carbon's ward. I thought he already cleared that one. I'm using my eyes here.
Yeah, Carbon didn't smite. He just walked past it. You see that it is going to be a tank Gragas, so everywhere, Oceanic fans are a little bit sad that it's not the full AP top lane Gragas.
Well, he could just, you know, have the
Tally's a changed man. I'm telling you, we need to get rid of this Tally Swiper league chat that they keep talking about, because he's not playing any carries anymore. Even the Gangplank is a thing of the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's been banned out so far by Direwolves.
I don't care. He's not playing it, that's all I know.
Oh, you might want to have a stern word to Sharp about that later on. As, they're just going to bop each other. We kind
the
of know
persistent
what's
damage
happening.
out of Gragas is way higher, though. I mean, Tally's only sitting on a refillable potion, which is kind of what we're seeing in the mid lane. However, should be well in control of the sustain of this lane. You know, through the W, through the passive, just being able to drink. W stays at 30 mana, by the way, which is why you just max W, because it just costs you nothing to be able to continually spam that one out. Creeps give you back enough. Q goes up to like 100. It's ridiculously expensive. Cupcake actually using the door to block some CS fish. Haven't seen this in a long time.
It's been a while since we've seen Rom in general. King's going to take quite a bit of damage here as they go for the engagement. Shenfire's here as well. Exhaust onto Loss. He's going to get taken down really low. He's able to hop, skip, and jump away. There's the culling, and Shenfire gets taken down. The drive-by comes out of Loss.
The 3v2 for the Legacy bottom lane, and they absolutely style on the Direwolves. Lost take a bow because he absorbed all the damage as soon as the exhaust was gone. Flashed out as well. That is so millimeter perfect out of Cupcake and Loss, and this duo lane is freakishly good.
And for a champion that hasn't seen competitive play in a while, Cupcake is showing his mastery on Braum here, making sure he can continually protect Lost every single chance he gets. And now, big old Daddy Carbon's making his way down into the bottom lane. He's found Destiny, calls in Daisy with the big package from Claire as well, forces the flash out of the Thresh. They might just look for round 2 as well.
And does that give them access to the Infernal Drake? Because Legacy, time and time again, have been able to get the first Drake in the game. Actually looks like they want to go back to lane, so not going for it. You could see that that was a thought on Direwolves' mind.
Shenfire found by Daisy, gets the knock up, gets snared as well. Claire gets some damage down onto the Kha'Zix. Daisy will just die. Poor guy.
And finally, it's the Legacy squad that has advantage in the early game. I mean, the thing that's always been consistent in the Direwolves game this split so far, even against the Chiefs, is how well they dictated the flow of the game through good vision. However, playing against a control jungler like Carbon is always difficult. He's in trouble, though.
Carbon's going to be able to jump away, but Fantix still gets that last auto attack down. Ivan is going to fall as he yells timber. And Shenfire finds a kill in the jungle.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't see how that one started up. I assume it was over the Raptor camp, so good pathing out of Shenfire. Speaking He Shall Appear, certainly has looked to be one of the better junglers at, you know, scouting out where people are going to go. It was always why people are excited about this guy. I mean, not only is he great mechanically, but he's incredibly smart.
Yep.
So, you know, Carbon gets cleaned up. Direwolves back in the gold lead after what was a big back and forward.
Certainly was. 19,000 gold for both of these teams at the moment. We're back up in the top lane, Spawn. Nothing much has happened so far.
We're literally watching a Gragas recall for some reason.
They're going back to base. Going to pick up a couple of shops.
Just wanted to show us the shiny dome of that weird Gragas skin. I mean...
for now, Legacy are going to move Cupcake and Lost back into the bottom lane. He's picked up the Yomu's Ghostblade already. Tier finally complete for King. Picked that up after Yomu's as well. Destiny looks for the hook. There's the prowess of Lucian, just able to dash away from any skill shots.
But one more time, they're looking for those windows. I mean, the reason that Destiny wanted to go for the fight then was because there was 3 creeps in the way. It means that Cupcake can't really trade back. So, you know, you can see that they understand that part of the lane. Honestly, what a back and forward game so far. Creep score up. It's been fluctuating back and forth. The only real huge advantage is the fact that Shenfire has put the jungle on hard farm and gotten way more like Raptor camps and Krug camps, which means that his CS is skyrocketing. 37 up with equal in levels is nothing to scoff at here.
See that transition into anything later on this match. For now, again, just Fantix and Claire clearing out their waves. Legacy do not have the blue buff on their mid laner just yet, so Fantix is going to be very happy stacking up his tier. Doesn't quite want to face check in this one, but does have a Kha'Zix nearby. Claire might be in a bit of trouble. Going to be forced to Valk away, but Fantix is wrapped around the side, looking for another snare. Doesn't get it. Gets some good damage onto the Corki and burns a lot of his mana.
Yeah, and one more time you just see Claire chug all 3 potions. I mean, he has been chunked out of the lane so many times, but the Dark Seal, the Corrupting Potion, has certainly helped him stay relevant. And that's what he's needed against Fantix, who is a big lane bully. You can see that Fantix is slowly but surely getting ahead in CS. But it has not been the rapid pace at which we're normally seeing. Shenfire actually hunting out Carbon a little bit.
With the Scuttle Crab, not going to be able to get that one. Takes the Dark Passage back to safety. Cupcake and Lost will...
He's on a ward.
Takes a bit of damage. He's able to jump away. Fantix waiting for this one. There's a hook. Carbon not going to get connected, but they lock down Destiny. They call out Daisy as well. Destiny's the first one to fall in this brawl. Exhaust being put down onto the rise, but Shenfire's the next target, and Claire will pick up a double kill.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Tally had teleported down. No one else had left. See whether that costs them the first turret in the top lane as Chippies is pushing in very aggressively. However, Infernal Dragon is maybe the one dragon you can swap for that. If you give it 2 kills on top, I'll still give it to Legacy.
And they're going to be able to take down the Infernal Dragon. Claire has double buff. Tally is trying to book it back up into the top lane, and Claire looks like he wants to follow suit. He might be able to make a cheeky pick on towards the Maokai.
All he's doing is he's cheating up there because now Maokai can't stay at the turret. Because if he runs into 2 members, he's definitely going to die. So it's not worth the trade in that sense, because then they just push back down your lane. So really smart play out of Claire, cheating towards the top side of the map, making sure that Tally can get back up there in time, the team thing.
One big thing though is Chippy's got a back out of that, so he's been able to pick up his Spirit Passage and Mercury Threads, whereas Tally has walked back up to the lane and teleport advantage for the Maokai.
And all of a sudden that Gromp ward becomes a very aggressive ward out of the Maokai, because on this back right now, if Chippy's just clears the lane and teleports bottom, they can make that big play. Problem, Shenfire, wrong side of the map for that play to go through. He was taking Gromp, and you can see that Carbon actually is standing on top of the ward and they're pinging danger on him. Obviously very aware of that play going down.
Tally's going to try and book it straight back up into the top lane. Has his Spirit Visage picked up, a crucial item for Gragas. See Claire trying to cheat his way down towards the bottom lane as well. Spots out the Kha'Zix.
And
no, it's actually Chippies.
Yeah, Chippies just walks. He's just footing it. So interesting. Of course, package being picked up from Claire means he can take some cheeky trades and just Velk away if he has to.
But that's quite a good trade going in Fantix's favor there. He's going to be happy with how he's playing.
I'm actually happy that the Rise is winning the Corki lane. I mean, I've made no mistake of it.
You don't like that champion?
Nah, Corki in the current patch is really frustrating me. Here we go.
They're doing it, Spawn.
Brawl.
Oh, get him! Run!
All right. Meanwhile, the duo lane's moved pretty much into the Direwolves jungle. Maybe a little bit more exciting than the Tree and the other guy.
Oh, Exhaust being used.
Exhaust.
Lost is not going to be able to pick up the kill onto Destiny. He's at half health now. Cupcake's going to rejoin him in this bottom lane. He's picked up his Berserker Greaves. Yep, that's the right. I got it right. Why am I questioning myself?
Shenfire being caught out again a little bit as well. Never question yourself, Fish. Don't believe in you. Believe in me, who believes in you.
Hey, it looks like he's going towards the Black Cleaver again, so sticking to the old Lucian build, which brought him back into competitive play.
It's kept him there right now. You can see that 3 members strong invading into Carbon's jungle. Not only that, they're behind Tally, who needs to be a little bit more careful.
And they decide not to do anything about it?
Yep. I mean, you don't have to. It's just the implied pressure is there. You see that Tally ducks into the brushes, you know, a little bit more careful about pushing up aggressively, give some priority over onto the Maokai.
Big item pickup though. Carbon does have his redemption available, so any mid-game team fights could swing in Legacy's favor as they go for a brawl in the mid lane. Claire's going to try and jump over, but Carbon's down to target. Fantix gets exhausted. There's the redemption, comes in time, but it still will be Carbon that falls. The Corki's forced to flash away, almost nails him with the big one there, but it's just a 4-on-2. Direwolves out-rotate Legacy.
Summoner spells aplenty burn. What's that? A ghost and 2 flashes on the side of Direwolves, as well as 2 flashes and exhaust on the side of Legacy. And that's a huge team fight for Direwolves to take. One more time, they beat them to the punch. their rotations still look crisp. And it gets them back within touching distance. As soon as you think, you know, this is it, Legacy, they're getting into the lane for a gank. I mean, Destiny and King showing up, ruining that surprise party and setting them back on pace to be able to fight back in this mid game.
And again, Carbon just doesn't seem like he's having a great series so far here. Getting caught out again, 0-2-2 on this Ivan as Chippy just walks in. Gonna bop this turret.
Tanking the turret now, though.
Takes quite a bit of damage, but here comes Schönfire. He's up here as well. Chippy's very low. Tally out of mana, though. Looks at a fight, but the ultimate comes out of the big old tree. Still chasing him down. Gets the heal from the passive.
Corki and Ivan.
Ivan's gonna be able to get the shield down on towards the Gragas, but they do lose the top lane turret for that.
Yeah, and you can see that not able to pick that one up. So first turret goes down. Big gold advantage now over on the side of Direwolves. That's the Dragon trade finally coming in, like what? 5 minutes later. Lost now battering down the bottom lane turret.
That should fall. He's going to be able to get the double taps down. One more attack. No, he can't do it. Turret's so low there.
Actually has to run away because all of a sudden the Rise was in behind him as well. They're collapsing. Big question mark pings.
Uh-oh, Fantix, can he take the Dark Passage? He's going to get knocked up, stunned up as well. Lost finds him as he takes down the Rise.
Yeah, and Cupcake on point, gets the door in there, able to get the knock up as well. That was just beautiful. If either of those skill shots miss, Fantix flies out, instead nails them both with Flash still available. Whew. This game's been playing on a new level.
It certainly has been. That might allow Legacy the option to continue pushing for that bottom lane turret. A tap is all they need to take that down.
Yeah, breath of fresh air down there and it will take it over. I mean, mid lane though is still pretty low on the side. Oh, the door up would have helped there.
Dash in lost. Get it. Got it.
But half health's lost on the way in. See whether he goes back before the Dragon to go for it. Schönfire taking some damage. Needs to be careful. Every now and again in solo queue, I'm the jungler, and then Corki Valk's on my head and I die. Like, I don't even know where he gets damage from. I mean, I guess he has Sork Boots, Trinity Force, and a Hex Drinker, so he's pretty fed at this stage of the game.
He's also got 5 stacks on that Dark Seal.
Ken putting in work.
Can pack a punch. He's got 40 ability power spawn.
He certainly does. Good math right there. Checks out. Hashtag he did the math. Right here on the OPL, guys.
Well, next Dragon's going to be spawning in the next 5 seconds. It's an Ocean Dragon, so not as important, but Legacy have...
I mean, last game it was. I still think that with these mid-range 80 carries, like the Lucian and the Corki running around, Ocean Dragon is definitely a nice thing to have.
Good trades against Fantix. They call in Cupcake, gets the slow. The stun's going to come out. We'll be able to take the Dark Patch to the safety. Redemption be used nice and early by Carbon. Keeps them all nice and topped up. And Fantix now chugging the potions. Trying to do his best to get back to as high health as possible. Ooh, almost clips him with the snare. Direwolves looking for a hook. Playing nicely, avoids that one.
In comes Chippies.
They lock down Cupcake. He's going to take a lot of damage, puts up the shield and flashes away. But is it too much? Schönfire now looking for Claire. Daisy is pummeling down onto the front line of the Direwolves. They've locked him down. There's the Collie. He's forced to hop, skip, and jump away. Suddenly a teleport from big old Daddy Gragas is coming down as Tally wants to try and protect his team. Not even needed because it will be Claire that goes on a killing spree.
4v5 Legacy able to take that. However, if you listen to Carbon, Daisy's a better champion than Ivan anyway. So maybe the 5v5 in there. Crucial knockups coming out of that Ivan ultimate. And you just can't get through the Braum. He's so damn tanky. And people aren't used to these tanky supports.
More poke coming out from Claire in the mid lane. Knocks Destiny back. Fanty's going to take a little bit of it as well. Almost kills him with the big one. As Legacy will be able to take down the mid lane outer turret as well. They've even got Lost pushing in the bottom lane, soaking up gold in all areas of the map.
Yeah, potentially. This might be an overstay. I mean, Chippies is up in 5 seconds. They have teleport available. See whether any form of punish is going to come out. Looks like Legacy will be able to retreat. So they get a dragon, they get a kill, they get a turret. And maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. 2,500 gold. Not going to call this one anywhere near done. Just because one more time, Schönfire is 2 levels above Carbon.
He is.
Is 70 CS up, Fish. And if he ever hits Lost, he's going to kill him.
Big item pickups coming out from the teams though, as Tally has got his Frozen Gauntlet here. Calling me used by Lost in the mid lane just to clear out the wave. He's gone back to the Black Cleaver into the Zeal item next.
Now, Fish, we've been through it. Frozen Fist, Iceborne Gauntlet. You can't call it a Frozen Gauntlet, mate. You just combined the nickname with the actual name. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it's a hard spawn. You should know this. On the flip
no,
side.
I do know that. Hey. We've talked about this as a duo.
On the flip side, Chippy's has got his heart frozen with the Message up in the top lane. Rise still stacking on the mana, but King still sitting on 1 lethality item. And I know you don't like Corki very much, but Claire's going towards your personal favorite build with the Zeal item picked up second.
Yep, of course. That's probably going to be a rapid fire cannon into an IE. Just means that the poke damage is a little bit unreasonable. If he ever gets in range and hits you with a Trinity Force proc, of course, the rapid fire cannon, as well as a crit, you take a lot of damage.
They've got the package on Corki, jumping on top of Schönfire, exhaust going down as well. That's exactly what you were talking about. Valks on your face, does a lot of damage. Dark Passage keeps him safe.
However, exhaust came out, so that's a win for Direwolves right now, because they certainly need a couple of those in the team fight, and they have none available. See whether they go towards something like a Baron here. Chippy's potentially caught out, whether it's a top lane that they want.
Well, Gragas is engaged onto the Maokai, knocks him back. Chippies go straight on top of Lost. He's got no flash. The tree is slowly getting cut down by Legacy. And that's going to be a pick.
Gonna take a while
for them.
Yep, so he dies. At the same time, Lost nearly died as well. Because we've talked about this. Lucian doesn't deal with tanks well, Fish. However, it is a kill. They grab a fat minion wave for themselves as well in the top lane. Going to be able to slowly push that one up. But if that is... That should give hope to the Direwolves. I mean, that took a very long time for Chippies to fall down.
You can even see Fantix was pushing out the bottom lane there. We mentioned he hasn't left the mid lane so far. It's Rise now finally branching out into those sideways.
I mean, he needs to. They need to actually get some semblance of a 1-3-1 going. Varus clears out waves in the mid lane absolutely fine. There's no reason they can't park their Joy lane mid and just, you know, challenge the Corki to a long lane fight. I mean, how is he going to be able to outrun Fantix with Ghost and Flash at this stage of the game?
Tally looking to get some damage on the top lane. Outer turret, Fantix is sent up to deal with that. Clears out the minion wave. Nice and easy, approaching 300 CS. Rapid fire cannon has been picked up by Claire. It's a big item power spike for the Corki. Legacy are rotating multiple members in towards the top lane. Clearing out wards as they cross the river. So they want to siege up the final outer turret they have left to take down. Maokai is in the bottom lane with teleport. Tally's is coming back up in a couple of seconds, so he will match him there.
And this is where the Lucian Braum duo is really tested, because when we listened to Coach Soul Strikes, he said this is why we pick it, because it does well into the Rise. Corki should be able to wave clear mid with Ivan. There's no real dive threat happening there. Can they actually go toe-to-toe? Because they're in a long lane. Everyone's heading up there at the moment.
Dark Passage is available if Schönfire gets
put
up.
Hit King!
He's going to get rooted down as there goes Daisy looking for the fight, but a big Dark Passage gets him back to safety. Schönfire is going to jump away from that one as well.
Yeah, but one more time, they don't really get anything else. I mean, they get a summoner spell, that's nice, but no turret's going to fall down. Chippies has to rotate up. That leaves Tally in the bottom lane. But until they can really turn that into a Baron, until they can turn that into the top lane turret, you know, King just gets a free recall in all these long lanes and is going to be able to head back.
Lost is going to continue pushing up the top lane. That should be top lane out of falling.
Ooh. Do they fight for this one? I mean, there's no good wards for Chippies to go to. Fantix is still up there.
Turret falls. Fantix gets a knee off on towards the Braum, but doesn't follow up with anything else. Daisy over the wall on top of Schönfire. Run! No! That's the wrong way. Poor Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy falls down.
But they do take the top lane outer for that. Legacy now 4,000 gold in the lead. Schönfire, you're running into Claire, buddy. There goes the Valkyrie over the back of that fight. Destiny's flashing in as well. Gets a big hook. Schönfire's gone. Rapid fire cannon gives him that extra range he needs. And now Fantix has to flash away from them. Cupcake's getting locked down by the ultimate. As a good hook on towards Claire. Should be enough to lock him down. Valk's out of there. Gets back to safety. Chippies has got to flash away. This is one scrappy fight coming out from Legacy and Direwolves. Even King has to flash out of that one.
And this game is deteriorating rapidly. Both teams just want to brawl at this stage. I mean, we keep going back to it. Fantix can't get a 1-3-1 going. At the moment, the Corki is huge. That will mean Baron is going to be started up, Fish. No jungler available, and double AD carries rip through this.
And you can see how much the Ocean Dragon is helping them heal back up so much as they just walk towards the pit. That Baron is going to fall. Legacy have taken it down with a 6,000 gold lead.
They certainly have, and all of a sudden things are getting scary. Can they get an Infernal back for themselves on the side of the Direwolves? I mean, they really need something against the Tide right now, because out of nowhere, the 280 carries are just fed again. And let's take another look at this one. I mean, he goes over the wall, and this is actually a really smart valve because it means that there's no isolated targets. They fight on top of each other. They're nice and close. Good flash forward, picks it up. I mean, if that Phosphorus Bomb hits, Fantix dies. And this was saved by a really clutch ult out of King. I mean, otherwise they would have kept chasing through. The fight continues. I mean, flashes were burnt everywhere, but still, it is the Legacy lineup in complete control.
Legacy would pull out the Infernal Drake there to pick up the second one of the game. King popping a Youmuu's Ghost Blade. That's
I hate
a
Corky.
package.
I just hate him. Like, as the hard, you can tell that I've been playing AD carry because as the flashless Varus in that situation, you just pop Youmuu's, you pop like all your active, and you just run as fast as you can.
Pray, please.
And pray.
Don't jump on me. I will die.
I feel so sorry for King in that situation.
Class package is going to expire as Legacy moves towards the bottom lane.
Look
Baron
at
buff,
how-
big minion wave.
Look at how Legacy shift the map, though. They slow push top lane right now. That's going to push back against them. They bring Tally into the mid lane with the teleport still. They rotate the rest of the team into the bottom lane. All of a sudden, now they can go back to the mid lane because Tally's been pushing that one up and continue this jockeying for position. By that stage, they've built up a big enough creep wave in the top lane. They rotate into top, and they can just keep sieging, keep poking, and keep annoying this Direwolves lineup. And you can tell that the Direwolves want to fight. But without a tank jungler, without teleport, they just cannot get away in.
That's another inner turret that falls. Legacy do have a big minion wave pushing on the top side of the map, but it is very deep into their territory, so it will take some time to collapse onto the final inner turret. Slowly just bleeding out the Direwolves here. Approaching 7,000 gold in the lead for Legacy. 2 Infernal Drakes as well. Going to help them out quite significantly.
Yeah, and finally, I mean, the Dragon priority. They took double Mountain in game 1. That didn't really help them at all, as Direwolves caught them at the Baron, trying to sneak that one away. Yep, certainly did. Agree with you. This time around, however, double Infernal. That's pretty good.
Let's see what Legacy are going to do here, because they do have that big wave top. Can potentially move with it to push down that final inner turret. It's actually Claire that's on the bottom side of the map, picking up his blue buff. Tally does have teleport available. Chippies does not.
And still at this stage of the game, the double 80 carries are absolutely monstrous. I mean, what really is there more to say? Ryze, if he ever gets access to that backline, is going to shred them. I mean, no MR picked up for loss. Shenfire, if he's ever unlocked, can isolate a target. He's going to blow people up. But with the double supports, especially one being Braum, it's just so hard to actually execute upon. And they just have the siege comp ready to go.
Even with Tally playing disengage with that Gragas, able to disperse the rest of the Direwolves. Shenfire forced to hop away. They take down the final inner turret of the game and look to push for more. Direwolves still have good wave clear, so it's very hard for Legacy to get in towards the base without a pick. See Destiny again using that hook just to destroy the Baroned up cannon minion. But yeah, they're just going to take all the inner turrets. Baron buff runs out, and they use that time to go back to base, potentially pick up some more items.
I mean, both teams wanting to play it real clean today, Fish. I mean, they understand the gravity of this game. You only get to play each other a couple of times, and now maybe looking for a big engage in that mid lane as Direwolves looking to push up. Chippies, if you're not careful, you're going to die.
Uh-oh, here comes the big old trees. They jump onto the tree himself. Chippies locked down, forced to flash away. No dark passage for him to get back to safety. They've taken down the tankiest member of the team. Redemption even being used to top them back up. Nice and healthy, and they should start to begin their push.
Exactly right. It is a big death timer at this stage, and that is a soul tank falling down. Chippies, 40 seconds still left. Legacy actually don't capitalize on it. They're just going back to base. They obviously have some big items to pick up because that could have potentially been a base-breaking push.
Definitely could have been, but they do go back to base, pick up a couple of items for themselves. See, Vamp Scepter already been picked up here. Here's that pick again to the Chippies. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, tried to flash onto the land, and you can see that the brush hit it from him. And that means that, you know, couldn't get it, went back in.
And he actually hit the lantern, got body slammed out of it.
Oh,
too.
really? Is that what it was? There you go.
Brush hit it for a second, jumped back on it, body slammed out by Tally.
See, that's why I have you around. Good catch.
Sometimes. But yep, Maokai's going to come back up. Does have teleport available.
High E for the Corky now done.
Yeah, that's not pretty.
Yeah.
Couple of crits, you're dead. 5-0-1. Clay at the moment sitting on his final item to be completed. More Vision Wards coming out from Legacy at the moment. Double Locket behind Solari, and Knight's Vow picked up as well. They don't want people on their team to die here, Spawn. They're ready.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's just if you're Legacy, this is the situation you want to be in if you're Lost or Claire. I mean, you just got 2 big old supports and a tank frontlining for you, and then you just get to sit at the back and take pot shots with your Zeal items. I mean, that's a great situation to be in.
Lost has even got Phantom Dancer here, so he's not going to take too much damage in these fights. So they're just happy with waiting here. Another Dragon coming up soon. Should be Elder Dragon, I believe.
Yep.
And a Baron coming up at the exact same time. Package should be available when they spawn. So let's see which objective Legacy decide to pincer Direwolves towards.
And I think because this has hook onto Cupcake.
Doesn't care too much. Pops the ultimate. Forces a flash out of Destiny and the ultimate from King on top of that. He's going to try and go back in. Gets slowed down a lot by the slow field from Braum. So Claire forced the Valk away. Lost now, trying to go on top of Destiny. Colin going down, that's a lot of damage on towards him. Lost gets the kill! The solo kill onto Thresh!
And Lost is a monster! I mean, dashing forward, double summoner spells available, knew that Destiny didn't have his flash, and just takes the jewel. I mean, he is playing like a man possessed today.
They're setting up for another gank. Chippies don't walk that far. Tally's on top of him. Gonna get the slow down. The tree will get cut down as well. Doesn't take that long anymore. Claire will get the kill for themselves. That's 2 members of the Direwolves dead.
And you can actually see the frustration creeping into the Direwolves play. I mean, we were complimenting them for the fact that they've cleaned up what was pretty sloppy play versus Tainted Minds last week. However, you can see that was a solo face check at 35 minutes into the game. Gonna give over Elder Dragon.
Claire might die though for this. He's face checked in.
No, that's Cupcake.
Cupcake, sorry. He's face checked into 2 people, but gets a redemption. He's actually going toe-to-toe against Shurnfire. What the heck? Claire though forced to flash away. There's the hail of arrows. There's another piercing arrow. King takes down 2 birds with 1 stone as he gets the shutdown of Claire.
Tally has teleported behind them. Gets a kill.
Gets the body bot. Finds 1. Now Destiny's in trouble. Look at the burn, baby, burn coming out from Elder Dragon. Destiny's going to fall as well. Lost gets that kill.
And all of a sudden, if you are the 2 remaining members of the Direwolves, you are on the wrong side of the map. They're going to Realm Walk away, but can...
Oh, Tally, my goodness, bops them straight back into the lane, takes up all the damage he needs. Body Slam's going to come out soon, gets 1 of them, forces King to flash away. Fantics is going to fall. My goodness, this guy's a monster.
That was a huge cast out of Tally. I mean, the max range ones still take the exact same amount of time. That flies out, knocks them both back away from the base. Going to open up Baron potentially. King's available, Chippy's available, but they don't want to go anywhere near it.
I mean, Direwolves are losing their bottom lane inhibitor turret at the same time. That's going to fall. They go to the mid lane instead, lose that, and Baron and Elder Dragon Legacy are on their way to victory here, 11,000 gold up.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, they've been playing so clean. Got to compliment Direwolves. I mean, first couple of games today looked absolutely nothing like the games last week that they were playing, but, you know, a couple of solo plays, a couple of face checks. You can see they're certainly, you know, slipping into some old habits. This has been a great series.
It certainly has.
The game of the week is delivering. Legacy, after looking completely down and out in the first game, bounced back in a big way. Direwolves certainly living up to the hype, re-establishing themselves as a team-fighting team. I mean, have not seen anyone 3-1 out of them. They've been trying to go toe-to-toe against some of the best.
Opposite to the Dark Passage, gets back to safety.
And one mistake now is crucial for either team.
Yep.
I mean, if Legacy die, they open up mid lane, Direwolves are going to push straight back down, equalize gold nearly, and it's going to be right back on. If Direwolves lose anyone, it's pretty much GG.
Well, Legacy have pushed into the base. That's an open inhibitor that falls with ease. Direwolves give it up. They can't fight at the moment. Elder Dragon buff is going to wear out shortly.
Yeah, what you need to do is you need to ride that Elder Dragon buff by the very corner and fight them as soon as it falls down. You lose 2 against a Corki, like against a double 80 carry comp in general, you're just not going to be able to establish yourself back in the game. Instead, Legacy back away because they know it's not available.
Well, Elder Dragon buff is gone, but still so much time on Baron.
Ooh, Tally's going to show top. Chippies has teleport. There's some wards behind Legacy right now. This might be the moment to go.
Realm Warp is available as well. Could be Rice looking for the play. Chippy's going back to base. Might be looking to get his home guards.
Call the play off.
I am smiling.
Okay.
Good to know, Lost.
A little bit random.
But Legacy just happy with waiting, it seems. They want the push to go through.
Ooh, it's actually a Death's Dance it picked up. I wasn't expecting that out of Lost.
Bit of life steal coming up here.
Good defensive quality is actually what it's all about.
Very hard to kill. The burn over time with the Phantom Dancer makes sense with the supports.
And the Knight's Vow. That's good poke damage hitting Carbon.
Very good from Direwolves. They still have Double Redemption and Locket available, as well as the Athenes keeping everyone topped off whenever Carbon gets some damage done. Big top lane wave will slowly crash, and Super Minions will help push out the bottom lane. Daisy's being called inside of Fog of War. More brush being created by Carbon. Wait and high. Cupcakes put up the shield. They might go in for the push now. Carbon's been locked down. They find Fantix though. They knock him away. Redemption comes out. Lost has flushed over the wall. He gets the first kill. King's going to fall next for the double. And slowly the base of the Direwolves is being ripped apart. Does he get the triple? Yes, he does. Quadra coming out if he can take down Chippies as well. That's a big tree to cut down, but Legacy are much stronger with bigger roots than the Direwolves as they push towards the base. This should be the series.
It certainly should be, and 2 tests and 2 failures for the Direwolves. First against the Chiefs, now against Legacy. Legacy are going to pick up a bounce-back game versus the Direwolves and take this one. GG.
They take it down. They pick up 2 points here today after taking it down 2-1. Direwolves still get a point, but it seems like a similar defeat to what they saw in the first week of the OPL.
And Carbon's all fired up. I mean, you can see him on the screen. Didn't have the best series, but that was a captain's game. I mean, rallied the troops, got him back behind it. And yeah, if I am Carbon, I am cooking a very nice dinner for Lost tonight.
Yeah.
The boy deserves it.
Gives him a good old hug there. Kiss Tally on the head as well. He's very happy with his troops today.
I mean, that's just such a nail-biter. Great win for Legacy, but you have to talk about these guys. I mean, huge in Game 1. They looked immaculate. Game 2, early game was going in their favor. Game 3, they bring back in Shern, and it isn't enough. First OPL defeat, but they were on the cusp again. I mean, first Chiefs, now this one. Whoa, that hurts if you're the Direwolves. You've gone up against 2 and you've lost both of them.
Well, they've gone against the two of the best teams in the OPL right now and still picked up 2 points, 1 for each defeat there after taking a game off both of them. Hopefully be able to see the Direwolves bounce back in their future matches. But that's all from us here at the Casting Desk. Let's throw it back to Hingers at the Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, Legacy have now closed out the series 2-1 over Direwolves. And Alex, let me start with you. They've bounced back not only from their loss last week, but also from their loss earlier today. And they certainly overcame your predictions.
I think I have to call them Legacy Esports right now because they made me hold the L. Camera, can we get something in? No? All right. Yeah.
What is going on?
I was going to say Dire Wolves and hand it to my friend Mendrix over here if Dire Wolves wanted,
but nah, fair enough.
Yeah, but and Mendrix, you came out on top there because obviously the predictions we should have trusted you.
You should have. In the end, I knew Legacy could bounce back, and they definitely did. And they even bounced back using Gragas of all the people as well. I mean, he was definitely around throwing those casts out there, causing them to bounce.
Well, let's take a look at the draft because a lot going on in this third game. In particular, we see the return of the Lucian Brom pick and also this Gragas in the top lane for Tally, which I didn't see coming. Had we kind of suspected this because of 7.2 or is it just a pocket pick?
I believe it's just a pocket pick. When I looked at it, I was really surprised and said, you know what, it makes sense. He's still a tank. You do have they do tend to go towards a double AP mid, so that means if you do go for the Spirit Visage, he is still very tanky, and he ended up being an asset the entire time for Legacy.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of a really annoying comp that Dignitas used to run way back in, I think it was like 2012 or something, where they would run a marksman down mid with like 3 supports and Gragas. Every time you tried to push him off a tower, Gragas would chuck his ulti, and they just run back and try it again when the cooldown was back up. And I actually want to point out here that Legacy had 2 marksman support combos. You know, they had Carbon on the Avern, who's also a support, with the Corki in the mid lane. So they essentially had 2 duos they could run across the map, taking towers whenever they wanted.
And then that just meant they had more variety in terms of like win conditions for them, you say?
Yeah, precisely. There's not like, we took out 1 player, now Direwolves have an opportunity to push. No, you need to do a lot to break down their win condition there.
Well, their AD carry Lost had a massive game in Game 3. And let's take a look at this early replay because this first blood, Mendrix, I saw you got very excited about it.
Yeah, this was incredible here. So as you see, they jump into it, and as soon as Shenfire goes in to get the kill, Cupcake immediately exhausts Shenfire. that allows Lost to survive, get back, and get the kill. And it was just incredible for him to actually be able to get the exhaust onto the right person in the middle of all those champions there.
But if you're Lost, though, is that millimeters? You were saved by millimeters there. And
Exactly.
are you like praying at that point? Or are you like, no, we've scrimmed this. I got this. Like, who knows, right?
It was all calculated. They knew exactly that was what was going to happen. And Lost played that perfectly as well. I mean, to immediately use his relentless pursuit back, followed with the flash and heal to get the distance, and then to land a perfect culling onto Shenfire, those guys were on point the entire play.
Yeah, you can see the exact moment if you watch the replay again where Shenfire realizes he's barbecue chicken, feeds a small family of 2. It's... that relentless pursuit goes backwards. There's enough separation. He can't catch up. He's just waiting for his death warmly.
He's just sitting there like, oh no.
Speaking of Shenfire, this rotating jungler system, and obviously Direwolves looks so strong in game 1. And do you think this rotating jungler system is working for them? Because obviously they lose games 2 and 3. Is that just Legacy kind of stepping up? Or do you think that team synergy they had in game 1 is lost as they're rotating players in and out?
I think you definitely ride the exhilaration and the high off getting a win. Obviously, subbing Shenfire out for Sybil probably messes with that to some degree, but at the same time, these guys are professionals. If they did it, they must have had a good reason to do it. And obviously, they're facing the consequences now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they tried it again.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at this replay from about 36 minutes into the game. This Tally just Gragas chase.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and really sort of just sets the entire pace for this game for Legacy. And what's amazing about it is that these guys have been just winning fights with odds stacked against them throughout the entire game, getting these advantages. And then for them to sort of come in again, of course they had the Dragon, of course they had the advantage in the pick, but Tally actually managed to stop Shenfire from recalling because he found him in between. And then directly afterwards, then was able to make the chase and secure the win off of that for Legacy. So Tally played really well there, but it was off the back of great plays from the entire team.
And also, they were, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but targeted bans towards Tally as well. We saw Gangplank being banned out in this series, so he was able to pick up that Gragas instead. So let's hear from the man himself who's standing by right now with Spawn.
Thanks, Singers. I am standing by side the victorious Tally, of course, picking up the 2-1 victory over the Direwolves. Want to kill the mood for a second, though.
Yep.
Yesterday, last week, you guys lost against Sin. I saw you sitting on the stairs, head in hands, pretty cut up about the loss. What did you do this week specifically to make sure you could bounce back?
Well, we completely flipped our play style because we were like, this isn't working. Like, this meta isn't doing well for us if we keep playing like this. We did a flip. Everyone's like, mind was reset, and we just dived back into it with Lucio's help, and we got back up top.
And that was kind of the big first upset for the new guys on the roster. Claire coming over from the LGLCS, and Lost and Cupcake playing together as a duo. How did the team really band together? Was it just Carbon doing all the work? Was it a good camp all around?
Well, I think out of everyone, our rookies handled it the best because me and Tim felt like we let them down since we're the veterans, but they handled it really well, and they were able to cheer me and Tim up, which was really helpful of them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they seem to be suiting the team a lot. I want to talk about your duo lane again. I asked you about it last time. Week to week, these guys are getting better. I mean, you saw the 3v2 they turned on their head. Game 2, they were absolutely popping off. I mean, how good are these guys? Are they the first world-class bottom lane we've seen coming out of O's?
I feel like it's almost like when you watch them, it feels like one player playing 2 champions. Like you'll see when they play like Jin or something, the W's always out before the spell lands, or they just combo really well and they're just fluent when they play.
I want to ask you about your opponent's Direwolves. I mean, it's the question on everyone's lips. Playing with Shenfire, playing with Sybil, they've gone back to team fight. I mean, could you feel the difference between Shern and Sybil? I mean, what was your takeaway from this series?
Well, I didn't really notice the difference between Sybil and Shern. They did both play the exact same champion and with the exact same comp, so it's very hard to separate the 2 players, but they are both extremely good, and we did have to respect them in the end.
Yeah, they certainly seemed like they were bringing the heat. I mean, game 1 was incredibly close. Now I want to talk about the Gragas, because I have a confession to make. I had a chat to Carbon when he was on the desk, and he said, Gragas can't jungle, and he said, however, that I taught him something about the ultimate. Did you guys pick up the Gragas with double AD carry just to force people off turret, or was that a pocket pick?
Tim told me that he watched the LPL, and he said that Gragas can ult them off or on the tower, and you should look to do that. Well, I guess that was you who told him that.
Well, there you go. Carbon just claiming all the secrets behind the Spawn playbook. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to head back to the desk to close out the night.
There we have Spawn there, just trying to claim credit right at the end. Just like, no, just so we know. I was the genius behind all of this. If anything, I should be taking credit for all this. So congratulations again to Legacy for the win and to Tally for that win he was a part of. But let's take a look at our Radiant medal for today. And the winner is Cupcake. Medal tally, he's won 1 medal, 9 votes out of a possible 24. And that last game, 0 kills, 1 death, 12 assists. Is it just because of that Braum pick, Mendrix, that we're liking Cupcake?
Well, I'm liking him specifically because he did so well in those 2 games with Braum. Not because he had the Braum pick, but because he played so well with them. He had a very, very large kill participation involved when he was there, and he just seemed to be a complete monster when he was on it.
Absolutely, and we see him getting his first point there on the scoreboard. Series still up in front on 3 points with the Radiant Medal tally. Alex, our best and fairest so far this split. Do you have a pick? I mean, you don't get to vote, obviously, as a guest, but maybe we should have let you. But overall, are you picking anyone who's really stood out to you this split so far?
I think Sarah's absolutely. I really loved watching him play today. The Tryndamere game was an absolute pleasure to watch. As a dirty Tryndamere main, anyway. I'm a dirty everything main. I just say whatever's convenient, really. But no, Sarah's. He looks like a better Paradise right now, and I didn't think I could say that because Paradise looked stellar last split.
Take that, Paradise. No.
Yeah, get out of here, Paradise. No,
yeah.
I'm so looking forward to seeing how this kid develops as a player. He mentioned himself in that interview, he came out of nowhere. Well, he's going places.
Absolutely. Well, he'll be joining us on the desk right here tomorrow. Also, if you'd like more information on any of these games, and you can get in touch via our podcast, which is the hashtag OPL show, released on Fridays. You can tweet with that hashtag OPL show and ask your questions. We can answer them. If you want to know anything more about series, maybe I can slide in a question while he's here on the desk with us tomorrow, and it can be some sweet extra content for that podcast. Who knows? All right, well, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule as we bring it up on your screen. Sin versus Tainted Minds. Sin, obviously, off the back of that win last week. Tainted Minds looking to rebuild. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll be seeing as well Abyss taking on current frontrunners, the Chiefs. That's going to be a difficult game for Abyss. Alex, before we get out of here, I just want to get your quick predictions for tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Sin versus Tainted Minds? Who's going to take that one out?
I'm going to give it to Sin. Actually, you know what? I'm even going to say it's a 2-0.
All right.
I believe in Juves. He is my savior. He will deliver me to the land of milk and honey.
Juve's mum just joined Twitter as well, so she's been barracking for them. Obviously, it's a big bonus. Yeah.
Wish my mum would join Twitter and support me.
I don't wish that for me on that side. So just letting you know that. Keep it separate.
Well, that is enough from us here. I'd like to thank our guests today, our in-house OPL analyst Nathan Mendez, and also our guest from Fairfax Esports, Alex here. But that's all from us. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Going to take quite a bit of damage here as they go for the engagement. Schönfeier's here as well. Exhaust onto Lost. He's going to get taken down really low. He's able to hop, skip, and jump away. There's the culling, and Schönfeier gets taken down. The drive-by comes out of Lost. Carver not going to get connected, but they lock down Destiny. They call out Daisy as well. Destiny's the first one to fall in this brawl. Exhaust being put down onto the rise, but Schönfeier's the next target, and Claire will pick up a double kill. Uh-oh, Vantix, can he take the Dark Passage? He's going to get knocked up, stunned up as well. Lost finds him as he takes down the rise. Gold in the lead. Schönfeier, you're running into Claire, buddy. There goes the Valkyrie over the back of that fight. Destiny splashing in as well. Gets a big hook. Schönfeier's gone. Rapid fire cannon gives him that extra range he needs. And now Fantix has to flash away from them. Cupcake's getting locked down by the ultimate. As a good hook on towards Claire. Should be enough to lock him down. Valk's out of there. Gets back to safety. Chimpies has got to flash away. This is one scrappy fight coming out from Legacy and Direwolves. Here comes the big old trees. They jump onto the tree himself. Chimpies locked down, forced to flash away. No Dark Passage for him to get back to safety. They take it down the tankiest member of the team. Redemption even being used to top them back up. Nice and healthy. They should start to begin their push. Wait and high. Cupcakes put up the shield. They might go in for the push now. Karma's been locked down. They find Fantix though. They knock him away. Redemption comes out. Lost has flashed over the wall. He gets the first kill. King's gonna fall next for the double. And slowly the base of the Direwolves is being ripped apart. Does he get the triple? Yes, he does. Quadra coming out if he can take down Chimpies as well. That's a big tree to cut down, but Legacy are much stronger with bigger roots than the Direwolves as they push towards the base. This should be the series.